Hey, Journey. Thanks for liking the live. I'm good. I was tired. I was feeling like crap the other day. When you work around kids, you get sick all the time. It's so fucking annoying. So when I got up, cause I wasn't planning on going live early this morning, but I was like, I just don't feel like it. I'm tired. My body was just tired. I've been taking what's that stuff called? Airborne. I've been popping some airborne like crazy. How y'all doing though? Let me go fill up my water bottle. If y'all can tap the screen and share the live, I appreciate it. I feel like I ain't talked to you forever, Trini. I mean, you be down there, but she'll be up here. And I'm like, wow, what's going on? What's up, Mia? Y'all, Mia here. Shout out to Mia. Can y'all tap the screen and share the live out? Hey, Ashley. I keep saying I need to do it, but apparently it takes time. I need to go. Okay, I hope you do come up, Trini. When I go to share my live, I used to have like a list of all the people I frequently engage with, and now it's like random people. I don't even know half these people. So yeah, y'all can share live out. I appreciate y'all. How everybody's Saturday going? I needed this day off. My goodness. Let me go grab me a snack. Snack time. My son said he was gonna cook, but that ain't never happened. I don't know why. Why he lied to me and said he was gonna cook? Thank you, Ashley. I appreciate you. What y'all think about this topic? What y'all think about this one? This one was actually suggested. Not suggested, but brought up by somebody. I was like, yep, this one, we should talk about this. Hold up, y'all. Let me get myself together. It's always, I be thinking I'm ready. Hold up. Yeah, people always in their feelings. I don't give a shit. They used to be mad about something. I was supposed to come on here and promote the bidet I was selling y'all, but like I said, I was tired this morning. But if y'all ain't got no bidet, you ain't living right. Go ahead and get your bidet. I made a video earlier. For real though. Like for real though, you're not living right. Thank you, Ashley. That shit took time. Like, I ain't never seen that time making a goddamn video. My Lisa gave me a good idea to use avocado for the poop stain. But I think I made it too big. So I was like, fuck it, this is what we're gonna ride with. We're gonna ride this big ass poop stain. You're bad. What you do, Mia? Y'all, some people can sit up here and talk by themselves. I did that shit the other day. It feels kind of weird. Feels kind of weird. So if I'm gonna be the only one talking, I'm not gonna stay on topic. I'm just letting y'all know now. I'm gonna be rambling. Cause my mind be everywhere. What should I make for a snack?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's a little echo up in here. But we gonna be rambling together then, friend.
Oh, I should have
I'm
got some
getting
Cheetos. I ain't got no chips. Oh my god. All right, that's why I know better when people up here and somebody talks to you. But when I be by myself, oh my goodness, my son get the worst of it, and he just be listening to me. I will carry on about a bunch of stuff. I forget my point.
just be yapping. Just be
Like y'all,
talking.
like you know what I meant. You know what I was saying. I meant like y'all got to hear me cook. I need to make some food. I can't be living like this.
But I'm like, I'm
I'm
having
good,
me
Ashley.
some.
Thank you though.
Oh shit. Oh no. I done dropped my keys in the fucking water.
So Ashley, since you here, let me just say this. I love coming over there to support you. One of your mods though, free, he's trash. So I know you don't know the backstory. I ain't got to give you the backstory. You free to do whatever you want. But I had to leave the other day because she was starting some shit. So I was like, get the fuck out of here. But yeah, she fucking trash. So if I see you live, I'll come and give you some tips or whatever. But I ain't gonna be able to come up on the panel.
Yeah. But it be hard when you first getting on here and you trying to find, you navigating spaces because people really be seeming like they cool until you
And
get
put
to the
it
meat and
on.
potatoes. Uh,
Oh, messy ass. I
yeah,
mean, like I
motherfucker.
said, I don't want you to be like, don't add this person because I said it. Because shit, you might find out I'm messy. You don't want to fuck with me, to be
Yeah.
honest. I ain't telling you what to do. I'm just letting you know. I was like, let me get the fuck out of here. So, and it's all love. Like I said, all the support and all the things. But I wanted you to know because I don't want you to be like, I don't know. I don't think you're gonna be like nothing. But I just wanted to say it.
Yeah, like letting her be the judge for herself because it's true. You might not like us over here.
That's
We
what I
don't fucking know.
said. She might be like, fuck them
Hey
bitches.
Hey y'all,
Hey, Trinity.
Trini.
how you doing?
Yeah, not me unclothed. Hold on.
I'm good. What's been going on with you?
Girl, I've been lifing.
Life is always like that. That is for sure.
And Murphy has been showing up.
Why do I have so many bell peppers? You okay though?
I'm hanging in there. Yep. I'm happy that I got the phone situation sorted out for now, so that at least I can be live. I can be on, with you guys, because that was scary.
I'm glad to hear. I ain't gonna ask you all your business, but I'm glad that things are looking up for you.
Yeah. So, what prompted you to have this conversation tonight?
So I had a live the other day, right? And I don't know. My thing is full transparency. I like being transparent and not pretend like I'm fucking perfect. Like ain't shit perfect about none of our asses. And once you get stuck in that trap, that ain't no way to be. But anyway, Um, so it was about like colorism, and I was telling people go take the Harvard implicit bias test, and I don't know, I just wasn't feeling the energy. I wasn't feeling like it was doing what it was supposed to do. I think when you tell people to take tests, you end up getting people be acting like it's like an exam or something, like you're supposed to pass it.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. It didn't. I didn't feel like people was being completely true and honest. So I was like, let me just call out. So we ain't gonna do the. You can do that another time.
Because people have a hard
Yeah.
time of admitting some of these things. People be either delusional about it or in denial, or they just don't want to be honest about it. And I think that if we really want to fix it, we have to be transparent. And I think a lot of times people don't be being transparent because if you tell me which score you made on the test, you can tell me anything, especially if you're not ready to accept it. We have these biases. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I shared
Um,
my score. So that other people know like it's okay. Cause mine said I had a moderate preference for light skinned people. I do think that my I think because of the way I was doing it, I usually get slight preference, but I do have a preference towards light skinned people. Um, like I'm colorist, like that's the reality of the situation. It's like for me to be saying, "Oh, not me. I'm not me. I'm not." Like, what the fuck is that?
I mean, we're conditioned to be. This is why I think sometimes we just don't be being honest, and why I'm like, I'm gonna be real with me if I'm not real with nobody else, and if I'm not ready to be real with nobody else, I just won't say nothing. But like, we're conditioned to be colorist, so how you miss the boat, but everybody else got it. It don't make sense.
Yeah, see, that was the thing. I was like, I want to have all this conversation. I wanted people to recognize their own biases. But if the if the theme starts becoming, oh, not me, not me, not me, it wasn't achieving the goal that it was supposed to achieve. That's why I said, let me just end this shit.
Sidebar real quick. These kids bad as hell. But anyway,
What?
um, these kids, kids just be being bad. But
Don't be calling
I'm
no kids bad. We not doing
I'm
that.
joking.
That need to be another
No,
live. That need to be a whole
let me
nother
tell you.
live.
Hold on. The reason why I say when I say kids bad, I don't mean it in a bad. Like I just like they was being cute. Actually, like they just out here just like being kids, and I just jokingly say bad. I don't mean it for real. Like they was being cute. Like they just, it's Saturday. They get the movies. They just doing cute stuff. It's just funny. And one of the little kids was singing Glorilla song. It was just funny. But I'm not saying they actually bad. They not actually being bad. But yeah, I had thought I didn't take the test, but I had taken the Harvard test before, and my score was pretty similar to what I think you said here. It was, and I was shocked because I have been spending years to unpack it, and that just goes to show you how deep it is.
Yeah, so even when unpack, it just means that you're aware of how your thoughts impact your thinking and your behaviors. It's not, oh, you cured. Like that you like it's not cured. It's you recognizing that it's a thing and it's there. That shit was crazy. I don't know. I ain't saying people can't beat up. I'm not saying that like that it's not possible not to hit that bias or whatever. But what I'm saying is start to become like a competition and I didn't like that. I think my son went to sleep on me,
Yeah,
y'all.
and I also think that when we look at the behavior, and Terry, you can tell me how you feel about this, but the way I look at light skin behavior is kind of the same way I look at like male centeredness and the patriarchy. And how I look at race racism. Um, I think it's the behavior. So anybody can exhibit the behavior, even if they, regardless of who they are. And what I mean by that is, if colorism is an issue, even darker skinned people can perpetuate it because colorism only affects dark skinned people. So if the only person who can be affected by the thing is if there's only one person who can be affected by it, it doesn't matter who's perpetuating it at the moment, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I
So
understand what you're saying.
racism only, you get what I'm saying? Okay.
It's like with misogyny, right? We still internalize it. So like
Yeah.
that's the reality of it. As a darker skinned person, you internalize it doesn't mean because you have dark skin you don't favor light skinned people. And it's unfortunate, but like that's the reality of the situation.
Yeah, exactly. So there is a lot of dark skinned people who have the light skinned behavior. Um,
And I think light skinned behavior is especially like this sense of entitlement. Like you feel because it's
oh,
like
okay.
this what
Wait, wait, what? I couldn't hear you. Because it seemed like you about to explain something. Say that first part again.
um I was just saying, like, it's like entitlement, right? It's like you don't think about it much, but it's like we acknowledge that white supremacy is a thing. But when somebody get picked or somebody called cute at the back of your mind, you like, oh, I'm light skinned. I should have been cuter. Like, and I love that saying is, are you cute or are you light skinned type thing? Because it's like, is that becomes your personality? Is that becoming something that, you just feel like when you in spaces with women who are, have a darker skin tone, you feel like you should have that privilege. Yeah, Beijism
Okay.
is crazy, man. Beijism is wild. Y'all remember her?
Hey, Lynn.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, Lynn, twin. I didn't even see my girl. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only gonna stay for a little bit, and I gotta go get me some food because I haven't ate, and then I'm gonna come back.
Mm-mm.
Make
What?
sure
Mm-mm.
you get some snacks while you out there because like if it's somebody who be on here after hours trying about not having snacks is you. So when you go get food, get you a snack for late
Ma'am,
night.
ma'am, please, ma'am,
You can say what you
please.
want, but you gonna be
Yep.
glad. Like I'm glad I got that
Yep.
snack.
I just had a cookie. I don't need no more snacks.
A
Snacks ain't
cookie.
always cookies and shit. It's just like something quick to eat. But you be on here talking about the store closed, and I be feeling for you because ain't nothing like wanting a snack and you ain't got one. Where I live at, it's so annoying. This like this market's closed at 10 on Saturdays and stuff.
That's why I'm about to get my food. I'm gonna give me a little drink, and we're gonna be ready.
I can't drink no more. Every time I drink something, I just go to sleep
I know I be sleepy too, but
and I wake up with a headache.
I do too.
TikTok streets seem to be quiet tonight.
Huh?
I think TikTok streets seem to be quiet tonight.
Some people actually outside.
Hmm?
Some people actually outside.
Seems that way.
Yeah, not us. We ain't outside. I ain't outside. I ain't been outside all
Being
day.
outside.
I walk my
I'm
dog.
outside. I'm multitasking, friend.
Oh,
I'm
okay. You
outside now.
outside. Me outside. My bad. Me outside. Outside. Okay, got it.
I've been outside all day,
Yeah,
multitasking.
I'm about to be outside too in a minute.
I'm over here grilling onions and peppers. I should have.
Oh, that sounds good.
No, my son said he was gonna cook. I was looking forward to it, and his ass been sweet. So now I'm over here cooking. I hope I didn't get him sick.
I hope not.
I done took half the bottle of airborne. I was not trying to be sick.
But them kids be getting you sick.
Tara, I think you're
Man,
gonna have to leave this topic for another night. You need to put up something that's gonna bring the people in.
they're being here. They coming.
Yeah, it might just be kind of early for them.
Yeah, but the people be coming. You gotta be a little
Because they be
patient.
loving this. Girl, Trini, these light skinned bandits can't wait to deny. They can't wait to argue and deny
Okay.
that they color it. They love it.
Okay, Ashley.
Hey,
I feel
Ashley.
like talking. Hey, what's up, Ashley?
Hey. Oh no. Okay. I'm getting ready to take a shower and I'm gonna come right back up. But I'm so sorry. I fell asleep on your live last night, Lynn, and I woke up and I was like, oh my fucking god! Like I fell asleep. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Um.
You know, like listen, when you be on here late night, it's gonna happen. Sometimes it's
Mm-hmm.
one of those.
Oh my god.
And
Okay.
girl,
But
you
yeah,
fall
I'm
asleep
gonna.
all the time.
I do. I
Why you
do.
talking about? I'm sorry, girl.
This
This ain't the
is
first time.
bad. This is a habit. I need to stop this. This is crazy. But yeah, I'm gonna take a shower and I'll be right back up.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. Cool.
I used to talk shit like I ain't never fell asleep on nobody live.
Hmm. Now that's all I do.
That's old news though. So do y'all know who this is in the picture?
Mm-hmm.
No idea.
Ain't is that that girl E Kane?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I just know because she problematic. So who else but her? I never even seen the lady.
Really?
Y'all see what I did
When?
there? No, I ain't never went
Girl.
to her page. I ain't never looked into her. I just know that she said some problematic shit about being light skinned. That's it.
I didn't even know she was light skinned. That's my
Don't
problem.
nobody give a damn about that lady.
No, she was on the live and she was arguing with somebody talking about you could never be where I'm at, and then started like berating her for being dark skinned. It was like it was a flex. Like I'm light skinned, you can't do this and do that. I'm like, what the fuck?
Hmm. They love it. It's so crazy too.
But the surprising part for me is the amount of people who deny the fact that light skin privilege is a thing or that colorism even exists. Like the stuff we say in our language every day, the way we um the things we assign with black, like it being a negative thing and people want to pretend like it's not a thing. Like, come on. Like you talked long enough. I'm gonna show you some shit you saying that's colorist in itself. Like that's crazy.
Hmm. And it happens so much. It's so casual.
My bad, yo. I didn't think I was gonna be cooking. I know this is loud. Is it too loud?
Oh, it's not bad.
Yes, I got some onions and bell peppers in here. And then I'm gonna throw some steak in here.
I love it.
Well, I
Okay,
mean,
steak.
I think they acting like it isn't true, but the reality is like they just want to deny it. They don't like when you tell people about their bias, it's always gonna be like, oh, not me. That's not a thing. That don't exist. That never happened. Like that's a lie. Like and to lie about shit that's obvious is crazy. But just like there is this level of entitlement that comes with somebody who has lighter skin. It's like when it's like when it becomes you and another person, you feel like your light skin is supposed to give you an edge. You feel like it's like you feel entitled to it. It's like when like biracial people who have lighter skin tones say stuff like oh black people don't like me or they treat me funny like no that a lot of times that's not what it is. And when you talk about that unique experience, they literally be talking about racism. Like I wouldn't even know you was biracial if you ain't say nothing. But I know it's like a whole identity crisis. But not everybody who likes skin biracial, so um and I actually
He
grew
is the
up
identity person. My
huh?
bad.
No wait.
I was just saying that is the identity crisis that we see is when you have a light skinned person who could not pass talking about even if they're biracial, acting like they're privileged. And I'm like, oh, you're really delusional. Like your idea, like you think being YT or being close to YT makes you superior, and it shows in you acting like we could tell that you're not anything but black. I think that's interesting phenomenon.
So the reason why I'm probably more colorist than the norm, because my mother, who's lighter than I am, I've heard her say shit like, "Oh, she just mad because they jealous of me because I'm light skinned," or like texturism is also a thing for her. Like, oh, one time she talking about some lady herself, like she got way that shit in her hair, and I'm like, what the fuck? And it's just crazy. Like I
Deck
wouldn't
here,
gotta,
y'all.
huh?
Deck here with us tonight.
Who?
How's everyone?
Deck.
Oh, what's up, Dak? Sorry, my bad, y'all. I'm cooking these onions and peppers and I'm gassing. What's up, Dak?
Not much. I just finished cooking and eating myself.
Deck, will you cook?
I cooked some salmon with mixed vegetables.
You don't cook Trinidad food at all, eh, Dex?
Sometimes, but today was quick and easy.
Oh,
I was
okay.
too lazy. It's one of those days.
I hear that.
Let me find some people to answer the conversation.
All right, I done sent the live out to 57 people.
I see
Y'all find
that.
y'all own people.
How's
Well, not
everyone?
all
Oh, shout out
57
to
was me.
Lynn. She
I
got the
probably sent
300
like
today,
30.
y'all.
No, I some of my followers dropped off, but it's okay. I'm gonna get them back.
Yeah, they
I
do
got
that.
the
When you do those
3,000.
live, if you like they'll do that.
What did Lynn do today?
She got her live her followers up.
Okay.
I see that. Okay.
Pub live too, so people might not be trickling in until he leaves. Not until he leaves. That's funny.
Y'all wanna
Oh, yeah,
come
true.
back? Cause I need to cook some food. Y'all wanna come back in like 30 minutes?
Yeah, we could do that.
All right, y'all. I'm going in there so I need to get all into this pan.
All
Okay.
right,
All right.
I'll
Okay.
go.
Where you going now?
Nothing. I was. Hey, Luxy, baby.
When you
Let me
wanted
see
to go
what
live?
pub. Nuh-uh. I was only gonna go live about some gossip. I was gonna do once a week. I'm gonna do some like some like current event gossip, and
Tara
then
and
that's what I was
Lynn,
gonna do late at night.
I
What?
have a question about this man who was digging his nose. Was
Oh
it tea
my
with that?
god! Not the digging his nerd nose. He um
I'm a
girl
Trinidadian,
Trini,
that's
he
what we
hate.
say. That's what we say. He was digging his nose. And Dex, that's what we say.
Oh yeah, it's just the way Lynn said
That's
it.
what everybody say. That's not only a Trinidadian thing. Shit, that's an
No, well,
American
I don't know.
thingy
I
too.
don't know if y'all say he was picking his nose, or y'all might say it a little
Oh
more
no,
polite. I don't know.
I think that's a white person thing. Black people in America say digging in your nose too. He was digging in his damn nose. He
So
was digging for gold,
let
digging
me tell
for
y'all about him
jewelry,
though. So he made a call out
brain
live.
cells. My bad. Go ahead, Kev.
I didn't know if I was muted. So he made a call out loud for Lynn and then Finn. I was gonna be next in line eventually. So I love to be one like it ended before it started type shit. Because when I saw that man dug in his nose, I was like, okay, let's do it. Like don't nobody care
Knuckles.
about nothing you said. And he was so irritated because like he wanted me to respond to what he
Yeah,
was
he wanted all of
saying,
us to respond.
and nobody gave a
We
shit
was
what he
like,
was
why
saying.
are y'all not responding to what I'm saying? Respond to what I'm saying.
Because your
And we just kept
knuckles
making
deep.
fun of him.
But
And
there
then
was nothing. There's
the
nothing
more
about him that gives take me seriously. He literally. I mean,
And he
he's
Trini,
like.
let me tell you. Hold on, Trini, let me tell you. His entire video about me is a fucking theory. He made up a theory. He made a video about me making a damn theory about why I'm a feminist and why I don't like pick me's. And supposedly I don't like pick me's and I'm a feminist because
Cause a
my
pick me
man
stole your man.
left me, yeah, for a pick me. And I'm like, all right, the type of men that I deal with don't like pick me's. Like they wouldn't want. They like women with brain cells. And that typically does not go hand in hand with pick meism. But yeah, girl, he on there with that nonsense, sir. You don't know shit about me. None of y'all motherfuckers do on the internet, but y'all love to assume. But the gag is, if y'all really knew, if y'all really knew, let me tell you about my brother though. If y'all really knew, that's a Drake song, by the way, y'all. Um, y'all will really be hurt. y'all will be gagging. Y'all will be sliding down the walls and windmilling every fucking chance y'all got. Like, please
Had
be
he
for
really been
real.
wearing that T-shirt for like 3 days, y'all?
that shirt, listen, the
Yes,
man, he dirty. He just
Damn.
dirty. Listen to me. He don't even care about presentation, right? He didn't.
Who is
He
this?
first of all, and he dug in his nose multiple times. He made another video and he was digging in his nose again. I said,
Who
"What
is
the
oh,
fuck?"
this?
and he made a video where he found hair on his tongue and he ate the damn hair, hot Cheetos all on his fingers.
Who
He's
is
so
this
fucking
you
dirty
guys
and
talking about?
nasty. You didn't
Who
see
is
the
this?
videos, Dex?
Let's go watch the
Dex, did
video,
you not see
Dex.
the videos?
Okay, I'm gonna watch it.
Go watch no Dex. You gotta go watch. Go watch.
And
They
who's
short. They like 20 seconds a piece.
and yours, Tara? Because I watched a couple just now of yours, but Is it
You
I
yours?
gotta
saw.
go to
I
his
didn't see
page.
any of Lynn. I saw
He's
Tara.
tagged in Tara page and Tara. Hold on. Dex. If
Mm-hmm.
you go to the man page that's tagged in the video, who Tara is sharing, what is that called? When you
Then
copy somebody,
With
who Tara
Stitch.
Stitch.
stitched the video of, he has a video talking shit about me, Sid, and Tara. You gotta go watch the
Okay, I'm
videos.
gonna watch that. Yeah.
It's this man named Blood Hockey Tui. That's what I call him, or we can call him high blood pressure, whatever one you prefer. Um, he don't like us because he don't like feminists, and we ain't never met this nigga a day in our lives. One day we was in I think TK live because Sin was in there, and we came in there, and he came up on the panel, and he like, my opportunity has found me to finally confront these feminists. So he sees the opportunity to come up there and be like, fuck all of you, but like going off on us because he's been waiting for the opportunity to like go off on us.
Cause he been
So
start.
since then,
Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
yeah, he's been stalking us. He's been like, you know, arguing with us when he's on the same panel. This nigga, one time I was on Franklin panel, and I'm always on Franklin panel, y'all. So you know, like, he never is there. He saw me on Franklin panel. He was harassing me on comments, and when I went and respond, he came up on the fucking panel. He sat on the fucking panel and waited and waited and waited and waited until finally he got the opportunity to say something. First thing he said was something about me, and I started cussing his ass out on Franklin Live. Because why are you obsessed with me? Like, why are you a stalker? Why are you obsessed with me? It's not cute. It's not demure. It's not dainty. It's none of the above. You raggedy, you ashy, you dirty, you nasty. You've been wearing the same fucking shirt for 3 days, and I don't believe you took a fucking shower or brushed your nasty ass, dirty, crooked ass teeth. You big back bastard. Because I know you're looking. I just fucking know you're looking and you're watching us and you're waiting because you're fucking obsessed, and you record every single live we're on like a fucking psychopath. Like you don't have no fucking life. You nasty, egregious bastard. He was so mad at me the other day. What triggered him is I was on Pubs Live, and I said, I don't give a fuck about none of you niggas. I don't. And that fucking triggered him, and he couldn't fucking wait to say something. You follow a man who you don't fucking like, you don't like Public, and he gonna say, oh, Public is the one who turned you into a feminist. Public this, Public that. Y'all need to stop sucking dick so bad over the fucking internet and get a life. Don't nobody be worried about y'all. Y'all the ones who so fucking mad and worried about everybody else. Because y'all losers. You're losers in real life. Nobody fucking likes you. Nobody still likes you. Everybody hates you. Go get a fucking life.
Hey, Ruthie, what's up?
Hold up, but it's just I don't
Yeah,
know.
he
He
was
just
digging. He was like digging in his body, scratching his face, digging in his. Disgusting. It's disgusting. Hold
and then
on,
he made a response video to me with Cheetos all on his
bro.
hand.
Cheetos on his finger. He's nasty. He's disgusting. He was scratching all on his face, itching on his face, hawking stuff up, digging in his teeth. Like
Jesus.
all of that, all on the video while you talking shit about somebody. You're a nasty, disgusting bastard. You're disgusting and you're gross. Okay.
You know what's crazy? And then he made a video. He made a response somehow. I wasn't digging in my nose. What I actually was doing was this. I'm like, yo, like everybody could see you digging in your nose. Like you was digging in your nose. I even showed it to my son. I was like, you can see that I turned the volume was off. I said, let me know if you see what happened. And within 30 seconds, he like, ew. I'm like, exactly. Like, I'm not tripping. Like, come on, man. You was digging in your nose. And then it's just, he probably watching right now. And the funny part is nobody was responding to his stuff. So I'm pretty sure he's on my, he was in my videos all fucking day, looking at the comments. Yeah, them bags is cute, man. Um,
Thank you, Dex. Thank you,
He
Tara.
live in squalor. How you gonna live in squalor and think anything you say matters to somebody? Like, no, I'm not gonna respond to your point. Cause you not who I don't care what you think of me, first of all, sir. Like, I don't care what you
A
think of
girl,
me.
he talking about Tara. I will change my shirt if you stop talking about men on TikTok. If you stop doing this, well, bitch, wear the shirt the whole fucking year, nigga, because we ain't gonna fucking stop. Like the fuck. Like you want an excuse so you can keep wearing your same old nasty, dirty, raunchy T-shirt? Like, is that what you saying? Because you know we ain't gonna stop talking about what we talking about. And then this bastard got on Benny's live the next morning on a I hate public bandwagon, and he bought me up. I didn't even have shit to do with the public and Benny beef. And he like, yeah, it's this girl named Lynn, and I put her in her place. I put her in her place. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? When have I ever been put in my? Ain't no nigga has ever put me in my fucking place. Not even my goddamn daddy.
But what's your
Fuck
place
out my
though?
face, nigga.
What? That's crazy. Why they want to humble? That's the thing. Like it's like I'm gonna say the thing to like the gotcha. Like you can't. You're not qualified, sir. You can't do it. Come on, you want the white man, sir? Shut the fuck up. You sound dumb. You sound dumb.
They want to put her in her place because, well, especially like him, like he's like attracted to her. Like Lynn is a beautiful woman, but all of y'all are beautiful, and that's what got him upset is that he's just so disgusting and so jealous. Not jealous, jealous not the right word. He wants some attention because how else do we get beautiful attention from beautiful women like you guys? How else would he get it other than this type of stuff like this elementary hitting the girl you like type of bullshit? That's what he's doing. I mean, he's miserable.
They
He's
want to put women
miserable.
in their place because they couldn't be women. Let's clock that. They can't be women, so they want to put women in their place.
Yep.
They're jealous.
Hold up, Dax. Did you go watch the video though?
It was kind of hard listening to Lynn just now. Lynn not been cracking up too much there.
Dax be
I can
finding
keep
shit funny,
going
y'all. I want Dax
because
to say
he nasty and he dirty and like I don't know what else. Like I don't know what else. Like you would never ever in real life have the opportunity to talk to me. Even if I saw you in real life, I would be like, I don't have any spare change. Like get away from me, please, sir. Please. The only reason why we even have had a conversation is because we are on TikTok. Okay, that is the only reason. So you better be fucking nice and count your fucking blessings, okay? Because you are despicable. You have a nasty fucking attitude, and then you have the nerve. You are ugly and dirty and broke, and then you got the nerve enough to have a nasty fucked up attitude too. That just don't even go in line together. You need to get your shit together because you're never gonna at this rate, sir, you are never going to get any coochie. Like ever, ever, ever in life. It's never gonna happen for you. So you need to get it together and become a better human being. That's the only chance in hell you got. And I would advise any woman to stay away from you. You are disgusting. If you were the last man on earth, I would not fuck with you. I'd marry anyone besides you. I would rather be with a homosexual man, a trans woman, a trans man, anybody else on the fucking planet but you. You're fucking gross. And you always got some shit to say about other people from other communities. They are more men than you, sir. You're a pathetic piece of shit. You're nasty and you're disgusting and you're broke. You digging in your eyes. You digging all over your body. You in a dingy, dusty, dirty
He
basement.
looks like Diddy,
It's
no shade.
disgusting. It's disgusting. You're gross. You're picking on your skin. Look at this skin, sir. You would never get next to me. You couldn't even He's touch doing it me. right I would be here. afraid. I would get a bum bump
He
just
looks
fucking
like
with
he looks
touching
like
you.
Diddy, no
Ugh.
shade. He looks like Diddy.
hold up. What's up, Ruthie? Lynn just kicked the hell out that man. And y'all know he in the hallway. What's up, Ruthie?
Are y'all
Cooking is
talking
so
about that
cute.
man that was stitching your videos?
Yeah.
Oh, brother. I couldn't even take that seriously. I could not. But I came up here because of your prompt.
Okay. Yeah, Ruthie had to call out some light skin behavior the other day.
Yeah, and this is our girl, so I'll say it because I said it to her face. KGR got a lot of unpacking to do, man. It be real white tea lady sometimes. A little bit of delusion there. And I've been called out on my certain light skin ways and verbiage, and sometimes we just don't know. And yeah, we got to do better. I've seen some weird light skin behavior all up and down this app, if I'm gonna be honest. So
Hold on. What did KGR do? I missed
Hold on,
this.
hold on, hold on. What type of behavior you say, Ruthie?
well, I mean, I can just talk about what's going on in the beauty community right now. There's a dark skinned woman, beauty creator, who made a video calling out a brand for making a set of blushes that people my shade and darker, basically, if you are anywhere darker than me, you can't wear the blush. And guess what's happening? There's some lighter skinned people. There's some people from the Asian community, people from the white community, basically gaslighting the fuck out of this dark skinned black woman. So I mean, just even in the beauty community, I see the BS.
Girl, what brand is it?
YSL, the video you commented on, that
YSL.
was me calling out YSL. And I tagged them directly. Sure
They
did.
but those major beauty lines have never been color girl friendly. Like any woman with with a tint of melanin, they're not like even light skinned girls. They're not good for them either. Like YSL, Chanel, Charlotte Tilbury, any of those like upper scale beauty and first of fucking all, if we gonna talk about fucking beauty, I have beef with them anyway because none of y'all skincare products have anything to do with fucking skincare. It doesn't fucking work. It's just lotion in a can. Like, why the fuck don't you have no ceramides? You don't have no hyaluronic acid. You don't have no BHA, AHA. Like, what the fuck is this doing for my skin? It's not doing shit for my skin. It's just overpriced lotion. I don't have time for this shit, Lemaire. Okay? I ain't buying this shit when K Beauty is half the fucking price, less than half of the price, and it actually has active ingredients to work for my skin. Shout out y'all to myself. I'm about to start hosting lives to talk about this kind of stuff too once a week. I'm gonna go on mute. Sorry, Tara.
Okay.
Wait, motherfucker, did you get my text message or what?
I did. I
Yeah.
was on the plane.
Yeah. Okay, well, good. Yeah. I like that.
I love the fact that she said, "Oh, I was on a plane," so casually. Like she does this multiple times a week. And if she does, I love it. I love it for her.
Yeah, Lynn is a professional sugar baby, just so y'all know. So, but TD, you want to comment on the topic?
Yes, ma'am. Light skin behavior. Yeah, I've seen it too here lately. It's getting out of hand. Like I don't know what the problem is. I don't know why it matters. I don't know why they're putting such emphasis on light skin or being light skin, like that makes them better than somebody. Like
What kind of
it's
behavior have you
it's like
witnessed?
the light skins act like they're superior because of who they are and what their skin color is. They act superior and
Oh,
they
wait, hold on,
bully.
real quick. When you say superior, like, can you tell us what kind of
It's
behavior
like
you're talking about?
it's like we're better. It's basically like the white people when they do it to us, but it's coming from the light skinned people. For people of darker complexion, they're bullying us basically, and I'm noticing it. Like they're calling us like there was one creator on here. I don't know her name, but she's a light skin creator, and she and this darker skin creator were going at it about something, and then the light skin girl called her a roach. Like what? Like, what do you mean,
You talking about
roach?
E Kane?
Yes.
Girl, now be so goddamn. We could. That was first of all. She not even all that light skinned herself to be that goddamn delusional.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying, like,
And I don't agree with her. That was disgusting.
are
And
you
you should,
kidding?
yeah, as a light skinned woman, you should never refer to any black woman to any type of animal, insect, period. But as
And
a
Cardi
light
B is
skinned black
guilty of it
woman, you
too.
damn sure shouldn't do that when it comes to someone darker than you. Like the nuances, the colorism, like light skinned people have to understand that context and the level of privilege that they have within their own black fucking community. Now that is what really irritates me.
And I personally was called a roach by another light skinned woman, and I almost punched her in the face because we got into it about like she was a bitch off jump, so that's why I didn't like her. And then we got into it, and then she called me a roach, and I'm like, oh, okay, so you want to get busted in your mouth, basically, because what do you mean? So yeah, that's the behavior. Like I said, they think they're better than us just because they think they look more attractive than they actually are.
So Limitless, unless other people not tapping at all, I do see them going up though. I can see that you liking the live. Yeah, I also feel like some of it is the words, but it's just an action too, right? Feeling like um I don't know, just like I think it's like silencing people's voice is a big one. Like, oh, because of my experience and who I am, I know more about this, and don't try to check me type shit. I don't know, like it's like this entitlement shit. I don't like. I don't like the some of the verbiage in the conversations even we have. It's like it leans toward like I be talking about like black men because like I'm around black men, but like I'm not praising no YT man. Like fuck that. That's some bullshit right there. I don't know where that shit came from. Cause them niggas them YT niggas is trash too, to be honest. Like let's be for real.
It comes from the enslavement mindset. That's why they praise them. It comes from the Amasa mindset of always praising the white tea man when that white tea man is just as disgusting as
Hold up,
anybody else.
because like I'm making sure nobody dominate the conversation. I'm done with
Okay,
that.
I'm sorry.
So for the girls.
Hi,
Hey, ma'am, how you doing today?
I'm good. How are you? How's the
I'm good.
panel?
We paneling. You want to comment on the topic?
Yes, I love this topic. That being said, I did want to ask you guys a question about it because recently I feel like I've been kind of getting gaslit on this, and I just want to make sure that the narrative just actually change, or am I wrong? Am I like did the narrative change and I'm wrong, or am I just being gaslit? So there's a belief now that is saying that you can't be monoracial and light skin. You would have to be some type of biracial and light skin. If you are monoracial, you are considered dark skin, and the lighter monoracial black people, they are not light skinned, they are dark skinned.
Well,
That is one.
I've heard like people told they were like, oh, what you mixed with? Like you only like you black type shit, but like I don't give a fuck about that shit. That shit don't harm me at all.
No,
Yeah,
I think
no,
she's
it's
saying something different. I know exactly what you're talking about. The classifications that you're talking about are more so used in the UK and in different countries within Africa and Europe per se. And it's just in America we have that one drop rule, and so somebody that is biracial is considered light skinned, et cetera, et cetera. Is that what you're more so talking about?
I think so, but all the
Yeah.
people that I've been talking about recently, they're American, which is why I'm just like, because I know it's like there's this second wave group of people, which I think is heavily influenced by social media, where it's like because of the one drop rule, they'll they'll mainly also add in like fully biracial people into the mix when they're considering who's light skinned and who's dark skinned. and stuff, whereas where I do mainly only monoracial people or like mostly monoracial people. And then that's how I decide who's dark skinned or light skinned. So, like, for example, they were trying to say that Beyonce would be considered dark skinned. And I was like, absolutely not. That's not, like, she's considered light skinned in the black community. But if you are also adding non fully black people, yeah, she would be considered light skinned because they're the there's less melanin in their blood.
Um, this is where the confusion coming from that I be hearing all the time because people be so confused. They be like, I'm light skinned or I'm not light skinned, I'm dark skinned. Like I wish y'all would stop blurring the lines. Like biracial people are still black because if that's the case, then even light skinned people wouldn't be quote unquote monoracial because I'm light skinned for a reason. It's not because like I wish y'all would stop like policing people blackness. It's irritating.
Yeah, like that's not even necessarily what I was like trying to do or anything. And it's like I get that, right? But it's like when we're talking about the topic of colorism, within our community and stuff, that is when I kind of separated because the lighter skinned black people, they definitely are colorist to the darker skinned black people. And when we're addressing that, I feel like it would just be easier to say they're light skinned or dark skinned, and then the other, and then the non fully monoracial people are just biracial, and then that would be racism. That's
But
how
that's
I.
not okay. But the problem with that is that I can think of off the top of my head, I can think about six, just like randomly thinking about it. And as I'm talking, I'm thinking of like seven. Now it's like eight biracial people who are darker than me. So that's not a real thing. Like Barack Obama is dark. It's a bunch of dark. Not when I say dark, I mean like darker, complected. Like they're a darker shade of light skin, I should say. But I know a biracial girl. Who is her mom is a YT woman. Dad is a black guy. She is literally like brown skin. Like she's not even light skin. She's brown skin. So how would you be able to tell that? That's why that's not a good place to be when we're having these conversations because it just gets weird. It gets messy. Like at the end of the day, people, if you benefit from light skin privilege and you are of the diaspora, you black, whether you're monoracial or biracial or multiracial, you need to be in this conversation so that you can unpack some stuff. That's just what it is.
Yeah, I think yeah, because like I said, like um, I know why I'm light skinned, and that shit was not consensual. I'm pretty sure it went further back, but my shit a little more recent than some other people. That shit was not consensual, and a lot of times it's like you people celebrating some shit that wasn't even. I don't know. Like I don't know. Like the shit is problematic. A lot of people don't realize like even after slavery or whatever, you had black women who were domestic workers working in homes, and they were essayed very often, like assaulted very often. And it's like that's not some shit to celebrate. But at the end of the day, it ended up being anti-blackness. Period. Like no matter what your makeup is, when people see you, they not gonna ask you who your mom and your daddy is. They gonna be like, "Oh, this what you are." And it's interesting how people want proximity to whiteness in the black community, but when you go into the YC community, they not embracing you. They're not saying, "Oh, you wanted up." That's where a lot of your trauma coming from. To be honest, yeah, Raven Simone a fucking joke though. Wasn't she? Didn't her wife say some shit about putting period blood or something in spaghetti or something? Something like that.
Girl, no telling they fucking insane. But I agree, 'cause that's the same way I think about it, Sarah. And I didn't know anybody else thought about it like that. Because like when people approach me, it's a lot of reasons why I respond like this, and it's because I'm overcompensating. I'm not stupid now. Like, and that happens with a lot of light skinned people who are relatively aware or woke. They end up overcompensating and being like super, super, super like pro black, I guess you can say, whatever. But my response to people who used to ask me was I mixed did trigger me because for two reasons. I am, in my opinion, I think that I look like I don't think that people are actually confused about me being mixed based on phenotype. I think that they be lying because I think that a lot of times people, the way they view YT people, they think I view it the same way. So they think I would take it as a compliment to say that I'm mixed, even though I believe that I don't have anything phenotypically outside of my skin being light that would make somebody think I'm light skinned. I just think that it's just them trying to connect with me because they anti-black. But the other thing is I know my parents are not mixed or YT. My grandparents are not mixed on YT, and my great great grandparents are not mixed on YT. So I know it came from when they were enslaved, and that's where it came from, and that's triggering. That's not nothing to be excited about. So that's why I also get offended too. So I think it's weird, and it exposes how anti-black people are when they come to talk to you about things and they like or even when YT people put their arm up to me, that's not cool to me. I don't think it's funny.
They put their
But
arm up to you.
huh?
You said you had white people put their arm up to you? That's crazy.
But I know they do it because they're so used to there's a lot of there's more light skinned women who entertain it than not. That's why they think it's okay. And that's why I say colorism is akin to racism. I'm not gonna stop saying that. And when light skinned women act like they don't know what we're talking about, they're lying because light skinned people are privy to the conversations. You're privy to how people feel. It might be a light skinned grandma who bragging about the yesteryears and how people used to hate on her because she was light skinned, and they talk about how pretty your eyes is, how pretty your skin is, and I can go on and on and on. Y'all know that colorism is real because y'all privy to the conversation, and I think the reason why y'all be denying it is because you be chiming in too. You don't want nobody to. You don't want your secret to get exposed that you're chiming in too, and you saying a couple things too. My bad, Tara.
No, you good. So you saying you think it's a test. So when they say certain stuff in front of you, they trying to test to see if you're safe or like which way you lean towards.
Yeah, they trying. Well, yeah, they are trying to see if you safe. Like they're trying to see if like you good. But then I think like sometimes when like darker skinned people do it, I do think that it could either be internal for them or it could be that they're trying to see if they're also trying to test you too to see if you're safe. Like they're trying to see like how she responds to me saying this is gonna be whatever. So I think it depends.
Yeah, and I agree that like as a light skinned woman growing up, somebody saying they don't know if this is a real thing, that's definitely a fucking lie because um when I talk about like when I was serial dating or whatever, it was multiple men who would like compliment me on being light skinned. Like this shit happened all the time. I had relatives say shit like, "Oh, you light skinned" and all that. Like it's something that's saying so casually, especially by the older generation, to sit here and pretend like that shit don't happen or you're not familiar with this bullshit. What's up, Ashley?
Hey
Get a red.
Tara. Oh my gosh, I love what Mia just said. It's so true because truth be told, I
Hold on, real quick. Can y'all tap the screen and engage with in the comments and gift the panel and all that good stuff? Go ahead, Ashley.
yeah, no, what Blue just said in the comments, because you got quote unquote yellow bone and you got quote unquote red bone, and apparently those are different. And then you have like brown skin and then dark skin. Like, it's the spectrum is so wild. And I personally, I used to joke with my friend. I was like, well, I'm orange. I'm somewhere between like brown skin and light skin, depending on who you ask and if they're a colorist or not. And I think that regardless of that, I think even being in that position is just like Mia said, you have people trying to test you to see if they are safe around you, whether it's women who are absolutely, who qualify as being dark skinned women, trying to see if you're going to overcompensate to make them feel away, or you have men who are colorists who are like, oh yeah, I love your skin tone. You know what I mean? Also trying to see if you are aligned with white supremacy. So you get both. And I think that me existing in this place where it I don't think that, okay, I said something last night that I'm going to say again, because if your foundation for confidence is directly affected by how much melanin you have, you already have issues. Like, you already have issues, because at the end of the day,
That
it
just means you're
is.
not allowed to miss any more practices.
You said what now?
That's actually normal. But I'm
Oh,
not on the go.
my bad. Sorry.
Girl, you
Yeah, so it at the end of the day, like, if your foundation for confidence is the fact that you lack melanin, or you have just enough melanin to be accepted by white tea people, you already have so many other things that you need to work through and heal from and stuff like that. And so I've never felt comfortable in that conversation, even when I was quote unquote benefiting from it. It was still uncomfortable. And then also me feeling like the way that it's set up is, it's meant to be a system of who benefits over whom. Like, when you look at this Ice Spice situation with her and her supposed friend going on tour with her and all the stuff that happened, people are making it a colorism issue when it could honestly be just, this is who she is. She's not a good person, and regardless of what skin tone that girl was, she was going to get treated that way. Or it could also absolutely be a colorism issue. And so, yeah, like, there's a benefit to light skinned people aligning themselves with dark skinned people so that they can kind of create this, the same way like the YT savior complex. It's the colorism version of that. And I think that we have to recognize that that's what's happening. Because have I had a friend who was more dark skinned who felt away and was angry at like the attention and stuff that I would get when we go out? Yes. But was I the friend that was like, girl, F them, you are absolutely gorgeous? You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, I also did that. So at this,
Ashley,
yeah, go ahead.
I gotta cut in because that was slightly problematic. I wanted to tell you why.
Hmm.
But I want to clarify first before.
Hmm.
Um, so you said, has there been a time that I've been with a darker complected friend and she was upset with me for getting attention? Absolutely. But have I also told her that she's beautiful and that this and the third? I know I'm paraphrasing, but is
Yeah,
that
yeah,
the gist of what you said?
yeah,
Let me tell
because
let me
yeah,
tell you. Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish. I want to make sure, and I'm gonna let you finish, and I'll push back after you
yeah.
complete your thought.
Because, well, my point is, don't let people who are like, it's not to invalidate her, but it's, don't let people who are colorist and problematic get in the way of what we have as a friendship. Like, don't get upset with me, but even if you do, like, I want to be the one to tell you, like, they're stupid. Like, you know what I mean? Like, them making you feel, or you deciding to engage with them trying to make you feel away, don't do that, because their opinion doesn't matter. But again, like, I know that coming from the place that I'm coming from, she may receive that or she may not. But yeah, I absolutely want to hear what you have to say.
All right, this is my Tara. Oh, you want to go, Tara?
No, go ahead. You good?
This the problem I have with that because one of the symptoms of light skin behavior is our perception on things, and because we have been told our whole life that people are jealous of us because we're pretty and we have connected, or we have heard that, and what they're really saying is that we're light skinned and our pretty hair and whatever, right? I can go down the whole list. We have internalized that, and it happens at home, but we see it on TV. We see it with some of the pairings like Gina and Pam. We seen it, and I can't think of some other ones off the top of my head, but we see this representation all the time, and it's stuck with us. So it happens at home, within society, and then on TV, the propaganda that's pushed to promote these light skinned women, right? So now you and your friend are out. And is it possible that your friend could just be one of those type of people that's just a hateful person in general? I suppose. But based on what I'm hearing, you perceived it as that she was offended because you're getting attention when she could have been offended about a number of things that happened. Like you could have said something. She could think that you're acting different because you're around other men and they're giving you attention and you're acting funny. You might have said something that you didn't think was offensive, but it was offensive to her, and she clocked it. I mean, it's a number of different things that could happen. It always makes me uncomfortable when people say that, because if you understand the society we're in, that wouldn't be your perception. I would never, even if I experience a dark skinned woman being shady towards me, I I understand why she might be doing it. I'm not saying I'm gonna let somebody bully me. I don't give a fuck who you is. You talk crazy to me, it's open season. I don't care. I'm gonna talk crazy back. But it's a difference. If somebody is uncomfortable with me or they're not sure about me and they're being a little shady because they're trying to see if they're clocking something with me, I understand why. Light skinned women are not safe. We're not safe. It's in your best interest to have your antennas up when you're in company with light skinned women the way we are conditioned. So are you sure that she was jealous, or was it other things going on that you could have been more sensitive to?
Did she say that? Actually,
Honestly, that I love that question, Mia, because it's such a valid question. I feel like when it comes to the conversations that we'd had previously, it was always a light skin, dark skin thing because she was very open about having been bullied for being dark skinned.
did she say it that day? That day when you said you thought that she was being jealous of that? Did she?
Yeah, yeah. So we had a friend group and she expressed it to another friend. And it was like, oh, they only like her because she's light skinned. And I'm like, well, like even knowing that, it was still one of those things where me knowing the foundation of her insecurity, it was more so like Mia said, no, I'm not going to let
Is
anyone bully
it?
me. But also knowing that, like, I wanted to validate her because they're colorists. Like, why do you care if they like you? You know what I mean?
So hold up, but is it possible that you actually felt like you were prettier than her because you're light skinned? Like, is that a possibility? Because like we could be like, yeah, she said that, just like whatever. But like, is it a possibility that like low key, the way you carry yourself, the way you talk about certain things, or just like internally, do you feel like you prettier than her because you're light skinned? For example, if you felt like you was your same person, your same version of yourself, but you was dark skinned, would you feel like you wasn't as pretty? And like, can you answer that like honestly?
Yeah, no, that's a valid question that I can honestly say I've not thought about. I can genuinely say I didn't think I was prettier than her. She's gorgeous. She looks like a Barbie doll. Like she's beautiful.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like when it comes to like, cause you've dated, so you know the type of shit men say, right?
Right,
And you
right.
know, like if it was her against you in a situation where a man was trying to approach her, you know for a fact he would find you more attractive just because you're lighter skin. Like, especially a man that's colorist. So I'm saying, like, is it valid for her to feel that way?
Like did I internalize that privilege that I
Yeah,
had?
because what I'm saying is, I get what you're saying. Like that's not what it was, but her critique of you might have actually been accurate.
Yeah. It's definitely possible. We were a lot younger then, but yeah, I mean it's definitely possible because like I said, you benefit from being the quote unquote light skinned friend, you know? And so it's possible. I can honestly say that my intentions were always to be like, we're girls, like F these men. You know what I mean? Like even when they try to triangulate us against each other, it's a no for me. And I feel like I was very vocal about that. But if she felt like I was basking in that privilege, if you will, I can honestly say I wouldn't have recognized that in myself at the time. I can still say I didn't see that in myself. But is it
So,
possible that it was there just due to lack of self awareness? Possibly. Yeah.
so do
That's
you
why she
understand?
talked to your other friend. Go ahead, Sarah. My bad, Sarah.
No, I was just gonna say, damn, I lost what I was gonna say. Go ahead, man.
My bad, Sarah.
No, you good? It's
Um,
over. It's in the past.
not the light skin on light skin violence, but yeah, she did feel that way. That's why she talked to the friend about it, and not you. I mean, she did. Like we know she did now, because you found out because of a friend. Hopefully, that friend didn't break the confidence between her and them. But nonetheless, like Tara said, that's in the past. It's done now. But
Yeah.
we do know that she felt away. She did feel away because she talked about it. And I do think that it's interesting that you said that I was basking in it because I think that's a perfect um word to describe what some dark skinned women may feel when they're in a situation with a lighter skinned woman
Right.
who is getting this type of attention. I think that is what the word is, and it's fine. It's fine for you to be unsure about it. It's just we're just trying to get some awareness, right? Just
Yeah.
understanding that that's what we might. Because who doesn't like attention, right? I like who doesn't
Right.
like attention? It is
Right.
possible that we're unknowingly basking in this attention that we're getting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
Also,
I
I know what I
appreciate
wanted to
y'all
say.
asking these
Hold on,
questions
hold on,
because
hold on. Before I'm
okay.
gonna lose it again. I'm gonna lose it again.
Okay, go ahead.
Yo, my brain is like all over the place. But it's also possible that like we know it. Like we know it's a thing in society. We don't talk about it. It's a dirty little secret, right? It's possible that it's not that some black dark skinned women just don't like light skinned women. That's how it is. It's possible that they actually can clock some shit in us that we can't tell they can clock. Because like we clock shit in men all the time, and we like, oh, she just wants some shit. But in reality, is the thing you think she can't tell that you know, she know that you know, and you carry yourself away, and she picking up on it.
Yeah. No, it's so true. And I hate to sound like a man right now because I feel like they do this a lot, specifically on your panel, Tara. But when it's one of those things where you may not be aware yourself, but someone else could see it in you, that's why I leave space for the possibility. Because I feel like, again, what Mia was saying earlier, I feel like I overcompensated, but I wanted to because I could see, like, she explicitly stated that that was an insecurity.
Yeah, but when you
So,
overcompensate, also it's showing like you. It's like it makes the person feel like you think like even that's problematic.
yeah,
It's like
that's
why are
true.
you pitying me as a person? Like why are you looking down on me as a person? They think
Yeah.
that anything you can do can make me feel any type of different. Like that right there coming from a place of privilege. Like no, we're not going to overcompensate because no, it's like bitch, you experiencing the shit I'm experiencing too when it comes down to racism. Only problem is you use privilege, and society has thought that you better than me, and you believe that shit.
Right.
And look, light skinned women do a thing that men do when it comes to white skinned women. Like, because I believe black men love to be fetishized, like they don't care about it. And it's a whole deep thing I go into. I'll talk about it another time to explain it more. But light skinned women do it too, right? Because it's a fetish and we be okay with being fetishized. And if we get past that, it'll help us be sincere and present in some of these situations and we won't be compensating, like overcompensating. Because what happens is like you being them picking you or being more quote unquote attracted to you is not a prize. Because if a man is more attracted to you because you're light skinned, all he wants to do is bend you over or spread you open, whatever, however it goes. But it's not genuine, it's not real because no real, genuine, loving, affectionate, empathetic person would be that shallow, right? They wouldn't be that shallow. So if we get past this need of being a fetish, it would help us. But again, like I said, we be buying into it. Light skinned women love it. We bask in it. we be shoulder popping to
So
get this
hold
little
on.
funky ass attention that don't mean nothing. What you say, Sarah? My bad. I
I was
couldn't hear
just
you.
no. Stop apologizing.
Sorry.
Cut that shit out. Not you apologize about me saying I apologize, but
I can't hear,
um.
girl.
Oh, all right. Okay, cool. Get your shit together. But when it comes to like even a man, you talking about they want to bend you over. Not only that, like you find a man that, oh, you feel like you special, that triangulation bullshit, like, oh, I'm light skin, whatever. Let some YT woman walk in that room. You don't even exist no more. So it's like you really like you accepting scraps. There's no flex when it comes to that.
That's so true. And I appreciate y'all pointing that out because I feel like, this happened years ago, but I appreciate the clarity because it's absolutely possible she was clocking all of that. And I was the one that didn't clock it. So thank y'all.
Nah, that shit happened yesterday. I'm playing.
Hi
I'm
there,
joking,
y'all.
Ash. I'm just playing with you.
Hi, Tara. Hi, panel.
Hey.
Hey,
Hey,
energy.
so I have a question.
Hold on. Like, are you okay? Go ahead. You good?
Okay. So what exactly are we supposed to do in these situations?
What
I'm
situation?
the situation of being light skinned and being around um, people of dark skin, and maybe they feel some kind of way, maybe they don't, maybe you don't know. I mean, what are we supposed to do? Because I feel like what I'm hearing is we have to be aware, but I don't want to tiptoe.
Hold on. What?
So I'm just kind of asking,
Give me. Hold
what
on.
exactly
Hold on.
do?
Energy. Can you give us an example of like what you mean by tiptoe? I'm in confusion.
Okay, so I grew up with this exact thing. So my mom's black, my dad's black. I came out light skinned. Um, So much so that they had a rumor that I wasn't even my dad's. My mom had to like take a DNA test type of thing or whatever. But just the fact that I was light skinned and his family was all dark skinned, I was treated way different all the time with all the cousins,
Y'all
like
got,
all the family,
you got,
right?
y'all got to be detailed when y'all say like what do you mean like they treated you different?
They always brought it up and excluded me, like they would just do stuff like, "Oh, I want her on my team. I want her on my team." No, she light skinned. She can't be on my team.
So are you saying I isolated you because you light skinned or they isolated because your family toxic?
Well, their rhetoric was because I was light skinned. I've heard that my whole life, and I really never knew how to handle it. Because how do you come? What do you say back? What do you say back to when someone says, "Oh, girl, you light skinned. That's why they hired you. Oh, girl, you light skinned. That's why he liked you. Oh, you light skinned. That's why." What do you come back with? Because I would just stay silent. But if it was like a lot of attitude, then I felt like it was some kind of jealousy, something towards my skin. So
So
as I've
somebody
gotten
said that
older,
if
as
somebody
I've
said
gotten, go
hold up.
ahead.
Because you asked the question, and somebody was like, "Oh, you got hired because you light skinned." I'd be like, "Damn, you know what? I probably did. Like, I probably did. But me being light skinned probably did is the reason why they hired me. Thanks for like informing me. Like, that's fucking crazy. That's some bullshit.
Right, like a joke, like sarcasm. Yeah.
No. I'm not
Or for
joking.
real.
I'm dead fucking serious. Yeah, like
Oh.
it does happen. Like, yeah, I'm dead fucking serious.
So as I've gotten older, because back then I didn't understand colorism, right? When I was younger. But as I've gotten older, I do see it. I mean, maybe even in my 20s, I'm almost 50 now. But in my 20s, I started seeing it. And that's when I really got quiet because it felt like I was getting attacked and I had no good bounce back.
So, how did
There was
you
Okay.
throughout the years? How did you use your being light skin to your advantage? How has it made you insecure about yourself?
Um, I actually don't know other than dark black men like light skinned women, and I used to attract them a lot,
No, we were just talking
and I
about
would use that.
being fetishized. Go ahead, Lynn. You wanted to
Yeah,
say?
being fetishized that way, but I don't know of what else, what other ways.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Lynn. Mia.
Me, damn, you don't even know my name. See,
You gotta know your name, Mia.
this
Stop
what I be.
it. Mia be saying shit. Go ahead, Mia.
I be slipping, girl. I be slipping stuff in there. But anywho, ma'am, when you said that, this be so difficult to me because I'ma just say it like nobody didn't think you was your daddy's daughter or whatever you talking about. Like you're not that. You're not. You act like you came out white skinned. Like you
I
act like
did.
you're telling a story, but ma'am, you're. I'm looking at your profile.
Yeah, you're looking at my profile, but when I was a baby, I was light skinned
I
and
know.
white
Cause what you
and blue eyes.
cause are you but
Blue
you ain't have
eyes.
no blue eyes because they're not blue now. So are you
They're
gonna
not
tell me
that,
that you
but they
got
were in my
darker?
baby
You are you
picture.
gonna tell are you gonna tell me that you got darker because of the sun? Ma'am, I'm from the south. I heard it all before. I'm not new to this. You can't pull that my hair was a different texture to my mama perm. You can't pull that with me. I'm
I'm
in the south.
sorry.
I'm
I'm
deep
sorry.
in. You can't do that.
I'm sorry,
So
but I'm sorry. I'm just telling my truth. That's all I'm doing here.
No, no.
So I am from the South too, and I have
and I
baby
know that
pictures of
okay, hold on,
being
ma'am. We heard
light
that. You said
skinned.
that. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
You said
So
that.
I
You saying
did.
it 5 more times? Okay, you said it, and then I heard you. You was white skinned with blue eyes. I heard that before too. And that's fine. Congratulations. But
No, I'm
what
not.
I'm
I'm
saying,
not fetishizing that. I'm not fetishizing. I'm just telling you. I
But nobody
mean,
asked you what color
the
your eyes were. But okay, all right, go ahead.
I'm not trying to. I was actually coming up here to just ask on how to handle that, not to,
okay,
No,
so I'm
you
gonna tell
get
me.
you
So let me
going.
finish. Let me finish. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why you got me going.
Okay, because I see I got you going because it's
Yeah,
coming
you
off a little
did.
disrespectful. It's coming off a little
Yeah,
disrespectful. That's why I
yeah.
asked.
I be
And I
slightly
don't understand
disrespectful.
why.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you whenever you're ready. Okay.
Yes, please go.
When okay, blue eyes. People get triggered.
All
Like a
right,
lot of times
Tara. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
people get
I
triggered
was
when
just
people come up
really, I'm
here
not
talking.
triggered.
People
I
get
think I,
triggered. Now you're muted, ma'am, because people can get triggered. I'm triggered. I didn't say you was triggered. I'm telling you I'm triggered because I get triggered when people come up here and they want to talk about this reverse colorism when we're trying to have a conversation that is important to clock light skinned people acting light skinned like you're doing now, so that we can prevent the harm that's caused. So yeah, I'm triggered. I'm triggered with you telling this tall tale and fable about your mama getting a DNA test when you clearly look like you look like a black woman. You act like you came out this YT baby
no, I'm
and your
not
family was running
acting,
around
ma'am.
confused.
I'm not acting. I know I'm a black woman.
No, you acting light skin is what she's saying.
Oh, and that's why I came up because
Who's
that's the way
acting light
people
skinned
do
though? Like,
treat
what the
me.
fuck is acting light skinned? Y'all are weird.
Exactly. So I'm telling
Yeah,
you
no,
that's the
no,
way
hold on,
people
hold on,
treat
hold on.
me, but I'm not I
What does
don't
that mean you
act.
want to? No, hold on, ma'am. Hold on. Because I'm up here co hosting with my girl Tara. So hold on. Because now when Miss Ash said that what is acting light skin, now you agreeing because you got a partner. That's not how it's gonna work.
No, that's not what it was.
If you're seriously wanting to know what's going on, you will be open to listening. I get
I
it. I
am
get it's
trying to
frustrating.
listen to you,
I
but
get it's frustrating.
don't
I get it's
dismiss my
frustrating.
All right, hold on,
I
energy.
get it. I get it's frustrating at my approach, and that is fine. but we're going to explain to you what the problem is. And I was doing that. And
I
instead of
don't
you
want
hearing
my
me,
account to be dismissed, but I do
you're
want to
not a
hear what you
victim.
think.
If
I'm
you
not.
even if
I'm not.
okay,
I'm not a
so me
victim.
saying, ma'am, so me
I'm not a
saying,
victim. Miss Tara, I'm not a
Hold up. Can Mia make the point? Like, we've been doing this for a couple minutes now. Like, let Mia make the point.
that's why I was like, Sarah, can you hear me? Because my service might mess up.
Yeah, I'll let you know if your shit ready. Go ahead, Mia.
So hey, Sarah, you want to say, okay, there you go. Um, you're proving the point that I was making. You're not a victim. Like what I'm talking about is not. You're not a victim. Me calling you blue eyes or picking fun at that is not a victim. And that's the whole point I was making. You came up here and you asked a question, but it really was to center yourself and to try to get us to validate why you being light skinned was hard for you. And it's not true. You want us to believe that your family first you say that your dad had to make your mom get a DNA test. Okay, cool, that's fair. Then you said that the family members on your dad's side, I suppose, they were acting funny with you because you was light skinned and you was getting mistreated because you was light skinned and people was jealous because you were light skinned. And I'm saying your eyes are not blue now, so that's weird for you to even be bringing that up. And you're not like a super fair light skinned woman. So that leads me to believe that you are in delusion that being light is better and you want to claim it. You enjoy this idea of being a lighter skinned woman. And to the point where you're in this delusion, like you're acting like you're a YT woman up here. You act like you can pass. You act like somebody is like, oh my God, look at her. Like, is she white? Is she black? I can't tell. Ma'am, it's clear. Like, I don't believe you. And I want you to unpack why you would believe that somebody would be jealous of you because you're light skinned when you're not that light
Can I
skinned.
please speak after her, please?
On top of it, you're not that light skinned. Who said something? Hold on,
so
Ash. You came up
so
hot.
basically what I'm saying is you went on a whole rant and just taking your opinion and your assumptions of everything that I said. And none of it is true. I mean, as I said before about when I was younger and how I was dealt with, I don't feel a privilege to it at all. It has been opposite for me. It has actually worked for me. I feel like it's worked against me majority of the time. So I just wanted to know how are different ways for me to handle it when people do come to me that way. What are some things that you guys say or like Tara
So
said,
you're
I would have
Hold
saying,
on, hold on, hold
said
on, wait. Hold on, Mia. I want to
um
answer a question.
like Tara
okay,
said, how you were like, I would have said, yeah, I probably did get that job because I wouldn't have said that. But Tara said that is a way that, you know, I would have handled it. So now I'm putting that in my brain that might be all right to say in that scenario, in that situation.
All right, so can
That's
I ask
all
you
I
a
was coming
question?
up. But you didn't try to read
Hold
me,
on,
baby,
energy,
and that book is
energy.
all off. You
Hold on,
are all
energy.
off. Go
Energy, I
ahead.
want to answer your question.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're talking about, first of all, what do you think light skin behavior is?
I don't I don't know if I know what light skin behavior is.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fair. Because here's the thing: we're talking about light skin behavior in the sense of how um people who are light skin cause harm to people who are dark skinned because of colorism. My question is because we talk to a lot of men on here, and they do the same thing every time. Why would you come up here and censor yourself in a conversation if you don't know what light skin behavior is?
I
Can I
I'll
please?
say this.
Because I'm gonna nip
I
this whole shit.
it wasn't I was asking a question about me, so if that's
I'm gonna nip
centering,
this
yes, I
whole thing in
did
the bud.
say
Can I
that.
please?
But I will say that
If she can request back
I
up,
really
you
was
acting up on the phone.
trying. I was really asking the question of how do I handle it. So if that was centering myself, I did do that because I'm really trying to figure this out because I do get people saying, and I agree with the young lady on the side of you, your co-host, I'm not that light. So I don't even know why people be saying that. I'm really not that light of a person now that I'm older, but I still get that from people. And so how do I combat that is what I'm trying to. How do I say, without being
I
combative?
got an answer for
Don't
you.
call me that.
Hold up.
That type
The,
of thing.
the first thing you can do is stop centering yourself. We're literally trying to address harm that's impacts people that are dark skinned, and let's not center yourself or your whatever you say is your experience when we talk about behavior that is systematically oppressing people.
Okay, well maybe I didn't understand that part of it.
Okay,
So,
so before
okay.
before we let Ash go, hold on, Miss Energy, hold on, Nick, because Ash gonna go. But hold on, I want to say this. So, to what to ask what Sarah's saying, why? Because I want you to stay up here and hear what we're saying. Um, you
Me?
centering yourself. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
You centering yourself was triggering because it's like, here we go again. You get what I'm saying? Here we go again because we're talking about how we can correct some of these behaviors that, like Tara said, affect and harm darker skinned people systematically. And you made it about how you're being approached, which is a symptom of the oppression and marginalization that people who are darker complected experience. So that's what is triggering for me. But hold tight. We're gonna let Ash respond, and then we'll go to Nick, and then we'll get our other folks in here, Ashley and Dick. So go ahead, Ash.
Ash, before you start, do you believe colorism exists, and who can experience colorism?
Everyone.
Okay, go ahead and make your point.
Okay, hold on. Let me turn my camera on. Should I turn my camera? I feel like if I turn my camera on, y'all gonna be
No, you
already
don't.
off of
That's
it.
not necessary. We don't need to turn your camera on. Go ahead and make your
I'm gonna
point.
turn it on to speak my point. Um, my son is, and I hate to say this because I'm black, so like I feel like we in 2024 and we're talking about colors and lights. Like that's weird. Like why are we even talking about colors and lights when I can push out a sun that's darker than my motherfucking iPhone tablet?
See right here, Uncle
Anybody
Vera.
could. No, anybody could, and that's what I like. Because
Why
I
would
would not date a light skinned man. That's not my preference. My preference is a dark chocolate. So the reason I couldn't push out that kid is because I got attracted to someone who was of that color. So for it to be any type of, oh well, you look down and you know. I had a nigga straight tell me, you're thick.
Hold
Back
on,
in the
Ash.
day,
you
Hold
back
on,
in
hold
the
call
on,
it
hold on,
Stop
censoring?
cutting me off when nobody else was cut off, bro. I don't do that.
hold
If I,
on.
No,
Are
you're
you
not
drunk?
listening. You're not. She probably is.
'Cause
But what's the
yeah,
wrong with
she
calling it
drunk. Okay.
censoring? Why y'all keep censoring yourselves? Like that's crazy.
Then she compared human being, like the color of human beings, to a fucking tablet. I'm trying my hardest to contain myself, but these motherfuckers be out their mind. Now she comparing skin
okay, if you feel that
complexion to a
motherfucking
tablet.
mad, then oh well. Cause the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. The black.
So you fetishize people. We got it. We got that. You fetishize and you tokenize. That's weird.
No, my baby dad is black as shit. Stupid.
And so,
And
what
I
does that
love him.
mean?
And I love him. Babe, I
Well, love
love
him.
you.
Love him.
But let
That's
me get to
great.
my point. Y'all hoes is trying to make anything out of nothing with fucking 12
What
people on
is
here.
not
Like, let me
making
speak.
nothing?
Let me
12
speak to the
people,
12 people that's on.
but it's 12 people, but you on here with your camera on. What the
Let me
fuck?
go somewhere else.
Nobody cares about what dick you took, ma'am. You sound dumb.
Listen,
You
like,
sound
I'm
dumb.
black.
You're not acting very black right now. You can't have this black ass conversation right now. You censoring yourself.
Yeah.
You like, oh, I lay
Censoring
down.
You
myself.
acting like
I lay down
you
with
acting
black
like a
men.
YT woman.
Yeah. Why the fuck you talking
Then
about
you
your
talk about
shower?
your
What
whole taking
complexion your
to
shower is? What the fuck?
All right, y'all not about to sit here and try to do the dumb shit.
And then we did. And we did.
we
You can
did.
drop. You
We
can drop.
already
You can drop
did.
with all the 12 people and
That's why y'all
drop.
got
You can drop. All 12
12.
people and
And
drop.
you
Like, and we
Okay,
and you
did.
drunk.
And we
You
did.
you
And
up
we
okay,
did it. The
you up
fuck?
here drunk. She
okay.
up here drunk talking crazy. But Sarah, did you want to say something before Nick? Hold on, Nick.
No,
Did you
this
want
is
to say
not like,
something
I don't
before
know who
Nick
the
go?
fuck. I don't know where the fuck she thinks she landed. First of all, putting your camera on for what? To prove what was the purpose of putting your camera on? You wanted people to see what? The fuck? If you're a black person, you can have a conversation. You want us to see, oh, you got your light on, you trying to make like you want to be light skinned so bad? Like what the fuck is that?
she put that bitch on bright. My girl said she real light skin up in this thing. Y'all better respect it. Come on now.
That was
But go
crazy.
ahead, Nick. That was
Now, I
crazy.
want to say this: it's absolutely being presented here right in front of their face, and they cannot see it, and they don't listen to how they sound just like YT people when they say stupid stuff like, "Well, I didn't experience that," or "I didn't." So it's about your feelings, and it's not about facts. When you're going up and you're going through this, I went through it with my family. We had issues, but I knew it was because of what happened to them and how it affects them differently. It's not like it's just getting your feelings hurt and getting it's about lack of getting a job or advancing in a job or actually being physically harmed just because you're of a darker hue. Like let's keep it for real. And then when it happens, what they quote unquote call reverse, they really it happens. And it's not because of something reverse. It's because you said something out of pocket. Because you still live in this world where I'm light skinned, so they it's that pretty privilege that they think they have, and they're not listening to the
Hey
fact that they
Chanel.
said it again.
I was not hating Chanel, my bad.
Yeah, I said it's they don't see that it's not pretty privilege that they're having light skin privilege because again they don't see how harmful it is when they say the things that they do. Like for me, I would get picked on, what have you. Yes, but that is my feelings. It didn't stop me from going to school. It didn't stop me from getting a job. It didn't stop me from doing anything else. And so you have to look at it like this. All I got was my feelings hurt, but I didn't have anything to block me from anything and constantly be doing having it done to me. And then start, like you said, they like the fetishization. That's sick. Did you like the fetish? And then you think it's better
Then we
because
got
you go get with a dark skinned guy, and that's supposed to give you proximity to it, which is the same thing that white people do. Oh, I'm married to a black person, so I can't be racist. That's crazy. And then they act like, well, what is light skin privilege? They know what it is. They absolutely know. Anytime someone would tell me that, well, you don't count, you're not black, I don't take it as, oh, that they mean that or anything. I'm thinking that's a reaction because of the years and years of oppression that they face. And so they don't know whether to trust me or not. And that's very valid because I don't know when to trust white people or not. If you can't see the struggles of other people and within your own people, something is wrong with you. You're still indoctrinated into this whole hierarchy system. Because yeah, there may be some of us who never who I had friends where I was never I was never picked over. They always got picked over me. But that's just me. That's not the masses. That was just something that was going on with me. And I didn't apply that to, oh, it's because I was light skinned. That was just, they were experiencing trauma. You have to see other people's side to it and not just yours and exist in what happened to just you. The bullying and the harm that is perpetuated to them is ridiculous. And you cannot add to it by sitting up here saying that you got bullied when you were little or that your family did this and your family said that. That's your feelings. You still ate.
And I'm pretty sure that woman just put a fucking tablet up compared to her child. She be saying problematic shit to her fucking child. If that shit wasn't clear.
then she said it
Oh,
was aborting.
I just want to say thank you guys. What you guys are saying is something that I'm gonna look into. I guess I really didn't think about me not considering their feelings because I do feel like I consider everybody's feelings, but maybe I need to dig deeper in that. But I did want to ask the question. So is colorism between light skin and dark skin, is that comparative to like racism, like racist people? Is
It's
that what you're
akin to
saying?
it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I
Absolutely,
will
because
look
it
into
prevents
that.
them from being progressive. Just
Okay,
like
I will look into that for sure. Because I
So
definitely
Miss
didn't look
Energy,
at
so
it that way.
Miss Energy, the term like
Got you,
it's
Ashley.
akin, it's akin to it, right? It's a product from it. And it's not just in the black community; it's also in other communities too. So keep that in mind. Colorism is not unique to black people. It's different. It's a different reasoning behind it. It's historical factors that come into it, and we can go on into enslavement. It's a whole lot of things we can talk about. But it is a global thing. Colorism is global.
Most definitely. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hold on real
I
quick.
appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
All right.
Real quick, energy before you leave. I just want you to know. I just got like I just learned something too. You know what I mean? Like, I just got a new perspective as well because I think that we need to think about impact over intent. Just because you feel like, hey, no, like my intentions were good, that doesn't mean that it felt good to the person that you had the intentions toward. And there's sometimes where you lack self-awareness, but there does come a point where you need to acknowledge that, okay, if I'm lacking the self-awareness, let me have it from now on. So I hope when you say you're going to look into it, you actually look into it. That's all.
No, I really am. Like, that's what I came up here for. I just didn't like the approach, but even that was me in my feelings. So I'm still addressing that. But I am going to look into it because maybe I'm not aware of it as I thought I was.
And my approach, and I think it's important to understand. That's why I was transparent and honest. That's why I said I was triggered, and that's why my approach was how I was, because that's how I feel. But it's important that you know that because when you say things that you don't think are intentionally harmful, but people get harmed, there's responses because you don't know what people will go through, and that's why it's important for us to be open minded. Like it's not to say you have every right to be offended because I was being offensive to you. I responded harshly and I stand on it, but that's why I'm not mad at you. Was like, oh no, that's cool, but you got to be able to handle what might come back to you when you say something you're not sure how it might make others feel. So it's just we learning sometimes
You
to
know what,
be
Mia? I'm
hard
gonna
to
be honest.
listen.
I love that approach. I'm gonna be honest. I love the aggressive approach because, like, honestly, if people got to say stuff for you nicely to receive it when you could be possibly problematic, then that shows that you're not willing to grow and take criticism. Because, like, sometimes the message is not gonna be nice, but did you get the fucking message type thing? You know what I'm saying? So I just want to say I actually like when somebody can be like, all right, okay, I was fucked up, I was wrong, no matter how somebody say it, because that y'all know I usually we go with the men or whatever, and a lot of them don't like the way I talk to them. They don't like it, like, oh, I'd rather somebody else say it because you too fucking masculine or whatever bullshit they say or whatever. Like, it don't matter how I say it to you, it needed to be said.
And I agree, because this is the thing I think about. Whenever somebody is saying that trigger is the way you said it to me, I need to say it to you that, so then it will stick with you. It will plant a seed that what you're doing and you're just centering yourself is harmful. So you can have some type of idea of how that feels, because when it's talked to you and you cuddle, you're not going to work on it. You're just going to be, oh, okay. You're not going to take it serious. But if it upsets you, it's going to reboot and reset your mind frame to start
To her
taking
credit,
everything.
she stayed. That's why I be rocking with it. Cause I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give it like this. I'm always gonna show my ass when it comes to these conversations because I'm passionate about it. And I don't really. It just is what it is. But you stayed, and that's the step. Like you stayed. You didn't drop. You ain't leave. You ain't crash out like the girl ass. You ain't do none of that. So you can hang your head on it. That's how I look at
Most
it.
Most definitely, and I can say I've been listening to Tara's live, and Tara be coming at people. And when I first got on her live, I was like, "Ooh," but she be telling the truth, and that's what you got to look at. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at what is being said, not how it's being said. Yes, I'm working on it, and I still get offended. I'm human, but I am working on it, and so very much so. I agree with it, but I do got some things to work out.
That's what's up. Y'all like the live. Can y'all tap the screen, share the live out and all that good stuff? But yeah, go ahead, y'all can.
Because I want to say, like, when we talk about just identifying, then you have to do something. You can't just sit there and like, well, I know. No, you need to spread that shit and explain it and clock those who are doing it. Put them in their place so we could to work on stopping the whole combativeness of it and the ridiculous ideology that your feelings trump people's actual experience. Understanding that people feel a certain way about you, especially when they don't know you, is because they can't trust you because of the history that we have all experienced. They have experienced because those of us who are light skinned don't have an inkling of what it's like within your own race. We have an inkling of what it's like outside, but with inside, no, we don't. And we need to stop trying to perpetuate this whole reverse racism thing. It's ridiculous. I mean, colorist thing. It goes one direction. It's a hierarchy. It is not a circle, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's like a light skinned woman. I've learned that like when it comes to colorism, we kind of leave it to like dark skinned people to talk about this stuff. Like we don't really talk about it, because like it takes some introspection and like kind of look at yourself. Like whenever I host these lives, I didn't say it today, but like it's possible I could say some problematic shit, and I hope that if I say some problematic shit, y'all fucking hold me to it. Like y'all fucking hold me accountable. I feel like if you going to dish shit out, you should be able to take it too. Um, that's it.
Yeah, I agree. And we will. But damn, you so quick with it, Terry. You be catching everything. But the another thing that's important too is like the featureism conversation. And the reason why I like to talk about featureism is because it proves how deep colorism go. Because we know certain features and hair textures is a problem, but if you light skinned, boy, you can get away with a lot. And I'm being funny about that. Another reason why I think it's important for light skinned women to be abrasive or assertive and clear and concise when having these conversations is because we see it happen too much where light skinned women act like they're being bashed, or they act like it's reverse colorism, or they act like it is, oh, you're just jealous, or they say like, oh, you're picking on me. They play those type of games, and if other light skinned women check them and clock it, they can't try to play those games and try to gaslight darker skinned women when they're talking about it. It's the same way I think YT people should be checking and doing the labor. Same reason why a lot of men should be checking and doing some of the more of the labor. And it's because it's a lot, because that's what happens. It's this, oh, I'm being picked on because I'm light skinned. No. Here I am. I'm light skinned too, and I'm about to talk about you. I'm about to put you in your place. I'm about to let you know what time it is, and you can't play those games with me. You can't play the word games. You can't play victim with me. So that's why I think it's important that we are very, very, very out loud with it, and we do the labor. Dark skinned women and dark skinned people as a whole experience enough, and I do think it's our duty to be having these conversations, and that's why I be going so hard, because I'm gonna say something, and I'm not gonna be that nice about it most of the time, especially when it's problematic.
And like I said, I definitely agree. It's very important that we speak up and speak out and clock these people who act like, well, no, in my family, yes, you did, but you didn't feel it because you weren't the darker skin tone. A lot of times they'll say this stuff behind people's back, or you heard it but you didn't think anything was wrong with it because it didn't affect you. And they know they hear it because you see how people will fetishize and say, well, if I'm dark, I'm going to get a light skinned person because I want my kids to have a chance. And that's sad that they have to think like that. Or you'll have somebody who's light skinned, oh, I'm going to get me a dark chocolate man. And like that's going to fix it. That's like saying interracial dating is fixing racism. That's not how you fix that. You fix it by owning up to your own shit. Owning up to you haven't looked at how it's affecting them in real time. You're fixing it based on what you think. You have to look at the masses, not just you, and be real with it. And know that you still have that implicit bias somewhere deep down. Like they get excited when they'll be called mixed. And they'll be like, well, no. And they'll pretend like they were angry about it. And they weren't. They know they saw there as some type of compliment or some type of bias. And that's telling the truth. It's like when you start to see those things, then you can do something about it instead of sitting and reveling in it and thinking that, oh, it's okay.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Tara, that you heard what she said?
I heard what she said. What part did you
That the ooh, baby. Now my feet getting whooped. When she was like, excuse me, because I'm processing it, y'all. I'm sorry. And she was like, when somebody ask you if you're mixed and you pretend to be mad.
But you actually think it's a compliment.
I was like, wait a minute. I said, wait a damn minute.
It's performative. They pretend like they didn't take that as a damn compliment. They know that they did because they see themselves some type of way, but they don't
No,
want
I
people to
don't.
know.
No, I don't. I don't think like that. I be really mad.
Maybe not all, but I know a good chunk of them do. Because then they
No,
start
no,
going through their history.
not her being problematic. No, we ain't
Look.
doing it.
Now, how I get in this? Now, why you coming for me now? What I do?
I ain't gonna lie.
I'm done with me and
Look,
y'all.
I ain't gonna lie. I think that's insulting.
I'm done with her. Don't pay me in no fucking mind. Let me just say
Not for
that.
Like, if somebody asks me if I missed, I think that's insulting.
But then they'll sit there and describe how they have this down in their lineage. So if it was so insulting, why do you go down the track to prove it that you're some way mixed by generation somewhere down the line?
I
Oh
ain't
my
never
God.
did that. I ain't never did that. But you might be on my head about some other stuff. I ain't
It's
think I
that part.
did.
No,
I
it's
gotta
that
I gotta
part.
unpack that.
Oh my God. No, Nix, it's that part. It's oh my God, don't ask me if I'm mixed, but my great
Yes,
grandmother
exactly.
is Indian though.
Uh
She
huh.
had good hair. It happens every time.
Or my great grandmother, she's actually mixed with Cherokee and Irish, and then her daddy is black. So that could be where it is. But I can understand. No. You're just sitting up there secretly enjoying it and then perpetuating like you didn't.
All right, Nick, you about to get dropped. Get out of here.
Who's a lie?
Get out of here. You
I
need
know
to
people ain't ready to
leave.
receive that. I know you're not ready to
Everybody's
receive that.
business.
That's more advanced.
Wait, hold on. Nick, stop saying they and say y'all so it can get me where it need to get me.
I'll say we
Yeah,
do
go
that.
ahead and let
We do
me in.
that.
We is
We
Tell
definitely
definitely
me
do
in.
that.
Nix, I'm gonna need you to stop telling all of our business, okay?
Come on. I know. Look, Ash, she's telling all the business. I'm supposed to be in charge of this.
And what do? They start talking like, oh, and I can speak a different language. They further other themselves in a dog whistle. It's their own light skin. It's our own dark light skinned dog whistle.
Oh, and girl. Now I do sound hold on. I do sound bilingual, but When I
Mm-hmm.
but when
Mm-hmm.
I say I'm when I say I'm bilingual,
Mm-hmm.
I be saying that I speak
Mm-hmm.
AAVE first. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
be saying.
But I'm talking about the Afro Latinas who are this, and they want to make sure that you know that they're Afro Latina.
But the thing is, I'm just proving when hit dogs they be yapping.
Exactly. We gotta come for real. I'm about digging deep and owning up to stuff. You gotta own up to it. Yeah, we do it. Because I know when I was younger, not even when I was younger, because I went through a whole problem because apparently, you can change different hues, but when you grow older. And I was darker when I was younger and got lighter to the point where people asked me in high school, when did you become light skinned? And I was like, I'm not. And it took me a while to realize I was starting to be categorized in that. And then when people were like, oh, now all of a sudden people are asking me if I'm mixed. And I was like, well, maybe I am. But then that went away when I was like, that's problematic. That's really ridiculous for me to think to justify them saying that I'm mixed because now all of a sudden my hue is different. And I'm taking that as a compliment by pretending and saying that it was an insult and getting all mad.
Hold up, y'all, real quick. Can y'all tap the screen? Like
Wow.
engage with the comments. I have a question though.
Keep sharing. Maybe share again.
Yeah,
I
but
know
it's
you don't.
also the likes not really going up though. Um
Okay.
so let's just kinda like talk about some other things. Now how do y'all think society treats light skinned people differently compared to dark skinned people?
The approach, how they even approach is different. They will speak differently to and regards and have more empathy towards a light skinned person than they will a dark skinned person. They immediately act as if the dark skinned person is going to be more masculine or aggressive or harsh or not intelligent or unkept. We see it all the time. When you show up for a job interview, when you show up at a dating scene, when you show up just walking through the store.
Anybody else want to answer the question?
Yeah, I think it's what you get away with. Like, let me see if I can make it make sense. Certain things that you say or do it's just not seen as a threat. I'm kind of piggybacking off of what Nick said, but it's like
Thanks,
you
Allie.
get to you get to say and do things, and it's just not seen as a threat. It's not seen as a problem. Um, I don't know. I think I'm gonna leave it at that. That's just one of the main things because it's subtle, right? Like it's subtle when it happens. It's not just that out loud, like that you're able to say and do certain things that a darker skinned woman doesn't get to do. And I say that because like I'm a very outspoken, like loud, like I'm an assertive, outspoken person. I'm gonna check some shit no matter where I'm at. I'm not gonna be uncomfortable at work and you're not gonna talk to me any kind of way. And I was wondering, like I just you can tell that I'm able to get away with that because my supervisor is a darker skinned woman and she has to be proper. She has to be very quiet and she has to be very careful about how she does things. And I conduct myself and I talk how I'm talking and it's like all cute. Like it's cute. Like nobody got offended. When I be checking stuff, they don't be getting offended. Like it's like, oh girl, you ain't really saying nothing. Like, oh, whatever. Oh, that's cute, whatever. But she has to be very, very, very intentional about everything she do and say, like constantly, constantly. So yeah, that's one of the things I noticed.
Thank you, Mia. What about you, Ashley?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. And I'll explain kind of like what happened in one of my previous corporate America jobs where it was mainly YT people, so already we're the minority, but I feel like I was able to just kind of put my head down, work, mind my business, do me. Whereas there was another girl who came in after me and she was dark skinned, and she experienced like so much. Like we both experienced bullying and harassing, but she experienced it to the utmost, to the point where she was just like basically kind of strategically put out of the company, and like they made up a reason to let her go. And I noticed that, and I was just like, damn, like they probably wanted to do the same thing to me, but I have a quote unquote closer
You want to
proximity
come feel
to
better?
whiteness.
I'm sorry, Ashley. I'm sorry, Ashley. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's like I had a closer proximity to YTness, so it creates this illusion of safety, and I know I benefited from that, but it was still trash. Like it was crazy.
Energy. Energy, you there?
Yeah, I was just going to piggyback off of what you guys were saying. I feel like it's the aggressiveness. I think they, uh, I think they feel like darker skinned people are more aggressive or whatever, and it's crazy because I'm like I can be super aggressive. So, just and definitely in corporate America. I left corporate America a long time ago, but it was definitely that way in corporate America. Um, that's one of the reasons why I left. It's too divisive in there.
All right, so um, I need to get my shit together. Uh, so let's be a little more personal. Have you ever noticed moments when you were treated more favorably because you light skin? I know Ashley kind of touched on it, but like in your own experience, you know goodness well, you were being treated a certain way versus another person solely on because of your skin color.
Um, so years ago, well, I don't know if I noticed it, but somebody else told me that they had never hired, and I guess I wasn't paying attention, but they had never hired a black person at the cable company in my hometown. I applied and I got that job. And I guess that's the reason. That's what everybody said. I didn't look at it like that. I didn't even see it like that. But once they told me, then I was just like, you mean no one's ever black got hired here? Nobody. And I think it was because I was like lighter skinned. I don't feel like I'm really light skinned, but lighter than whatever, whoever was judging it.
I think it's more insidious than that. I think what people don't even see in real time, say you're around a bunch of friends and then you and someone who's darker skinned went to college and you're both nurses, but they will believe they believe me over the person who's darker skinned because they assume I'm more intelligent. And they will speak to me even a lot of the times, the guys who are involved with some of my friends or with someone, they will act like, well, why can't you say it like her? Why can't you be like her when you say it? As if because I'm light skinned that I'm saying it in a better way. And I could have used cuss words and this and that. I've noticed a lot of that, and it angers me because it's right there in my face. And they'll sit up there, and I'll look at my friend, and that's when I just go in on the guy. Like, she said the same thing, and why are you acting like I'm saying it any different when I used very abrasive language? Like, what's the difference? Like, why I'm more believable than she is?
I guess it kind of comes off, and here I go, kind of switching the subject a little bit, but like when black men say that black women are aggressive, but then a Latino woman can be aggressive and they call that sassy, they think that's exciting, feisty, in kind of that manner.
Yeah, and I've spoken on that before because I used to be like, oh, somebody think I'm masculine because of my approach, and so be it. But I also acknowledge the fact that the reason why it's probably not a traumatic thing for me to say that is because I haven't gotten treated a certain way because I'm light skinned. So it's like it's possible that had I had different experiences because I was darker, then I wouldn't be able to, like, to just be like, oh, I'm this thing, and I need to be mindful of that. Ashley or me, y'all want to say something before I go to Mister?
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm good. We can go to Mister.
Mia, did you want to say something? Damn, me at the club, y'all. Go ahead, Mister.
Hey y'all, can
Hey,
y'all hear me clear?
is this the backup? What's going on?
Girl, yeah. I had put this meme up on my I was on the panel with Spirit last night, well this morning, and I had put like this meme up, and they said it was self harm. I know that's right, Mia. I know that's right.
Man, about to be lit. All right, then.
I'm probably gonna get me a drink tomorrow. But I definitely agree with I don't know if colorism. I feel like colorism was kind of one of the last th- things I noticed. Also, with me being a dark skinned man, I feel like me being a man was a big buffer between me actually feeling like the raw effects of colorism. Because I
Yeah.
noticed fat phobia right away. Now, fat phobia, I noticed right away. That's something I always notice. But I feel like me being a man, I feel like I definitely well, let me rephrase. I definitely feel like colorism. I wasn't able to clock um the colorism with me so quick because it was fetishization. And it's a form of social capital. It's like it feeds the ego, so you don't really think of it. But it's I didn't really think of it, but I started noticing when I started like getting into college more, like the end on high school and like getting into college, I noticed colorism really quick because the way that me and somebody else would do the exact same behaviors, but I would be the one telling police. I would be the one. I'm like they calling me ghetto, talking about I'm crazy, talking about I noticed that people blew things out of proportion with me really quick. And then I would look back on certain situations. I would, oh, those people were lighter than me. I would, it just later on I would figure it out. But colorism is much more overt with women. I see colorism much more overtly with women.
Yeah, I've talked to many men who'll be like, "Oh, colorism isn't a thing," even though like it's interesting because I've had students who are male who definitely in real time was bullied because of their skin color or whatever. But the grown men, yeah, like it's like, and it's interesting how it works because like black men tend to be hyper masculated, and but they see that as a good thing, which is
hmm
weird. So they don't even realize what they experiencing is
Or
colorism.
like, or like another thing, Tira. I think you mentioned that one time when we was when you was really on them passport bros next. They every time. They can clock fetishization or clock the fact that a black woman may be a little bit more leaning towards a man that's not a POC or a black man. You could clock him fetishizing her, but you can't clock yourself being fetishized. Mind you, the whole reason of you going overseas is to be fetishized by those women. And those women are speaking out saying, yeah, y'all look like idiots. Y'all are licks. Y'all look like a lick. Y'all were thirsty, begging. Them women be talking about that over there. But it's just weird because it's like you just said, you hyper masculinize you over there with them with the Asian women or the Latino Hispanic women because they fetishizing your genitals, but you like that. It's crazy. I be so you notice it over here, but you don't notice it over there. Interesting. It'd be crazy. But people don't, people just want to keep their privilege. That be girl, go to hell. Or people be literally gaslighting us. Like people gaslight us all the time on Twitter. They be talking about, oh, that's a light skinned person. I don't know what you're talking about. That girl is not light skinned. Man, let's not act like only light skinned people benefit from colorism. That's another thing that pissed me off.
What you mean? Can you explain that
I'm
one?
saying you don't necessarily have to be like I hate think this word is problematic, but yellow. Like how down south we say yellow. You don't necessarily have to be Tira's color or Lynn color to experience to benefit from colorism. Like or people that be like brown or like lighter tone, like I think they E Kane up here.
Yeah.
Like E Kane. They like E Kane's not light skinned. She's light enough to benefit from colorism. They like you have to be like because they also being like being biracial is tangible within the light skin. They think you literally have to be your color or land color. If you're not that color, you can't benefit from colorism.
So, Tara, I think that is a interesting point. Um, I think it's problematic because I think it's problematic because it's where that light skin behavior come in at. Because earlier, before you came up here, Mister, because I didn't even know it was you,
Hmm.
but hey,
Hey,
um,
boo.
we had a conversation with energy because that energy you will fall in that category. Like, yeah, like you are lighter, like you might not be like you are lighter, and it is some benefits that come with that. That's not the problem, but the behavior that happens because of it is what's problematic, and it contributes to the harm that dark skinned people experience because you have people fighting for their life to be anything but black or dark skin. So that's the problem. I think I'm articulating right. Terry, you can help your girl out because you see what I'm doing, but I'm hoping I'm making it make sense.
No,
No,
I actually heard him. And when he said that, I thought that's the category that I'm in. That because you had said that, you were like, you're not even that light. And I'm like, but you don't understand. I'm still light enough for people to come at me with it. I just wasn't, again, I was centering myself and I wasn't looking at it from the other side. But yeah, I definitely peeped what he was throwing right there. It wasn't to me, but it put me in that category for sure.
Yeah. Go
And I
ahead, Ashley. I was
Oh
just
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I wanted to piggyback off of that because that's basically what I was saying in like way too many words when I first started, my spiel was like, I'm not all that light skinned, but I'm light skinned enough to benefit from, the privilege that comes with it. And my question kind of echoes what Energy was asking from the gate, which is when you want to be an ally, because we already established, like me sitting here trying to like overcompensate and be like, no, you're beautiful, like no one cares. That doesn't work. So what do we think we can do to be an ally when we have friends who are darker skin complexion? We know the struggles they go through because it's when you said that, Mia, it made me think about a YT person trying to be an ally to a black person. And like, we get really irritated when they don't do that correctly. So what can we do to be an ally? Does anyone have any ideas about what that could potentially look like in a healthy way that is actually empowering and not more harmful?
we're gonna change the verbiage. We're gonna be accomplices in the same way that we want YT people to be accomplices. And the reason why I think that word is different is because it means that you're gonna be doing some stuff, right? That it ain't like you just sitting around like, rubbing your fingers together and rubbing your feet together. You're like, nah, I'm gonna get in front of this. So conversations that mean like what's going on here with me and Tara, like we're having this conversation, we're being assertive and we're being clear about it, right? We're calling it out. We ain't letting nobody get by with that fake reversism shit. Like we're clocking stuff. That's one. Then when you're actually um around someone, you got y'all can Terry, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this how I take it. Certain things I let slide because I understand how harmful colorism is. So that's why I said earlier, I didn't
I
know
ain't
what
want
that
you to big
was.
box me, Tira.
Oh, when I see words, I big box.
I ain't want you to big box out. Both the silk press. Keep going, Mia. I ain't want you to big
Right,
box
my
me.
bad.
Oh
Little
no,
box.
you I was like I was reading it. But like when I said earlier that I understand that sometimes darker skinned people may try to test to see if you're safe. I'm not gonna like get in my feelings. I don't hold on to that and tell a story. I'm not gonna be telling these stories to my grandkids in the future years talking about the time I got picked on because I understand, right? I understand that some dark skinned people want to make sure that people are safe in the same way that black people see if YT people are safe. So the best thing, what I'm saying to sum it up, is if we're doing the work and we're not caring if some people feel a way about it, if some people throw shade. We're not victimizing ourselves. We're just getting in front of stuff. We're calling stuff out. We're open to being confronted. We're open to being challenged. We're open to having to sit with some uncomfortable feelings and uncomfortable things. That is going to show that we're being genuine, and we're gonna be safe. And once you're safe, then you're doing the work. Like, then you're good. If you could be safe to dark skinned people, you're good. That's all they need. You don't have to do a performance. It's not going to be like you got to put a sign up and you got to jump in front of people and be like, look, I'm gonna go down this list of things that you shouldn't do or say. It's not going to be like that grand. The work is in the small things that people don't really notice. It's in us challenging these systems so that we can be safe and that we can dismantle it. That's what I think will help. I hope I made sense.
You absolutely did. That was perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I do want to clear something up. So if it's the individual person in you, like Ashley was saying about her friend, then she needs to, um, she basically needs to ignore it. She needs to just know where it's coming from and just roll with it. You know, being mindful of it. But if it's in public and we see that going on, then we need to show them, like have their back and show them, because that's what's teaching them that we're safe.
Yeah, not just that. Like, if even if it's private, right? If somebody call you out on there saying like, "Oh, you on it's this is because you light skin or whatever," you need to sit in that shit. Like, I think the natural response is like, "No, of course that's not what it is," and we so busy defending ourselves that we're not actually engaging in the conversation. Like, and a lot of times that's what it is. When you have any type of privilege and somebody call you out on it, you really need to just be quiet and listen.
Okay, so yeah, so when I was saying just ignore it, I should have said just, you're right, just sit back in it. We don't necessarily have to ignore it. Um,
Yeah, that's why the word ignore I kind of don't like, because
Gotcha.
like that's kind of complacency. Like, no, like you need to listen. You need to validate other people's experiences, and you need to like be honest with yourself and understand you're not this I don't know. It's weird how our society is. As fucked up as our society is, so many people think they these perfect people just walking around like they can do no wrong, right? And we get it's our ego get hurt when somebody calls us out for some shit. Like, of course I wouldn't do this, and the reality is like, no, we all capable of doing some fucked up shit. So like, if somebody like, oh, you want some light skin bullshit, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I would never. No, bitch, like, damn, I am on some bullshit. I need to unpack this shit.
I definitely agree. I wanted to add as well. I would say for you to verbalize it. I do the same thing every time I say something that is like aligning with misogyny or something, because the implicit bias once again. I believe that's misogynistic. Or like I'm making my business, especially when I have plus size friends. I make it my business to say out loud. That's probably my privilege talking. I make sure I verbalize it and let them know that I know that that was wrong.
I like that.
That's what
I
I
like
do.
that.
I catch
For real.
myself. They be, oh, it's not that serious, but it is that serious. You don't feel like it's that serious,
And
but it is that serious.
let me say this real quick. Because energy. Like for example, earlier we were having a conversation and I was talking to Ashley and I forgot what example I used. I think I was saying something about like the mix thing, right? Then you came up and you triggered me, and I had an exchange with you, right? And it was in both roles were me kind of letting y'all know how problematic something you may have said could be, right? Then Nick, when I say she was stumping on my motherfucking chest, I'm trying not to curse, but it already came out. She was on my toes, and a part of being an accomplice and helping with the situation and dismantling this foolishness is me being able. I didn't never exactly say what it was that she was like. I didn't go into no detail. I didn't give no long story. But what I'm saying is I'm so honest and I'm so in tune with the problems that light skin behavior creates that when I get clocked, I don't have any problem standing in it, even in front of the two women that I was just giving some education about something on, because that is how you fix these problems. Because none of us, even those of us who may be more advanced in the unpacking and understanding of it, like Tara said earlier, it doesn't mean that it goes away. So even in the same conversation where I was on one end of it, I ended up being a student in it because
I
Ness
clocked that
clocked some
too.
shit. She
Yeah,
clocked
I
some
clocked
shit.
that. Hmm.
She hit me
Yeah,
right on the head. She hit me right, and she wasn't nice about it. And she don't even know she hit me on the head, but she did. And Ashley was laughing because we just had that conversation. I just said something like that, and look at how full circle it is because this light skin behavior shit is horrible. That's why if somebody says something shady to me, or if they say something to me, even though I know my thing is I know that and I don't know shit. Let me take that back. Light skin shit going on right here. What I'm saying is, I don't really worry about. I don't worry about that. Whatever a person needs to do to be safe, I'm all for it. And if that means they don't want to talk to me or be around me, cool. Because I'm still gonna do the work because I get it. I'm responsible for doing the work, even if I have a bad experience with somebody. If that makes sense.
it
I
does.
just want to say, by the way, this is Honey Badger. I'm on my backup trying to keep my follows up.
Oh wait, I ain't know that.
Okay then.
What's up, Honey Badger? How you doing?
Girl, you know I'm doing me. You know I'm a strict fan of yours. Just love it. Thank you for coming in that other day and handling that situation and making them run out of money.
I don't even know what situation was, but I know I did that shit. So thank you.
Where the guys were dropping the women, the black women, they were dropping the women because you could send a hand heart to drop them,
Oh yeah, yeah,
and they
yeah,
kept
yeah.
dropping us, and so we kept going back up to run it down. So they ran out of money and they couldn't keep dropping us.
Yeah, that shit was funny.
Nice.
I made her some stickers and sent them to her. I hope they helpful. Um, yeah, that was cool. I like that. She get her bag. That's for fucking sure. When motherfuckers getting broke, that's what's up. Yeah, I'm gonna take my shit. Y'all tap the screen though? Um, I know y'all was tapping, but y'all ain't gotta tap as fast. But can y'all tap the screen? Um, what about to say? Why do y'all think light skinned women are so quick to deny like colorism or to deny like the
But
advantages they get?
I feel like it's for one the same thing why men and a lot of men, especially like of course on par for white people to negate that they have privilege is because once again they don't know who they are, and for you to ask those questions and to knock on the door to get answers, you're knocking on the door to the doubt that they don't know who they are. Because once again, a lot of people in society, like a lot of people who um, are maliciously compliant with the oppressive structures that we talk about all the time, they don't know who they are. They just build their fort around those things. Like a light skinned woman, light skinned cis straight woman. She don't mind being a pick me. She don't mind that she light skinned. She
Hold
don't
on
mind
real
that she has
quick.
shaped
Hold on
privilege.
real quick. Coco, I'm so glad you took that back. And I'm like, But go ahead, Memphis.
It's basically because for you to ask that question, you're questioning them as a whole because they don't know who they are. There's no foundation behind those things. They're just building themselves around the fact that people are not able to be themselves on a macro level and micro level.
Nah, I
And it's
think
also
it's they just
narcissism.
secretly enjoy it and they don't want to admit that they enjoy it. They
I think it's
don't, point
narcissism
blank
too.
period. They're being called out, and so now they can't hide from anything. There's certain barriers they put in place that they want to hide behind that they enjoy, but then act like in a performative way that they don't. So I don't think it's they don't. They know exactly who they are. They're just being strategic about hiding it.
No, it's no. Okay, by what I meant when I said they don't know who they are, not that they don't know what they're doing. They know what they're doing, but up top, their self worth. There is no foundation behind their self worth. It's just the fact your your self esteem is the fact that you're punching down. Well, at least I'm not gay. At least I'm not queer. At least I'm not masculine. At least I'm not dark skinned. At least I'm not this. At least the men like me. That kind of thing. arbitrary things, nothing that's tangible, like nothing that's rooted in foundation. Like there is no strong foundation in it. That's what I meant by that. They're well aware of what they're doing.
I think we're saying the same thing, but I'm just saying it in a different way
Yeah.
because I agree with you. And like I said, it's like I'm just more about being raw with it. Like when I made that whole comment about how people with light skinned women will say that we're offended by being called mixed when really we don't be offended. And then we go down that whole diatribe of who all was in our family, and that's why we have this texture hair, we have this color skin. It's just hiding behind something that we know that we're doing, so that we don't have to take any accountability to it.
Yeah, I think it's ego. I think I don't know too much about psychology, but what I've heard is that like from child age, we want to be perceived as good because to be perceived as bad is to be punished and ostracized. So we take that into adulthood and we want to be perceived as a good person. We want to be perceived as healthy and balanced and perfect in all the ways. And, heaven forbid you acknowledge that you benefit from something that you also enjoy at the same time. So I think it's an ego thing for sure.
It sounds like some trauma of ours.
Hell yeah. Oh, it's definitely trauma. It's definitely trauma, and it can be tricky because I was just thinking like, um, because like
Hold up, not
I know.
who called you
Go
light
ahead.
skin?
Wait. Well, Public is light skinned. Him and he light skinned.
The
He
faces would have got me. That's funny.
he definitely like he's stressed out about it. He's definitely light skinned. He like he be doing light skin shit. I know that.
Probably getting that Drake treatment.
That is funny. Then he be like, okay, so Public is a perfect example of somebody trying to like overcompensate because he light skinned. Because he starts talking about his cheekbones and trying to explain
Not the
why
cheekbone.
he a nigger. That was so funny. But I forgot what I was saying. Somebody else can go ahead.
What's up, Lynn? I think I'm Lynn with the bangs. Lynn looks so cute. You muted. Not leave me alone. You acting like a light skinned person, probably. That's light skinned behavior. Okay, everybody turning up tonight.
I just want to bring another perspective. Like when we talk about how people will say, "Well, because I'm light skinned," people say that I'm not as black as someone else who's dark skinned. And don't act like you don't know what they mean. They're not saying you're not black racially. They're saying you're not black ethnically in the experience because you're not. Because you don't get the full black experience when you're light skinned. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Because I hear a lot of people that be like, well, people always tell me, well, I'm not black because I'm light skinned. That ain't what they're saying. That is not what they're saying. Let's be ever so for real. That sounded just like the black biracials. What they're saying is because you're light skinned, you don't get the full black experience that they get. It has nothing to do with you being black racially.
And so that is the kind of thing you would think that we need to sit in, because automatically my spirit wants to push back on that. Because I tell people I didn't, if they say I'm not, maybe I'm getting it wrong what you're saying, but when they're like you ain't black, I feel like they're saying, because I grew up, in the hood or whatever. You didn't grow up in the hood. I grew up in the hood. I just didn't grow up in the streets. Now tell me what y'all think about that. Honestly,
So I have a question.
sure.
What
What
hood is Jay?
is the full black experience? Like,
Please explain.
what's the full black experience next? And like,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I can tell you what I see because I don't experience the full black experience because I am light skinned. The full black experience is what a dark skinned black person can tell you is. It comes with all the bells and whistles and the harms and the fire and smoke that they get. So I can't sit there and try to
That's
attach
kind of light
myself and
skin.
strap that on.
That's light skin behavior. What you just said.
Yeah, I talking about.
What?
Can you talk about what particular things you said?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that am I
yeah.
tripping? Is and I
Take
What
experienced
Yeah,
I'm
the.
saying is when
I
I'm
just,
saying
Wait,
yeah,
what I'm
is
saying
yeah.
when
that
they talk
Memphis? Is that
about you being
Memphis?
Hey, Lynn.
Hey, baby, I didn't know that was you, child. I was like, who this? I thought, who that man?
what I'm saying is I don't as light skinned people, we don't experience the full black experience of how we get treated. Like what we said, when dark skinned women get treated, or we're masculine, or we're this, we're that, within our own race. That is
Wait,
a
is that
full
Honey
black experience and
Badger?
outside. Yeah.
Honey Badger, what the hell are you talking about? Honey Badger, come on now. You
Okay,
about to make me.
wait, separate ethnicity, because black is an ethnicity and it's a race, right? Do you understand where I'm coming from with that?
Yeah, but Honey Badger, dude, that's some colorist, light skin shit you saying, and I don't think you realize it.
Because I'm saying that we don't get the full black experience because we don't go through what dark skinned black people go through.
That's
How is
not
that not?
that wouldn't be considered the full black experience though. Like saying like that's the full black experience is like to me almost like, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong. And
Honey
saying
Badger,
that
please
Why
you
is the
mute
saying
baby
yourself,
hold
please.
so
on, honey.
loud?
Oh,
Yeah, Honey Badger, you
ooh,
gotta mute
Okay.
while you're not talking. That's saying like
Lord.
okay, to me this is what it sounds like, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, that it's okay that dark skinned black people experience things like this, that like discrimination and hardship, and like black women, darker skinned black women get called masculine and darker skinned black men go down, because that's the full black experience. It's like, oh, okay, well, if you're gonna be black, then that's what it comes with. To me, that's what it sounds like.
What
Like,
for me, what I heard
No,
was,
it's saying that when I'm saying that I'm talking about the fact that the colorism we face, they face all the time, in conjunction with the racism. That we're still black, but we don't get the full experience from within and without the race because
I
we don't
wouldn't.
experience colorism. That's what I'm
Then,
saying.
then
They
just call
experience
it
colorism and
colorism.
racism.
I would just call it colorism. I wouldn't call it the full black experience, because calling it the full black experience makes it seem like this is something that they're obligated to go through because they black. Like oh, that's the full black experience. So when a darker skinned black person is explaining to me like, oh, I experience like inequality based on my skin tone, I then as a light skinned person can say, well, that's the full black experience. So like,
which is
hey,
crazy to say. For me,
chalk
what I
chalk.
heard was,
Okay, go ahead, Memphis.
you good for one thing. One, what I'm hearing, but correct, once again, correct me if I'm wrong. What I heard was, you're saying that dark skinned people, like that experience is the crux of suffering. Like suffering is to be that like suffering, like oh girl, like you're suffering like worse than everybody else. I feel like I kind of see what you're saying because when you said it the second time, it kind of I see what you're trying to say. I feel like you're using the wrong word because see, I
Yeah.
kind of put it in like fat phobia terms. Like with me, I'm a dark skinned black man who has your quote unquote Eurocentric features. I'm skinny. I'm dark skinned, but I'm not plus size and dark skinned. I feel like you're
Yeah.
trying to say it exists on the spectrum like everything else does.
That's what I was about to say too. I'm like, cause I'm
Yeah,
light skinned, but I have heavy African features. So it's like the featureism is gonna be a thing, and it's intersections, right? Because it's the same way we talk about when we
yeah.
talk about being black. Like, yeah, it's one thing to be a black man, but it's another thing to be a black woman. So like, it's so many different components to it. So that's why I think it's like, yeah, like I think the wrong
Well,
you using the
I
wrong
can see your
word, but I get
point.
what
I
you're
can see your
saying.
point. Yeah, I probably definitely did it and used the wrong word. But that's what I mean. And it's like I just like I said when a dark skinned
Yeah,
person
that's a
tells me
light
that
skinned
I'm not black,
behavior.
and you clocking me. That's what I'm saying. I'm owning up to it. I probably used the wrong word, but like I said, I was saying like I understand when a dark skinned person tells me that I don't experience the full black experience because I don't go through the colorism on top of it. That's a different experience that they have to deal with that we are sometimes numb to or are not aware of and don't own up to.
To tell you the truth, I don't like the they, and I don't like the difference between y'all. They are experiencing the full black experience because the problem and what we have to step away from is I don't see colorism. Like how, for example, like how when white people say I don't see color, I don't see color, and they have to paint us all in the same like color in order to respect us. Like we have to step away from seeing black as like a monolith, like, and being able to respect all shades of brown and black, no matter what shades they come in. Meaning, like, the light skin experience is a black experience too, the dark skin experience is a black experience too, the brown skin experience is the black experience too, and each one of those experiences are different, some more difficult than the rest, but an experience nonetheless, and they all should be respected. So calling one experience the real black experience can be kind of dangerous, or it can start becoming dangerous, because I get what you're saying and I get what you mean, but like that can be dangerous.
I definitely
You're
agree.
right. I gotta pick a better verbiage and when trying to communicate it. You're definitely right.
Hold up, y'all. What's up, Sprite?
Wait, hold on, Tara. Check your
Yeah.
Discord. Check your Discord and take this drink from me.
Oh my god. Go ahead, Sprite.
Oh, they said they're cleaning up here.
Sprite, one day you're gonna have to we gonna have to hold your hand so you can walk in out of social anxiety with us one
Cause she be
day.
the like, cause my girl be up here busy. I mean,
Like,
I'm sorry, they be up here busy.
yeah, we love you, but I'm gonna hold your hand out of social anxiety. It's okay.
Yeah, it's all
It's
right.
okay, Sprite. It's okay. We
It's
holding your
okay.
hand, baby. We holding your hand.
I said it with love and a hug. But I want to say real quick before somebody else goes, just real quick. I like Memphis. I thought it was important when you said that you have like Eurocentric features because like that plays into like that's why my this colorism conversation is like such a large umbrella because it's going to be certain situations. Because like Creoles in Louisiana they come in because Creole is not actually like a color, but Creole is usually synonymous in Louisiana. It's synonymous with being very very light skinned or fair or passing, right? So this lady I know, they're Creole, and she has like I think it's eight of them all together, and she has sisters, her included. Like they come in all different kinds of shades and all different hair textures and all different features. And when me and her used to talk, she would tell me how different situations, like just different situations they came into. Because it's like the paper bag test, right? But then it's also like what type of hair you have, because that could change things for you. And it's also the type of features you have, because that can change things. And a perfect example of that everybody should be able to recognize is basketball wise, Los Angeles. Because they was having a conversation with OG and Jennifer and I forget the other girl name. They was having a conversation about colorism because OG was saying that she's experiencing
Ma'am,
Mm.
we do
what.
not watch Basketball Wives.
Okay, well, I'm gonna
Yeah, I
explain
know
to
who you talking
y'all
about. I know who you talking
because
about,
some people
Mia.
do, most people do, and I'm
Okay.
gonna explain to y'all
Tara,
why.
Tara, do you watch Basketball
You
Wives?
know, goodness, why I don't watch no damn basketball
Yeah, she
wives.
talk about most people do. Come on. Not the
Because
black
most people do.
experience. Not the black
Most
experience.
people, most people, most people do watch
I
basketball
can't stand
wives,
y'all.
but
I'm
most
sorry, you
people
heard that,
I
do
Diamond.
don't
That's
watch
gonna be
Basketball
watch
Wives.
basketball wives.
not the black
Not on this,
experience, Mia.
maybe not on this panel, but a lot of black people, not black people. I didn't even say black people, but a lot of people know basketball wives. But it
Well,
doesn't matter because
hold
people.
up. Y'all watch basketball wives?
I've never watched
No,
an
Now
episode of it, but
we need to
I
see.
follow
Hold
it on
up,
social
real
media.
quick.
That is a
Y'all
no
watch
for me.
because I feel like Mia.
Y'all ain't never watched it?
Hold up, Mia.
She just black
We
experiences,
taking a
y'all.
poll, Mia, because you definitely giving black experience right now.
I watch it, then. I don't
Um,
watch it before. Like I haven't watched enough to know like the people's names and
Okay,
stuff.
so maybe the way y'all asking it, are y'all watching it? No, but y'all ain't never seen Basketball Wives.
Like a clip, like Evelyn
Like
and
y'all ain't.
Tammy
I
and
know
them.
who Evelyn is.
nope,
I know who
never.
Drea is. I know who Megan is,
Nope.
but not because of Basketball Wives. That's because of them.
Malaysia. I know the see. I
I
love
know
them
who
shows.
Malaysia is. I don't know who OG is.
I don't know who the fuck these people
You've seen them
are.
before, Darlene. I bet money y'all have seen them
That's
before. Y'all
me.
just
I
don't
don't
know
know
them by
That's what I'm
nobody.
name.
like. Hold on,
I
y'all
don't know
ain't never
nobody.
seen Basketball Wives been
Hold up.
on.
No, the poll it said it was a no. So y'all can still have a full black experience and not watch basketball wives. Just so y'all know.
So Chanel just said Evelyn. Well, whatever. Anyway, it don't really matter if y'all know them or not. But OG is she's African. I forget which country. But
I think she
OG
was
is a dark
Nigerian,
skin Nigerian. Yeah, OG is a
and she was
dark
an athlete.
skin. Yeah, she did lingerie football. She's a dark skinned woman with black features, and y'all know who Evelyn is. Everybody know. I mean, not everybody, because I don't want to black experience it again. But I hope y'all know who Evelyn is. Evelyn is she was with Ocho Cinco. If y'all don't know who he is, I don't know.
Evelyn is a light skinned devil. Just to break it down, she is the textbook women that we're talking about right now. Like light skinned,
Yes.
Evelyn. Yeah,
Lavada.
her, Drea, they all look the same. They the same damn
Mm-hmm.
person.
Andrea act the same way too.
But there was this other girl on there, and she was I don't know her name. She was dark skinned, but she had like
I know who you're
Eurocentric
talking about, me.
features. Yeah, but
Mm-hmm.
and she had quote unquote good
Kristen.
hair. Kristen, yeah, she had curly like her hair texture was like it was like that jet black curly hair. Like she could wash it go, no problem, whatever. So they were pushing back against OG saying that it was colorism that she was experiencing on the show. And Christine, whatever her name is, she would say, well, I didn't experience anything. But the thing is, she was dark skinned, but because of her features and her hair, she got she got a different experience. So I think it's so many levels. My whole point in this was it's so many levels to this colorism conversation. But at the end of the day, colorism is like the I don't know what I want. I know it's an umbrella. I guess I'm gonna just say it's an umbrella and it's different little things that fall under it. And that's why it's important to just
It's a
completely
spectrum,
destroy it. Yeah, it's a
as
spectrum.
with everything else. Yeah.
It's so difficult. But
They
let's
were,
get back to
they
business.
were,
Why y'all ain't? We want to have a basketball wives watch party. What's going on?
No, we
Y'all
not.
be
cause
missing
it's fun.
out.
It's good. It's
It's
fun.
so
Y'all would like
Hold
good.
it.
up. Hold up. Y'all mute up. No, the fuck we
Uh-uh.
ain't. No, the fuck we ain't.
Not y'all jumping me
Tara,
and Mia.
I know. Tara, you know how I get.
I mean, I said what I said. Y'all know how to go.
It's funny. It was good.
Well, we gonna leave it
Y'all
alone
don't.
because I don't want to get my
That's how
head
they
popped.
do.
Y'all can y'all tap the screen, please? Let's get that like 35K or something. Break your fingers for a couple minutes.
Not actually being messy, talking about y'all mute up. I bet I didn't do it though.
No, the way I scream.
Let me mute her mic. Let me mute her mic. She's talking too
No,
much shit.
ma'am. Not. We gotta watch Basketball Wives because you watch Basketball Wives. I'm sorry. TikTok is enough Basketball Wives for me. Please, ma'am. Please.
That's that light skin behavior right
How
there. That's
is
what I
light
be
skin
seeing.
behavior? Because
I'm
I don't
talking
want to
about
watch
me.
basketball.
No, I'm talking about me trying to make me trying to
Oh
make people
yeah.
do stuff.
No, what's light skin behavior is I don't watch Basketball Wives, but I watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Oh, that's
Oh,
so. Oh,
see,
wow.
blocker.
Oh,
I don't
girl.
watch. Hold up, I don't watch that shit either. Can we get away from this all this ratchet
What
TV?
reality TV you watch,
Yeah, I don't
Tara?
watch it
This
either.
this the reality I'm watching right now in this goddamn conversation.
I've never watched reality TV. I just kept up with it through the years, like social media. I always because it was like pop culture,
All right,
like with
okay
guys.
then. All
But I
right.
never watched an episode of it. But I know the T. I be, oh, that's so and
I
so.
think Love Island is more.
Now that's I don't like
Don't
reality TV like
nobody
that.
hold up, y'all. Don't nobody give a shit what shows y'all watching, to be honest. All these random ass shows. Don't nobody watch none of that shit.
But you also a little older though, Tia. So you be like, girl, I'm not watching it.
My
Like
people
you,
gonna
like
be
my mom and them like
No,
that.
not not
somebody
that.
mute that
Not
man.
what?
Like,
Not ageism.
yeah,
I said she a
What?
little
like,
older.
can we
I
mute
said
that
a
Not the
man?
little
Somebody
older.
ageism.
cut the bullshit.
Mia, they gonna get us.
Let
You
me
know
stop.
what?
No, I'm meeting your
If
mic
that's
too.
the
Clock
case,
You
it,
acting
because
if
that
up.
that's
was definitely ageism, sir.
for real, and
Not
if
the
that's the case,
ageism.
I guess my old ass ears don't want to hear that bullshit because it's all bullshit. If we
Memphis,
want to go there.
Memphis gonna be like, "Oh, you old." You know what, Memphis? I ain't gonna tell you what I want to say. Yeah, he had to get muted. He's been
Wow,
problematic.
Memphis.
It came up out of him, y'all.
Definitely problematic. We knew. See,
Don't,
it's all men until it's no men.
Y'all are so messy.
Look, everybody getting clocked tonight. Nobody, no, everybody's
Nobody
getting clocked.
safe. Nobody
Yes.
safe. Nobody safe.
Nobody.
Cause none of that will be had. Y'all 20 something. You know what? Y'all Gen X 20 something. I don't like y'all. Like I don't like the way y'all be going about life, calling
That,
everybody old.
that
Because
is
I
not what
didn't
I
do that.
said. I can't
When
wait to
I
be
was in
30.
my 20s, I did not do that. Y'all
First of
have
all,
no
when I was in
respect
my
to
20s,
age.
we wasn't inside. This a different
Don't
generation.
do us. Now, granted,
Clock
now
it.
Tira and Lynn, I give y'all this. Them little girls and the little gays and the little girls on Twitter, they be nasty to y'all. They be, oh my
Not
God. Like
Twitter,
y'all,
on
like,
TikTok.
yes, one of y'all will be like, oh, I remember 2016, I was at the concert. I remember when this album came out. They were like, oh my God, I was in middle school. Y'all be bitch. Do you plan on dying or something? Because you gonna be my age one day.
Right. I'd be like, ma'am. First of all, Jay-Z said 30's the new 20 back in the day. So I've been going about that ever since. But
I don't even be
what
the
killed,
niggas in
what
20s.
unaligned me, what unaligned me be the 20 something olds who be like, oh, 30, you old. And I'd be like, bitch, you look older than me. The fuck?
That
Like,
part, because they rough
Gag
out
it.
there. They
Gag
rough
it.
out there.
let's
And
talk
my
about
generation getting
it.
surgery. My generation getting surgery really young. Those girls are
Let's
getting
talk
Botox
about
at
it.
23.
On, look, on that face and them fingers, because they've been on them games all these 20 years. They're going to have surgery on their fingers, too. But I say the new 50 is the new 30. That's what I say.
No, it didn't gotta be that. You just make your age look good. That's all.
Well, if there's a number out there, yes, ma'am. But
I
I'm
don't
looking
want to go
forward
to
to
my
50.
20s.
Look, I'm looking forward to it.
When your
Look, I'm
birthday?
50 and I'm looking forward to 80 and 70 so I can get more senior benefits.
And you know
I'm
what?
looking
I think
forward
that's
to
a
40.
big.
I heard 40 is a good age. I heard
Me
40 is when you really start
too.
feeling yourself. And if
That's
I can
so
feel myself
young.
more than I feel myself now,
Oh,
shit.
right?
40
Yo,
gonna hate to see me
I'm gonna be
coming.
mature.
Yo,
40
No,
gonna hate to see me coming.
I'm gonna be a hot mess
oh,
in my
baby.
50s.
I definitely think 40 was a change. A lot of stuff changed for me, and it's been all good. I'm
I think I'm.
Oh, for
49.
real?
I think when I
Yeah.
get to my
To me,
40s,
40, 30s, I call that dirty 30s. I didn't like the 30s at all. But when I hit 40, everything changed. And that's why I'm looking forward to 50. Shit, it's going to be on. If I'm going out of here, I'm going out of here in a
I
blaze.
like 30. I like
Shit.
30
yeah,
a
I like my
Me
lot.
30s.
I
too.
like 22. What you say,
Yeah, me too.
Tara?
I feel
You know what
like
I'm saying? When I get to my 40s, I ain't gonna have no filters. Like by then, I hope all the filters are off. I want to be.
Tara, no. Tara,
You can't do that. You skipping the age. Like you supposed to drop your filter when you get like 60.
60.
I'm gonna do it in my 40s.
You still gotta have a filter in your 40s. You can't just skip over ages like that.
I
I'm
agree.
gonna
60 is
do
when
it.
you don't give a fuck.
That part.
I
You're
didn't
not
Oh,
feel
gonna
and
like
you're
here's
not
what
gonna
I
take that
heard
from
about
me.
being 40. I feel like they say in your 20s you go through all of your crazy stuff and you just, you wildin'. But in your 30s, that's when you learn your boundaries. That's when you learn what you'll put up with and what kind of, life you want to live. So by the time you get to 40, you are so fortified as a person, specifically as a woman, that like absolutely what Lynn said, like oh my God, like it's a whole game changer.
Coco, it's okay, but
like
by the time you get to you gonna get there. You gonna get there.
I don't think I stopped being like, I think I stopped people pleasing at like 29 or 28. I think like at 29, maybe like the end of my 28, I was like, I've been people pleasing this whole time. Why the fuck do I care what y'all think or want from me? I gotta stop doing this shit. And like, I stopped doing this shit. I was like, fuck this.
yeah, I never really cared about people growing up, even now. So especially
I was gonna.
negative people.
But it's
That
okay.
never bothered me.
No, that's it's different for men. Y'all don't get
Yeah, it
y'all don't
is.
get in on this like
Hmm.
that. Not you come in with your privilege, Dex.
That's cutting up. He come in talking about I ain't never cared. We know.
Sounds like misogyny to me.
Yeah.
It's giving
Yeah,
patriarchy.
yeah,
Mia is giving patriarchy. And
it's
Mixer
giving
on there
it.
talking about I stopped caring when I was 19. It's giving queer patriarchy.
We know.
Vibing. I stopped caring. I said, girl, wait a minute. I said, this is a lie.
We know y'all don't care. It's not
No, I
right.
told y'all it's all men until it's no men.
I
That's
can't
that's
find
just
my
some creepy as
stuff.
shit,
What the
Dex.
hell?
Hold up,
There
y'all.
you go.
Sprite says she can unmute. What's up, Sprite?
Uh-uh.
Wait, no.
Not this.
You gotta
We can't hear you.
everybody
How
be
you mute
quiet.
yourself?
Sprite about to talk.
Oh,
Uh,
come on, man.
okay.
Sorry, I was going to unmute, but then I realized I had nothing to say at the moment.
Well, you could just say
Now, Sprite, you
hello.
can at least say hi. How y'all doing tonight? Come on, that's the baby step into it.
Hi, Sprite.
Oh, hi, how are y'all doing tonight?
We good, Sprite. How are you?
I'm good.
That's
You have like
good.
light skin privilege.
No, Mia, you
Yes?
moving. Yeah, you come on. Baby steps with Sprite.
Let me tell y'all something. Why she thinking? Somebody.
She
Ooh,
said
I ain't gonna say
yes.
it.
She said yes.
Oh, all right, man. Okay. So, what y'all think about this? Somebody who I think is problematic was like, they didn't even know I was light skinned because they said I sound dark skinned.
That's nasty work. It was a man that said it, wasn't it?
It was a woman, a dark skinned
Mm.
woman.
Sprite. Sprite. Can I give you a little bit of hold on.
We can't hear you.
I said I'm loud and I'm drunk. Hold on. I'm not drunk. I'm buzzed. But anyway, Sprite, let me give you a little bit of a reprieve. I had to lower my volume because I was up here. I need to be down here. Um, Nobody knows who you are, Sprite, so you fine. Nobody go to your page because like Mia just said, people thought she was brown skinned. So you good. They just think you a cup named Sprite. That's it. So
Lean, you and this
talk your
liquor.
shit. Talk
You and
your
this
shit,
liquor
Sprite.
got.
You okay? Pretend to be whoever you wanted to always be. You don't have to be nervous because nobody knows. Nobody knows who you are. So be who you want to be, Sprite. Be the
Knows who you are.
You know
So
what's
be who
also
you want to be.
be
Sprite.
the
you know what's
cuff,
also
Sprite.
Be the who you
was y'all
are.
drunk
So
as
be who
hell?
you
Hold
want to
up, hold
be.
up.
Sprite. Sprite.
Is that an echo? That's me. I might. This what I say, Sprite. It's over what 750 million people on this app or some shit like that. You can always start over, right? Just you can go off and say some crazy shit. You can always start over. You can make a new profile. Well, nobody know. Just putting that out there because what happens is, and I'm gonna just say this real quick. When we have like social anxiety and stuff, we think that people care about us as much as we care about ourselves. People be worried. People so egotistical be worried about their own shit. Just saying. I used to go in public and do embarrassing shit, and then I found out that's a good way to deal with social anxiety. And I'm like, oh, this is perfect. Just saying, like, just say the shit and rip the band-aid off. But if you need to take your time, we got you. It's all good.
And I just want you to know, Sprite and Chanel, and Sandra, um, I accidentally showed my titties on live. So
Leah,
at least y'all ain't do that.
That is so real. That's something I do probably by accident. That's like I can see myself because I just be forget. Like I just don't be. I be in my own world. I need to get over there. That is hilarious, and I know you was just cracking up. I would be in
No,
because
I
Leah would.
wasn't. I had a little bit of like anxiety for like 5 minutes, and then everybody was like, "Oh, girl, get over it." And I was like, you know what? I gotta get over it because I already showed my titties. I can't take it back. Like, can't rewind time and take back me doing it. So I gotta move on with life, and I did.
not you giving titty and then want to take it back. That's crazy. All right, y'all. That's what you.
Novel, don't judge me, novel. Come on.
That's what you want to say on the topic.
What was that?
You want to talk about the topic that you ain't never say nothing on the topic.
I mean, light skin privilege does exist. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Even like growing up in Trinidad, it was really subtle. We didn't even realize it until you got older. But it's definitely there, even in Trinidad. When I
Have
look
you
back, yeah.
have you ever clocked light skin behavior in a light skin person didn't know what the fuck was going on?
Yeah,
Tell us
but
about that.
before, no, I didn't clock. I never used to clock it until like now, getting to know like how racism and stuff work as I got older. But when I was younger, no, I didn't clock that at all.
Tell us about the time you clocked it.
So like back home, we literally would consider we like light skinned women. We'll call them reds, right? But it wasn't in a derogatory way. It was more uplifting, right? So it always had that standard of. But you would see women, women, even men too, because it happens to men too. They would walk around with that, that way and about them, like they'll look down, say certain things about like jokes and stuff like that, like about darker skinned men or women. But the crazy thing about it back home, it was still subtle, but people didn't really, because everyone didn't really clock it at the same time as me looking back at it. And when I go home, I'll hear people say certain things, and then I'll be like, yeah, that's not right because it does have that privilege. You know what I mean? And they only really look at it from a black white point of view. And that's another thing that I noticed. You only hear that from, light skinned people back home. So these type of conversations do help a lot in those situations. Like learning about how to clock these things. Because growing up, I never clocked that when I was growing up. Because like my brother, he was the lightest one out of all of us, the oldest one. I was in the middle, and then my other brother, he was the dark one. So I saw the difference in treatment, between all three of us.
What you from? Where again, Dex?
Trinidad.
Um, I know it. I want to say I saw something with Jamaica, but was like the bleaching a big thing? Because I think it was Jamaica where I saw that bleaching was like a
Jamaica,
big
yeah.
thing.
Jamaica, not in Trinidad, no. It wasn't
Yeah.
that
Okay.
serious in Trinidad.
Okay. Hmm. That'd be crazy because that was men and women. Where do we? Wait. Where do we win? That's crazy. Um, I guess she got a life, but there was men and women who did that. That I saw in Jamaica, but I know it seems like I don't know. I could be wrong, but it seems like with American culture, um, like darker skin black men kind of, that like the word we used earlier, but they bask in it, right? Like they enjoy the privilege that they experience with because being dark skinned is perceived as more masculine. And being more masculine is a privilege in this society. So that was interesting to me. But go ahead, Matthew. I'm
They
trying to find my
definitely do
way
the
out this
same
parking
thing.
lot.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that you know that they do it globally. But I definitely see exactly what you're saying because even with the boys when I was growing up, now how could I put it? It's not that well, yeah, I agree with my statement that I made earlier that I didn't necessarily. I didn't clock colorism as much as it was happening. I'll say that. I would see it sometimes, but I also didn't know the severity of colorism. So I'm like, oh, they're just making jokes because I'm dark. Or my grandma was very she very much emphasized in my childhood, like, hey, you're dark skinned, this means that, or like you're gonna hear these jokes. But I think she kind of like spared me a little bit from it. Also because but I also feel like since she was a woman, I kind of didn't understand what she was saying at that time. Like, or like the way that she was like, yeah, I don't think I understood from her point of view. She was a woman at the time, and I was a boy. I was like, huh? But then I remember I would go to school. They would call us African booty scratchers, all of that. They would say that you look African because I was skinny. I've always been really skinny, and I was dark skinned. I had like a longer head and stuff, and it would just. I remember it would get very overt, and then it would be weird, or like I would notice it would happen to me, but I couldn't notice how it would happen to girl. No, I would notice how it would happen to girls, but I didn't really notice how it would like affect me, if that makes sense. Because also the boys that would be like considered the most attractive boys in the school were like dark skinned. They were the athletes. But even though that was colorism, they were fetishized as well. But it also varied which school I went to. Some school, like they were the fine boys or the fine girls were light skinned and had they were racially ambiguous, had the Instagram baddie quote unquote hairstyles and stuff. But I guess I was really complacent in it as well because I didn't know what I was looking for. It was that. It was crazy. It was just really crazy to like pinpoint it. And it didn't help being like, I think I'm one of the darkest in my family. I think the rest of my family is like Mia or like Lynn or like Tira color and we got a few brown skinned people, but everybody else I'm probably like I'm one of the only dark skinned people in my family. And I had to gag them with that. I said, girl, don't say that. Or I always get told, you're so handsome for a dark skinned boy. Or like my mom, or like I would have distant aunts and cousins. I would be like, I'm dark skinned. They would be like, you're not dark skinned. Why would you want to be dark skinned? Or they would be like, don't call yourself dark skinned. I'm dark skinned. I may not be the darkest, but girl, I'm dark skinned. As I got older, I realized like, you felt as though like the beauty that I had or like the attractiveness that I had wasn't worth aligning with being dark. And it's like, that is so crazy. Or even like my mom would always tell me like, come out the sun before you get too dark. I used to, girl, what's wrong with being dark, girl? Like it just never made sense. Yes, brown skin was coined as the middleman
And
to
you know
escape
what?
colorism.
Wait, oh, Mister, because you
You can go
just said
ahead.
something. You just said something that I got to clock. This shit ain't funny. The shit sick. But this is why the black community always, when they get their blood work back, it's always vitamin D deficiency because we've been told our whole life to stay out the sun because you don't want to get black.
Clock it.
Right.
And only white people can get sunburn, or if you darker tone, you don't need sunburn. You kissed by the sun, you're gonna be a melanoma patient. It's also reinforcing that implicit stereotype or that bias that somehow dark-skinned people are more formidable to being harmed or like they're stronger against illnesses and stuff. And it's like, no, girl, we're gonna all be melanoma patients. It's crazy. Colorism runs so deep. I definitely agree. Or like somehow when you get your ancestry back, somehow it always got to be some Cherokee in it. It just can't be African American, or it just can't be within the diaspora. It just has to be something ambiguous or something that's adjacent or away from black.
My mama switched up on U304. Mama said it was Blackfoot Indian. I said, girl, shut up. But that's what she ain't say. Cherokee. She left that for the basic motherfucker. She upped it up. She put it up. She stepped it up. Excuse me. She said Blackfoot Indian. I said not Blackfoot Indian. I said anything but black. I said anything but black. And that's that generation. I'm telling you, they all say the same thing. I'm telling y'all now, we ain't never seen a Native American.
Yeah,
We don't have a clue. We don't, huh?
my mother used to say that. Oh, you got Cherokee in your family. I did DNA just to prove her wrong, y'all. When my DNA came back, I had 1% indigenous. That shit was on my father's side. I couldn't wait to say rub that shit in their face because they've been saying that my whole life. I'm like, y'all motherfuckers been lying. I knew
Now
they
I'm gonna
was
say this.
Well, that's different because not all majority of the tribes are not even in the database. So
no, 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 no,
it's
no,
you
no,
can't
no, no,
compare it if
no,
they're not in the
no.
database.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about motherfuckers don't know shit about the culture. Nothing about
Yeah.
nothing. They just saying, "Oh, you got that in your family." That's some anti-black shit bullshit.
My
Exactly.
mom always did that, but I'm gonna tell you what gagged me. I went to my like like those family reunions that you have once a year, twice a year, whatever. I went to one, and they were all showing us the younger kids. They were showing us like our great grandparents. Girl, for the longest, I was like, Mom, we ain't got no Native American in our blood. And that lady showed us some pictures. All of my like great grandparents and my great cousins stuff, they were Native American. I said, but I'm like, girl, that's far removed. I'm like, girl, that's like what 2 to 3 generations. Like, girl,
Well, the crazy thing, as you brought that up, I don't even know my great grandparents. Like,
really?
oh, don't even know them. Never seen them. Never seen a picture on my mom's side. I've never seen a picture of my grandfather or my only my dad's side. Met my grandfather and my grandmother, but great grandparents, we have no idea. Like literally no idea who they are or where they came from. I just know my mom's side, my grandmother, she was from Venezuela, and my grandfather, he was from France on my mom's side. That's the only thing I know.
I'm not saying that it's not possible, right? Like, there is so many different stories, and because of the Atlantic slave trade and slavery in the Americas, it's so much we don't know. So I'm not like delusional, but it could be a whole lot of little kind of off stories, or I forget the word I'm trying to use, but it could be a whole lot of things. Like, I'm not saying it's impossible to have that in your lineage, right? But the reason why black people always go to that is because of anti-blackness and this disdain for being black a lot of times, and this all these things that we carry because of our enslavement, but also
it doesn't tell the full story, and it doesn't even speak to how um the atrocity of our enslavement, because it makes it seem like there was this like this savior complex that a lot of people had for us that they didn't. It was not like that. Like it wasn't like people were risking limb and life to help black people. And I'm not trying to be insensitive, and I understand all of the nuances, and I know that it was some. I know it was definitely some tribes that did do that, but overall, it did not happen. Like, they were displaced, and they had went through something very horrific.
You breaking up,
From
Mia?
I'm sure. I don't know. I'm just saying sure.
We heard you, Mia. We heard you was going out at the end. I agree. In my words, what I say it is, what I
Okay.
see it as is like you feel as though your beauty can't belong to blackness. There's no way that your attractiveness or attractiveness at the root can apply or be with blackness. It has to be something not African American, something that's not phenotypically black, because you don't feel like inherently black is beautiful. You don't feel like black is something to be admired or looked at. That's what the thing is. And I noticed how people did that so bad with the different dark skinned women, or how they with Wakanda they compare Lupita Nyong'o, or they compare Shuri with Angela Bassett. They were being really nasty about that. I saw a lot of people be nasty about that, and I was just like, girl, they were all beautiful, but they were all like, oh, like she has to be mixed with some. I'm like, no, she's African American. It's crazy. People done the same thing to me. They be like, oh, you got to be mixed with something. No, ma'am, I'm black. I'm African American from Memphis, Tennessee.
And that's because people tend to believe that race is based in the blood and not based in appearance. And like I said, when people went and get the DNA test, I couldn't wait to get mine back to prove that I was just as black as everybody else. And when we're looking at it, they were like, well, no, because you're fair, you're light skinned. There's no way, you got to have this percentage. And kind of find out, I had more African percentages in my blood, in my DNA than my mother and my brother and those in my family who were a lot darker. So I was like, I tried to tell y'all, it's not in the blood. It is in the hierarchy of this construct and theory that was produced.
So I'm confused on that because I feel like it is in the DNA. And so when
No,
people
your race
ask
is
me,
based on what you look like, not by
right,
who your parents are.
well, so if we're saying that, none of us are just 100% black. We all got something else in us. And
Right. Right.
so,
So race.
it's like,
Based
so,
on blood quantum, that's what people are following.
right,
If you're
so we're
talking
doing
about
a
if you're
number.
black, it's about your phenotype and your color and your phenotypes. It is not based on the percentage in your blood.
So let me explain this to her. So I understand what you're saying, and that's the problem. It's okay for it to be confusing because it's fake, right? It's fake. It's not real. And that's why we're having these conversations too, because us dismantling colorism will is we will also be dismantling a lot of things too. Like the whole point is to dismantle the whole bullshit system. Racism is a social construct. It's not a real thing. Being black or white, none of that's real, which is why it's not in the bloodline. Because the point is, you can have whatever your DNA is, it may present different. You can have two biracial people with the same makeup as parents, right? One parent is black, the same tone, and the other parent is white, the same tone, and the children will come out differently, right? It's because genetics, the makeup happens however it happens, but they're going to have a different experience because of the social construct of racism. So whoever is presented to be more biracial looking, if that's a thing, I ain't a thing, but stay with me, black or YT, right? So if a person can pass, then it don't matter what their bloodline is, right? If there happens to be a black person who can pass, or a person who, let's say, who is from India who can pass for being lighter, like whatever it is, right? That's gonna be different. Their phenotype is going to be different, and they're going to be seen differently. But even if you are a mixed person, but you have all of these heavy African features that they associate with being black, then you're going to have a black experience. It doesn't matter if you're a quarter black, you're going to have a black experience based on how you look. So that's the problem with it. It's a social construct, so therefore it is very, very, very it's a very weird concept. So it's gonna be based in what you look like. That is how we determine race, how you look. That's it. That's what it boils down to.
No, I get that point of it. It was the deeper point of it that I guess you're saying we got to kind of dismantle that because it plays too much into the construct that has been developed and we've been indoctrinated into, basically.
Yeah,
Because
it's part of the one drop
Exactly.
rule that they used back in slavery. They're trying to apply it, and it doesn't work that way.
Now they're trying to reverse it. That's damn. Can y'all hear me?
yeah.
Yeah.
Now okay. So now they're trying to reverse it, right? And it's just to go to show you how fragile and fake the system is. So now they're trying to see who all they can categorize as being YT. Because remember I said colorism is something that is affected globally, right? In different aspects from racism. It's a global thing. So now I forget who all they trying, but it's certain ethnic groups that they're trying to categorize as YT so that they can help with their numbers.
Very much
That's
so.
how fragile it is.
Yeah, no,
so
very much so.
so hold on. So it went from the one drop rule, Plessy versus Ferguson, use a nigger, I don't give a damn how pointy your snout is. It went from that to now we want everybody to be YT. Who can be YT?
Yes, I totally agree. A lady at work, I'm in Texas, by the way. A lady at work, she's filling out her application or whatever. And you know how it has the white, the black, native, Pacific, whatever, right? But down at the bottom, it just has non Latino and Latino or non Hispanic and Hispanic. Well, she checked Hispanic, but she went back up there and checked white.
And
So
that's right,
energy,
because this Hispanic's not a race; it's an
right?
ethnicity.
But they be want, but I get what she's saying because I worked for a state, another position, and I was doing applications for something. And this lady who I'm like, lady, are you all right? Because she was Hispanic, and that's cool. But then she checked white, and I'm like, ain't no way. But anything but black. But I wanted to point something out to you, energy earlier, and this is nothing but an assumption. And I'm doing it because I can and I want to. So don't blame nobody else. It's just me, and I don't care. It's my assumption though. I bet you money the lady that was up here, the Ash lady, I bet she was Dominican or of some type of Latino, like something. And I based it on her look and her accent. I'm just assuming because she sounded like she was from New York, and I know they have a heavy Latina population there. And Dominican
The Dominican,
too.
yeah.
You talking about
That's
the
what I
lady who
Dominican,
got
and
off
cammed
I
of
out?
it.
bet you money she was Dominican.
Hold on, you talking about
Was
the lady
there?
who cammed out?
Huh?
Who you talking about?
I know
The
Black
Ash
Eye
lady,
Dominican. I
the
know Black
Ash
Eye
lady that was up
Dominican.
here, not
Yeah,
Ashley,
she
but the
cammed
lady that
up. Yeah, she cammed up.
I bet she was Dominican. I was gonna ask her that before we dropped her, but I bet you money she was Dominican or maybe Puerto Rican. I doubt it. Maybe I doubt Cuban. But I can see some Cubans doing that too.
Well, you know the problem
Um,
is if
I
she
what?
couldn't
wasn't,
understand it because she was drunk. Sorry.
hold up
Right.
though. Even if she not, if you would have asked her that, she would have said yeah. So just
You
saying.
think so?
Hell yeah.
No, I was just wondering because just like Mister down there, I got fed those stories too. So that's part of, that you guys are talking about it. And I need to unpack it, right? Because it offends me when people say, "What do you mix with?" And harshly, I return Negro, Negro. And then they back the fuck off because they looking at me like, no, she said Negro or whatever. They back the fuck off. But
Hold on, didn't Nick address that earlier?
I wasn't gonna say nothing, but yeah, I
but
think I already talked about the performative art of that.
She
right. And
did, but
so
she knows
and
she
that's,
unpacking it.
yeah,
I'm
I'm
I'm team
unpacking
I'm
it.
team energy right now. Cause my girl stuck around this whole time.
Like,
She doing the work. She doing the work. I give her that. I'm gonna definitely give her that.
I
It's gonna take
appreciate that.
a moment. It's gonna take a
Yeah.
while to
It ain't
unpack
gonna
it, but
happen in
yeah,
this
I get what
live,
you're saying.
y'all. It ain't gonna happen in this live, but I'm glad
But
it's
look, no
getting out.
energy. Let me tell y'all what I after the exchange, right? When Ash started showing her light skin ass, I think that's what really like helped energy out. She was like, wait a damn minute. Maybe they own this something over here. Cause she came up and showed her ass. I know
And
they
I ain't
had to
gonna
at
lie.
least go
Sorry.
ahead.
I ain't gonna lie, I thought she was gonna come up and be a teammate, but she was reckless, so it really did make me look into it. I'm like, wait a minute, what? What? No, you can't represent. Let me course correct.
She was like, don't worry about it. I just they own something over here.
Okay, take it on my own, take it by the chin, whatever. But yeah, for real.
Yeah, that's what we be talking about. Go ahead, Ashley.
Now, I just want to comment on something that Memphis said a little earlier, how like being adjacent to whiteness, it offers another perspective that I want to offer is that it comes down to comfort. Because we live in a capitalist society, it comes down to comfort. Like the desire to latch on to whatever privilege in order to be able to survive, even if it's in mediocrity, because we know that white people only ever need to be mediocre to do very, very well in life. And we know that. So if beauty is currency, and if being adjacent to YT people is currency, then a lot of people are trying to collect that currency. And that's why they're like, my great, 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 whoever was Indian and my great, great, whoever was YT. And I think that that also plays a part because that privilege does come with benefits in real life, in the real world. And I think that's why it's so hard to let it go. And that's also why it's so hard to admit because it's just as hard for YT people to admit that they benefit from just existing as who they are.
That's why I be so against the exceptional Negro trope. I be against that. Not that I don't think that we need to be exceptional. Not that I don't think that we need to have the black girl magic or we need to reach for the stars or we need to do what we do because we're doing it anyway. But I don't. It's like I'm gonna still do what I do and say what I say, even if a person isn't exceptional, even if they are mediocre, because watching people get to exist on like as a whole, like as a person. Like they don't have to worry about being spoken for because this whitey person in Wyoming said or did something crazy. They don't have to be the top of their class. They don't have to do this. They don't have to do that. And I think that that is what humanity is. Humanity is a spectrum of things. It's many levels to it. It's many different places that people can fall. And that's why I be speaking to that us like only wanting to recognize this exceptional Negro instead of it just being, no, we're motherfucking human. Like, that's it, bottom line. Go ahead, Sarah.
Exactly. Like I
I'm like, oh, I thought I took Sarah off.
Oh, my
Sarah,
bad.
did I cut you off?
I just wanted
Oh,
to agree with Mia. You're right. Like human across the board. Like, period. I love that.
because and like I said, just to add on to that, because you know how we always hear where you're a strong black woman, so it's okay to mistreat you.
yep,
You
that's
know what
why
I
I say
mean?
take that word out the, is it the lexicon? Is that the right word? Because y'all know I'm having a little
Yeah,
fun. But anyway,
lexicon. Yeah.
Okay, good. Take the
It
bird
should be
out.
resilient.
Something about strong black woman sounds like a fucking mule, like a work mule. Like you a strong black
Mm-hmm.
woman, like it's
Yeah.
giving that you gonna put like something on my back and I'm gonna have to carry. That's literally what it is, huh?
Exactly.
It's a no for me. It's a no.
I ain't gonna lie, the way Lynn put things across cracks me up all the time.
It was, but that's true though. It is like we like some working damn mules. But that's why I don't like the word strong. I am resilient, but I ain't strong, and I ain't trying to. Cause y'all know I hear that all the
But like
time.
the
You
thing is,
know,
me and we are
queen,
strong.
strong queen.
The thing is, like we are strong. Like in reality, I don't have a problem with being strong. But when you couple it with black woman, it's like, like if somebody were to come
I
up
don't
to
like
me and
when they
they'd be like, "Oh, you strong," I'd be like, "Oh, thank you." But when they'd be like, "You a strong black woman," I'd be like, "Ugh, like take it back. Why are you saying that?" Like it's
Because it's
something about it.
manipulation at that point. Like,
That's
and
what
the
it
reason
be.
why they say that, like, you're a strong black woman, you can deal with anything. Like, you got this all by yourself. And I know you going through some shit, but you got it. No, bitch, come help me out. Like, the fuck is you talking about?
And something that I also notice is what they're insinuating is that your suffrage is an obligation. To be you, to exist as you, or people like you, is to suffer. That's why
It's the
and that's
black
why
experience.
I'm clocky. It's literally like it's so nasty. I cannot stand when people tell me they're like, oh, she's such a strong black woman. Yeah, because she has no other choice because y'all make it that way. She never has a calm nervous system because she can't. Because God knows black men not gonna help. But that's enough. We're not gonna do that today. But
Can we get to 30K real quick? Can y'all tap the screen?
it was just so it
Just
reminds me
text
like
her.
the mammy complex. That's what it reminded me of the mammy complex. Same
That
thing that they tried to
part.
do with Michelle
Yeah, that's what.
Obama. Michelle Obama had been said she didn't want to run for president. And the people were like, oh, she needs to run, she needs to run. When a woman, especially a dark skinned when a black woman, especially a dark skinned black woman says no, y'all take that as to coerce her. Like you coerce the strong mule on the plantation to go one more down lap. Like, come on, get another lap out of you. You know we need you. You know you know we rely on you. But the second that the mule doesn't want to be mule no more, now all of a sudden you ungrateful. Now all of a sudden you crazy. It's just nasty. I don't like how people do
It's
that.
like
Hold
black
up, y'all.
women,
Hold up,
black. Oh,
real
go
quick,
ahead.
y'all. Thank you, energy. Some of y'all down in the comments freeloading like a bitch. Like y'all ain't tapping, y'all ain't gifting the panel. I'm just calling y'all out. Y'all definitely down there freeloading. Y'all, if y'all want to say support, come say something. Don't be a freeloader though. I'm just saying. All right, you doing your homework. That's fine. You can gift and tap a little bit and get back to your homework. I'm just saying. Y'all comment. I'm like, what happened to the support and shit? I'm gonna call y'all out. We went. No, this live freeloading shit ain't cool. That's all. That's all. I see y'all though. I fucking see y'all. Go ahead, Lynn.
Laying on the coffee cup. Sarah.
If you feel attacked, Chanel, I'm glad I got that across. It was definitely an attack. Just so y'all know.
Leave Chanel alone. Chanel be looking out now.
Not Chanel cool, but no, it was still an attack. Like I'm gonna say it wasn't. It was definitely an attack.
My girl applying pressure. Them lights is going up. So,
Yeah, like what happened? I'm
um,
looking at like the screen, like damn.
oh Lord. But yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. But I don't know what's going on with me. I just,
Lynn doing some shit on the back end.
you said you're gonna start some shit on the back end.
And I said she doing something on the back end. She hopping in
Oh,
here.
damn, she dropped. Oh man, I can't believe I forgot what I was about to say. Damn,
It's okay.
it'll come to me.
Well, I just want to say I appreciate y'all being open minded and stuff. Cause like this went better than the last time. We had one that did come up.
Where's where's Coco at? Not that Coco, the other one. I think she like Whitney Houston a little bit.
Oh, I know you. Oh, you talking about yeah. Some we had a issue pop off on the live before, and she ain't been back since.
Really? I love when she talks about colorism. I love when she talk about it. Really? I love when
Yeah.
Coco talks about colorism. Damn. I don't never be on here. I'm always on vacation. I never know what's going on.
Oh, you?
Well, my
I
point.
ain't never
You said what
vacation when I
happened?
was 21. That's for damn sure.
I be on vacation. I don't even know what be going on. But yeah, it's just crazy. I had a guy the other day. He was like, "You're so pretty. What do you like? What are your parents? What other word do I say besides mixed with? I hate saying that because oh, I can't. He was basically asking me, "Was I how are you not monoracial?" And I'm like, "Nigga, because I'm a African American, family from Mississippi, family from Tennessee, family from Chicago. Like, girl, what else you want me to do?" Like, it was just weird, and he just couldn't get like, how could you not be multiracial? Nigga, don't be weird.
He
And
was
this
just
person was indeed
weird.
dark
Well, he
skinned.
could. He had to be
Dark is
weird because
nice.
he was fucking weird. That's
Yes, and you know, I have a preference for a darker tone, men like romantically. I just be like, girl, like, what are you talking about? It always catches me off guard because in my mind, I'm unpacking. I'm fighting against my insecurities every day, so it kind of catches me off guard when people are so overtly ignorant, so maliciously compliant to a system that isn't even compliant to you. It'd be nasty work to me, especially with these niggas. It'd be so crazy. It's about the topic. I may not word this correctly, but when did you realize you had privilege? I realized I had privilege when my grandma talked to me because my grandma is much, much, much darker than me. Or for the longest, people didn't categorize me as dark skinned because they saw me as something that couldn't be as pretty as I am or as handsome as I am if I was dark skinned. So people everywhere I went would be like, "Oh, you're brown skinned," and I would be like, "No, I'm dark." Or like sometimes I would once again, like Ashley talked about earlier, the comfort. I want to be perceived as attractive. I want to be perceived in the male gaze. I want to be seen as handsome. So I was like, "Oh, I'm brown skinned," even though I'm maybe 2 or 3 shades lighter than my grandmother. It was crazy. I knew I had privilege a while. Like I knew I had skinny privilege a lot, and that's because my mom was a mom. But I have a lot of the women in my family are very shapely women, very choose something to do something, very thick women, and they would just tell me like when I would see my mom go in the store. With me, some stuff I couldn't wear like off the rack because I'm much smaller. It's one thing to not have stuff in your. It's one thing for them to have your size, and you have to get it alterated for them just to not to include you at all. And that's one thing that it clicked to me. I'm like, oh, they don't have your size at all. Well, when they do have your size, it's not actually working for your body because they don't want to include you at all. You know, like my mom would have to try on everything in the store because she's like, I just can't trust that size. I have to try it on. Or like an extra large at Fashion Nova and an extra large at Old Navy. And that's one thing that it really opened my eyes really young. I'm like, dang, that's right. I do have a lot of privilege when it comes to that. It was just crazy. It's just, but it's really nasty when people don't, when people go against their privilege. We were talking about that earlier.
So yeah, Chanel for me was I was young. So I lived in a household where I had my mother and my stepfather, neither one of them ever stated that they was black. To this day, that you will never hear them say, "Oh, I'm black." Like I'm talking about self hating real bad. So I'm like, see, my sister dark skin, and we definitely was pinned against. Well, shit, we all basically bullied my sister. Um, and I didn't, not until like my teenage years that I realized how fucked up it was. So yeah.
I don't know why when you said that, Tira. I don't know if y'all are familiar with Mary Mary. I don't know which sister it was. I want to say Erica, but I may be wrong. But I don't know if y'all ever watched Mary Mary or like saw like Mary Mary. She's light skinned, you know, a very hourglass shaped kind of lady, and her daughter's dark skinned and a plus size girl, and she came home and asked her mama am I beautiful? And her mama just looked at her. She was like, yeah. She's like, Mom, you don't ever sound confident when you call me pretty. And she was like, well, I kind of understand. I kind of don't get it. She was like, Mom, of course you're going to tell me I'm pretty. You're light skinned and you're built like XYZ. And she's like, no, that has nothing to do with it. And her daughter was like, girl, you're delusional. I can't remember who else got a light skinned mama. And they opened up how Their mama was evil. I can't remember who it was. I want to say Giselle Bryant, but I think all of her daughters are light skinned. I can't remember. Somebody might had a light skinned mama, and their mama was evil. Was it Keisha Cole mama? No, that's I'm trying to think. I can't think of who it is, but it was somebody that was dark skinned, and their mama was like light skinned, skinny, and everything, and they were like dark skinned, plus size, voluptuous, and they was just really nasty. I can't remember. It was a celebrity. I can't remember who it was. But I do remember one of the Mary sisters. They do. It was just nasty how she was. You could just see how oblivious and how detrimental not unpacking implicit biases or unpacking colorism and stuff,
Are
how
you talking
they
about
manifest
Monique?
in your life. I think so, but
It's
I don't think it's
Monique. I
Monique.
remember Monique wrote a whole book about it. I mean, not a book, but she had a whole issue because her and Oprah were supposed to have an interview, and that's how her
And she
and
brought her
Oprah fell
brother and them
out.
on there. I remember that. I can't remember who that was who was dark skinned and their mama was light skinned. I'm trying to think. I gotta remember. I'm trying to remember. Somebody was dark skinned, beautiful woman. She was dark skinned, but it didn't dawn on me like, oh, that's right. Your mom was probably light skinned. It was crazy, but I remember I follow a few mutuals on here. They're dark skinned. They were raised with the oh, I'm pretty because I'm light skinned. They mad at me because I'm yellow kind of mom, and how their relationship is very um uprooted to say the least. And I was like, dang, that's a deep rooted thing. Or like I noticed it within the HBCU culture, especially when women, like AKs, deltas, they also have a certain archetype that has historically been filled or been met. Even a lot of them did the paper bag test and stuff like that. But I just remember like back in the what's that movie when they was it School Days? Was that the movie when they had Tisha Campbell in there? She was considered like in the light skin
Yeah.
sorority, and the girls
Yeah,
that
School
movie.
Days.
School Days, that movie, and you just get to see how that emulates real life. Like that's really how it was. And the girls would hold up the paper bags and stuff, or you would see the light skin AKA who was skinny like Kamala, like their grandmother would be like Kamala, and then they would have a daughter dark skin, she a delta, she plus size, and that rift is there because you are now related to the very thing that you despised your whole life. The same thing that you at the expense to you build yourself up at the expense of these people, and now this person is a member of your family, your daughter, your niece, and now that's a risk because you just never unpack. You just bask in that privilege.
So, yeah, how is all this light skin behavior, actually upholding like YT supremacy? Don't all speak at once.
I was gonna
I was gonna
say,
go, but I ain't wanna. I've been
oh,
speaking a lot.
Go ahead, energy.
I was gonna say that it keeps us divided. I feel like that was the original plan, and though it may have turned, it's supposed to get away from race, but we turned it into colorism. I think it goes back all the way to, who's in the house and who's in the field. That's the way it started, dividing us. And it may have started before then, but that's as far as I remember. But it started then, and that's where the indoctrination comes from. That just followed us up, but we don't call it that now. We call it colorism. And if you're not aware of it to a deep degree, I think we're all aware of it to some point, but we don't realize how much it affects the people around us. Not having that sympathy or empathy or just really that awareness. So I think that's the way it holds it up. We're still feeding into the trap, they said.
Also, I want to say, Coco said, I think it helps the hierarchy. I agree.
I want to agree with. Wait, were you done? Energy.
Yeah, but let
Yes.
somebody else go, Memphis.
Okay.
Ashley.
Honestly, Terry, when you asked that question, I was like, oof. Like, man, there's so many ways Can you ask the question again? I just want to make sure I'm answering the actual question.
So, how does light skin behavior actually uphold white supremacy?
In a number of ways, but in the ways that I can speak on without being too long winded, it's very similar to the way that YT people benefit from YT supremacy. And I love how Mia said it's not about being an ally, it's about being an accomplice. But when they claim to be an ally, it's only to a point. They're an ally until it doesn't benefit them to be an ally. And sometimes they think that appropriation is being an ally. And I think that as people who benefit from light skin privilege, we think that we are being a support system for the people who don't, until we're faced with no, but I actually like this attention that I'm getting. I actually like this, this favor that I'm getting. I actually like the money that I get because I actually got this job that someone else couldn't get. It upholds it because when we benefit from it, we sit down and we become compliant and we say, all right, well, because I'm benefiting, I guess I'm not gonna be an ally anymore. So yeah, it upholds it because it's like you're an ally to a point until you benefit from it, and then you're like, oh, okay, you know what? Let me actually sit down and accept the fact that I'm okay right now because of this privilege. So yeah,
I want to ask you a follow-up question.
yeah,
Because no systems of oppression that exist today was invented by anybody who lives today, right? It's something that was inherited.
right.
And those who benefit from it, like, oh shit, we want this so we can keep benefiting from it, right?
Mm-hmm.
With that being said, how is a light skinned person leaning in their privilege any different from a YT person?
It's not. It's not like that. That's what I feel like I've never thought about this. So I'm realizing it for the first time tonight because these are just thoughts I've never done. It's not different. It's actually exactly the same. It's the same as a man benefiting from the patriarchy. There is no difference. And that's wild to see even in yourself and realize that it's me. It's me. That's being addressed here. Like there is no difference.
Dex, you wanted to say something?
No, no, I agree, but that's how all these systems are based on. It is the same system. It's just targeted in different communities, but it's the same thing. But it is just to keep us divided, just to pick our pockets. Literally, that's all it is.
Yeah, I think it's more than just the pockets. I think it's power, right? If we play into the system as it is, we uphold those who have power. Because like a lot of times we think about what's in our pockets. Our monetary system is made up. It doesn't actually have like a lot of your money is just binary code, right? So like it's some made up shit that we all acknowledge that has value, but the real power is to those who even says that your little code or your pieces of paper has
Right.
value.
Yeah, I only say that just because we're in that system. But yeah, you
No, I
correct.
agree.
You
I'm just
correct.
trying to add in some information.
Oh yeah.
Anybody anybody else want to answer that question before I thanks
I said
Sinead.
it's everything you said. It's about power. It's also but again about being complacent and then actively seeking a way to distance yourself in a this false sense of having a way to climb out of oppression, or you can assimilate this false narrative that you can
Laugh.
assimilate to a higher. It's just ridiculous.
Mia, did you want to add something?
Um, yeah, you still, because I had stepped away for a minute, but you still talking about how does being light skinned help with white teeth supremacy?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah,
Y'all still talking?
yeah.
Okay. Um, I think it keeps it. I think it like
Thanks
keeps wetting
Sinead.
itself.
because hold on, let me turn it down. Because like it's the same. I think Ashley kind of touched on it, but the way I look at it is like the reason why racism can continue is because there is um poor YT people who buy into this promise that one day you can too be like me in control, and also at least you're not black, right? So they will perpetuate racism even to the detriment of themselves. That's why they vote the way they do, when they act the way they do, when they risk going to jail, and they go to jail, they get under all these things, right? And I look at colorism being kind of similar because because light skinned people and want to separate themselves so much from being black, and they just get so excited about this fake proximity to whiteness. It helps keep things afloat. That's why I say colorism is akin to racism, because it kind of, colorism is like the little brother who wants to be like the big brother. So you just do all the things, you say all the things, and all of that. So it's just to help. It just helps keeps the wind in itself, because you got this competition. Everybody. That's why I say people will they eat up being called mixed. They eat up with the questions. They eat up with they love, enjoy, oh, you sound white, or oh, are you mixed, or you're not like the other Negroes. Like, they love it, and that's what helps this system helps it keep going. That's what I think. So yeah.
Okay. Nick, so Honey Badger, you want to say something?
No, I mean, I think I pretty much said the same thing right before she went. Again, it's this false narrative of othering themselves, and that makes them somehow better. And it gives them some type of misperceived power. And just this, it's, it's the same thing as far as I'm concerned. It's very close to it. It's close relative. It's an immediate family.
Hold on, real quick. You light skin, right?
Yeah, because it's honey badger.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
know if you're
no,
talking
I
about a
know.
picture.
I'm saying it for a reason. Your background loud as
Uh-huh.
hell. Because
Sorry.
you saying they, right? Why aren't you saying we?
My bad. I meant we.
Oh, that's all. All right, y'all want? I kind of want to take y'all somewhere. Don't worry, I'll bring y'all back though. Um, how is it being a light skinned person? Sorry. So Memphis and Dex, y'all. I'm kind of discriminating, but y'all men, so y'all live or whatever. How is it that being a light skinned person makes you empathetic to white people and their experiences?
Wait, repeat that again?
So, how is it being a light skinned person? How does that make you empathetic towards white people and the YT experience?
Well, excuse me. I'm gonna need somebody to give me an example because I
Okay,
definitely don't know.
I want to give you an example.
Okay, good. Because I
Um,
don't feel like I do that, but
since
please.
you're a lighter, since you're a lighter tone person, I want to go directly to the cinema. If you've ever watched 12 Years a Slave, or if you ever watched Handmaid's Tale, she's basically asking, do you feel like that you implicitly, subconsciously, whatever, sympathize more with the lighter skinned slaves or the lighter tone, people in Jim Crow
No, no,
than
no,
the dark
no,
skinned
not
people?
even that. No, no, no. If you're a
Wait,
light
so
skinned
that's what I mean?
person, let me give an example. I'll give another example.
Okay.
So you'll hear a light skinned person say something like, "Oh, I know I got this opportunity because I'm light skinned, right? I know that I got to treat it better because I'm light skinned, right?" And we know that's no different from the white person who inherited the system. Like, I know I'm getting these privileges because I'm a YT person, right? So How are you empathetic towards YT people and their experiences? Because you're essentially empathetic towards them.
Um, I am gonna have to dig deep because that's I believe is unconsciously for me because I've never thought about it like that. I don't
That's a
care
great
too much for
question.
them. I don't care
Sierra,
too
you
much
ate
for
that.
them. So
You ate that,
I don't
Sierra.
know.
Ashley,
That that's such a good question because I I don't feel like I'm all that empathetic to YT
no,
people from
no.
my perspective, but from coming from being able to say exactly the same thing, I got this opportunity because I'm light skinned. So there's a level of mediocrity that I'm allowed. So are they. You know what I mean? Whereas a dark skinned woman has to actually work hard. So, yeah, this is another thing I've never thought about. But yeah, there's a level of mediocrity that we are both allowed to have. Like, my level is different. So, of course, I look at her like, nah, you get to be more mediocre. So, I don't think I empathize with her, but I think I, yeah, like I think I benefit in the same ways. So I saw a TikTok the other day where a YT woman was like, I think black people just don't like me because I'm YT. And of course her comment section was going crazy, but I think that as being in the same like space of privilege that I'm in, yeah, I think that I won't say that I consciously have the thought, you don't like me because I'm light skinned, but I think that when it comes down to it, yeah, there's a level of sameness that I can see for that same situation because we do benefit in similar ways. We do have similar privileges and we do have similar mindsets based on our experiences. So, yeah, I've never thought about that question. That's a great question. I've never thought about it, but that's the answer that I have at this time.
Energy.
Yeah, I answered it to where I'm at right now with it. It's as Ashley just said, that does occur. It definitely occurs that if someone says they don't like me because I'm overweight, I might understand that because I consider myself overweight. And if it happens to be a YT person, then I guess I am sympathizing in a way. But color wise, honestly, I think if that's happening, it's unconsciously that it's happening because anything, forgive me, but anything they complain about, I have nothing for them.
So I
Yeah.
think what it is that we tend to dismiss our involvement in it by saying, well, it's not my fault. Well, I didn't make the rules. Well, I didn't make this system. Or we tend to empathize with them because we'll sit up here and say, well, I don't do that. It's that lack of our own self-awareness and accountability because we'll sit there and say, well, it's not their fault they were born YT. Well, it's not their fault that was their forefathers that created that. It wasn't my ancestors, or that was my ancestors that did it, but it's not me.
I don't know. It sound a lot like it sound a lot like oh, I never owned slaves, right? Like I've not, I didn't do that. Like it sounds, it's definitely a parallel there. But me, I saw you unmuted. You want to say something?
Yeah, because before my service went out, for me, the way I see it show up in me is me always talking about my features, like trying to lie.
No, no, Mia,
Say,
no, no. Your service still out. No, uh-uh.
Damn.
Y'all down in the comments.
What about now?
Y'all make sure y'all tapping the screen, please. Yeah, we can hear you right now.
I think it went back. It went back. Okay, there it go. I was saying, I think for me, it shows up in me always like bringing up my features, as a way to kind of like distance myself from it. In the same, like I don't know. It's like to me when I be bringing up my features, it sound like I didn't own any slaves. Like that's what I could be wrong, but that's what I'm processing right now. Like I'm just now. Like,
Damn. It sounded good while last. Mia, no.
I'm
No,
saying.
Mia. No, we don't, Mia. It's fucking up again.
And while Mia gets her signal back, I think another thing too that I want to add is exactly what she said. Like, I think for me, you know how like you have the YT savior complex, kind of like the example that I explained before. I think I have the light skin savior complex. Like, I want to be the friend that's like, no, 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 you're beautiful, it's fine. Whereas, you know, YT people do a very similar thing, like, oh, let me give you self-esteem from my place of privilege. Like, I think that too is how it shows up for me and how I can mirror them in that way.
Yeah, because my thing is, if we could say, y'all, I'm getting over a cold. Don't be fucking judging me. Tap the screen. But if we could say, I know I was able to, get opportunities because of my skin tone, right? I know that I was able to maybe get married because I'm light skinned, or I was able to, I didn't express the same discrimination, so I didn't get, my mental health isn't as bad, right? If we know that, and I think a lot of times we look like, well, it's YT people. I gotta make do in this world, right? But if we really pigeonhole in and we realize, YT people are saying the same thing, then are we actually safe? Because it's like, it's one thing to say you safe for, like, helping your friend feel good about themselves, or I'm safe because I'm gonna listen in this conversation. Well, but when at the end of the day, if the opportunity arose and I needed some money and they was gonna take the job from you, I'm gonna take it. So are we actually safe, or is it something we like to say because we want to feel that way?
Oh, that's interesting. Mm.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying because like I was saying earlier, like when you see these situations, we just have something to say. We're not actually doing something, right? Like we do just like they said, well, I call it out when I see it, but you do nothing to get ahead of it. Right? Like you said, with opportunities or see something come. Like an example, when I was working on with my journey back in my early 20s, when I saw a lot of our PCAs, which is our patient care assistants, they would get, the ones that are dark skinned would get written up for the tiniest infractions. So what I would do to combat it is I would write them what we call give them a complimentary email to add towards their points towards getting a raise. So for every one that they would get, I would send 5 compliments on their duties to try to kind of balance it out. Um, and try to get those that are up for a certain position, like a lead PCA or something like that. I would do my best to basically advocate to get the dark skinned ones that are experiencing these things to put in those leadership positions, like actively, but not saying it's because of the skin color. I would add more awards and things like that. Or I would, because I was a charge nurse, I would put them in leadership roles to show that they have had the experience to help not to raise up the awareness, but to put them in a better position. And I've even given up certain things myself and just dropped out of it because I'm like, no, we're not going to do this. So I'd be like, you know what, y'all, I don't think I can handle this. I'm going to take it out. I'm going to take myself out of it. But I would never tell them why.
Yeah, but hold up. Let's say it's your dream job. let's say 6-figure income, you're gonna be set for life when you get this position. The kids gonna be okay, life gonna be good. You work for this, right? But you know that the other applicant is not getting a job because of their skin color. And if you say something, maybe neither one of y'all gonna get the job, or maybe they would. Would you actually speak up and say something?
That's a good one. I think in reality, I wouldn't because of that survival instinct.
Wait, can you repeat that again, Sarah? I couldn't hear you.
All right, so Mia, right? Let's say, because I know you do have Mia, like you customize like educational courses for your students, right? Um, let's say you know there's another person who could do your job just equally or better than you, right? But you know they didn't get that position because not that they didn't get it, but you got it because of your skin color. Would you speak up and say something knowing you would lose your job?
Oh no, no, and like I got all kind of excuses why, and that's a part of it too. And it could like that's all a part of it, but based on your example and me trying to remix it, but if like we're just looking at your example, you're saying that the person could do the job. I don't know if you said just as good or better.
Yeah.
You said just as good.
Just as good at that or better. However, you got the job only because you light skin. Like you know they hired you because you was light skin. Like maybe they could do it just as well, but they've been there a little longer than you. You got to like it's a promotion or something. I don't know, but you know it's a discrimination issue. Would you speak up? Because it's wrong. You know it's wrong. Or would you speak up knowing that like you gonna be back in the unemployment line and you going to start from scratch? Would you be like, no, I gotta pay my bills. I know it's discrimination, but I gotta do what I gotta do.
Right, because self-preservation is always gonna come first, but yeah, like it would be. I would speak up if it wasn't a like if I didn't know it was a threat. Like now, if it happened, it happened. But like me speaking up, knowing that I'm going to get fired, no. But would I speak up? Yeah, I would say something about it. But speaking up, knowing I'm gonna get fired, no. Now, if I didn't know I was gonna get fired and the opportunity presented itself, yeah, because I speak up all the time, because that's part of the privilege. I'm more palatable. I can get away with speaking up. I'm not saying I can get away with saying anything. I'm saying I can get away with, having certain conversations. I see that. But if I knew that I was gonna get, especially not with like how, I don't know.
Damn, me struggling with
I
that.
was just, I was going to say I wouldn't speak up, not if I thought I was going to get fired, but I think it'd be interesting because if you say I knew I got the job because I was light skinned, so that would be just something so core inside of me that makes me believe that's the reason why, or if somebody told me that. Now, if somebody told me, oh, I hired you because of this reason, I would say something.
Yeah, but I'm
But
saying
if I'm
like that's
just,
not how I hear what you're saying, but that's not how colorism, that's not how racism works in our society. Nobody it's not it's not something they just gonna outright say. And the
right,
reason why I'm giving such an extreme example is because there's a lot of subtle ways that we don't speak up either. Because
true.
it's like speaking up means you will lose something. So it's like with going through that experience, right? One, how can you fault YT people for what they do? And two, like how could we be realistic about a situation like that, and what could we do to change it?
Honestly, the first thing I thought was crazy. But if I'm holding on to that, because I think that would be a burden, like a burden to carry if you knew you got the job because you were light skinned, but you couldn't turn down that money and you had to take care of your family. So
But,
you have to put
hold
yourself first.
on, we already carrying that burden. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Say
if
that
we
again.
really think about it, like being a light skinned woman, and you know you get privileged in ways, right? You know that you've been favored in ways, right? Even if it's not as serious a job, and sometimes it is a serious a job. Maybe through your childhood you wasn't treated or told that you was less than the way you would have been told if you was dark skinned. Because of that, you had the capacity to maybe go pursue higher education. Maybe because of that, you was able to go on and be a successful person who they had to spend extra years in therapy unpacking and undoing the trauma that it caused you. Maybe you was able to escape substance abuse. Like, maybe you was able to escape being essayed by somebody who targets somebody who's darker skinned. Like, it's layered. It's a lot of things that because you're a light skinned person, you don't have to experience in your life, nor but it's not just this isolated incident or this one day you could have been treated some way, or you kind of escape a situation. No, it's like it's layered. It's the privilege throughout your whole life has allowed you to be where you are, even if you are not at the top of the totem pole, right? You are a little higher because you didn't have all those subtle instances, right? When you was in school, nobody was marking you down a little lower because they perceived you a certain way, right? No man just had a baby on you and just left you and it want nothing to do with you because he has issues with your skin color. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's a whole different experience. It's not just a job. It's like your whole life to this day. You are who you are, and your experiences are who you are. Not because you honestly earned everything, but because you have been able to escape discrimination. So yeah,
No.
you're
But
not
that will
gonna be
go
able
with
to
everything.
clock. You're not gonna be
That,
able to clock the shit somebody who's been dark skinned has been living that experience in childhood. You're not gonna be able to clock it. You're not gonna be able to see it. So when we say stuff like, I'll speak up, or when I said this, like, it's a lot of shit that you just is gonna be missed on you, and there's a lot of ways that we ourselves uphold this system.
So I'm confused.
yeah.
So I said I was going to speak up if I. Okay, so I do understand what you're saying. It's an umbrella of different ways that we could go about it. But I was speaking off of the original question, which was about the job. Like, like someone said earlier about self-preservation. But then what Nix was saying was how she went about helping the situation out is where I was kind of going with that. But I'm gonna keep listening.
Yeah, no, that's fine because it's a struggle. Because what Tara's saying in a grander scheme of things, that I'm fighting for my life about, but I get is that it's so many ways. So like the job is one way, and she just used that because that was something that everybody could resonate with. Because it's like you don't have with the way she asked the question, you can't run away from it. You got to tell the truth. So that's why she asked that specific question in that manner. But what she's saying is overall, it's so many things. Like it's so many levels to it. It's just so many, and we just need to be aware of it because, I mean, it, it just is what it's like. Some ways we don't even realize. Like you might have got away with. I mean, you might didn't get targeted for something because their target is dark skinned women. Like stuff like it's just us being aware, understanding, and wrapping our brain around it, right? And it's difficult because that goes into all of these systems. That's why I was like, I'm fighting for my life because it's like I'm like wanting to explain it because it is so many different things. Because we can look at capitalism and how people play into it and on and on and on. But at the end of the day, yeah, like we end up putting the wind in the sails of these systems, and that's just the point that she was making. But even to what Nix was saying, it goes back to what the point Ashley was making is that like we sometimes are like these, like we have like a light skinned savior complex, and like that really hit home. And that's why I was saying earlier, I don't know if y'all heard me, I was saying that I think sometimes on top of me overcompensating, and I think that overcompensation is me with this light skinned savior complex that I have that I didn't realize that's what it was. I try to distance myself by bringing up my features any chance I get. Like that's always like my defense mechanism, because I said it earlier. I was like, I'm light skinned, but I'm light skinned, but I'm light skinned, but even though I clearly thoroughly understand that none of that matters, because my features don't really even matter because of how light skinned I am, because that's the biggest thing with colorism. My features are more acceptable. I can speak, I tell y'all I'm bilingual because AAVE is my first language, and I speak in African American vernacular English all the time. I do it professionally. When I talk to y'all, I talk to my colleagues the same way. And it's okay. I am professional. It's acceptable. I get away with that. So I don't know. I think that it's so many different levels of privilege that we have to unpack when we're talking about being light skinned, because I do think that sometimes we don't even catch it. Like, am I really standing on all 10, or is it the fact that I'm light skinned and I can get away with things that a dark skinned woman couldn't get away with? Like the subtle things. I mean, I can't even quantify it. That's why I thought, Terry, that was like a great question. And I don't know, y'all. I don't know. It's some bullshit.
Yeah, now also we're kind of tied with the overcompensation, right? We overcompensate because it's like we live in a society where people want privilege, but they want their oppression to be acknowledged. It's like, oh, I get privilege, but let's not talk about that because I'm oppressed, and these are all the ways I'm oppressed. And it's like, because oppression is so like intersectionality of oppression or whatever, and because we live in a society where you gotta participate in like capitalism to survive, we end up stepping over each other's toes, like we do it all the time. And I feel like at the end of the day, while we at the same time knowing that's who we are, like to core of it, like we would rather be able to just do it and be quiet about it and don't say nothing. But it's like that doesn't actually fix anything. That's not going to undo the oppression we experience. And even though we see the system oppressing us, we still don't want to speak up about it. We still want things to go the way that they're going because, like, we feel lucky that we able to even have those experiences in the first place. And the reality is, like, that's why I like to say that we all part of the fucking problem. We're part of the fucking problem. So this idea that like people want to be seen as good, like good does not exist in our society except in childhood. And that's where it gets compromised. So we really gotta shed this mask we all like to wear to pretend like we these great people, just like, and you know what I'm saying? Like I could be empathetic, but like when it comes to like taking care of me and mine, I'm like, and I've said this to my son, and I told him, I said, you know what? I will allow 100 people to unalive to save yours. And while that might sound wonderful to you, that's a horrible thing. Like that is a horrible thing. And I know I would do it without a second guess. And I would go home and go to sleep at night. You see what I'm saying? It's like we have to be honest about who we really are as people.
Wouldn't lose an ounce of sleep. Wouldn't lose an ounce of sleep with that. And 100 people could be 100 children. And that's like the harsh reality of it.
It's so true. And I think that what we're doing tonight is what we ask specifically men and also white people to do all the time is face yourself. Face the fact that you are not the angel that you think you are, and you're definitely not the angel that you want other people to view you as. You're none of those things. You're a human being, and you have priorities, and self-preservation is the priority of most people, and be willing to acknowledge that. So, man, this conversation is everything.
Dex, you want to chime in?
No, I'm good for now.
No, because you was asking where she was on way to. I'm like, where is she going? But
Um, my
let me
bad.
let me just say this real quick.
Yeah. Okay.
And when I say this, I'm including myself. I think all of y'all, everybody here who can hear my voice, I think y'all are horrible people. But I love y'all. And I mean that from like the pits of my soul if I got one.
In the literal sense, I get what you're saying, and I agree. We be fucked up. And I and like it's funny you say that because I say that to the guys in my class all the time. I'm like the ones that's in my parenting class when I told them that they are unalive beats by the definition. And I always follow it up with, but you accepting and understanding that is the first step to you actually being a better human being. Maybe, I don't know. For them, probably not. But I also say that even in my anger management class, it's like you gotta be like, we have to be honest with ourselves so that it can be some real work. And to me, the real work is ever growing and constantly being able to adapt and change and grow. Because if you're starting from I got it together, I'm not a colorist, I unpacked that shit in high school, then nobody can't tell you nothing, you will never see nothing, and you'll be walking around acting like you got it all together, when the reality is, because colorism is an umbrella that's under an umbrella you be lost, because there's so many different things that go on and so many things that you are participating in, that if you operate in it with this idea that you got it together, you can't see nothing else. You won't be able to see that maybe you are a light-skinned savior. Maybe you are okay with things and you're performing this anger, you're performing it, right? It's just so many levels to it.
Well,
Yeah, by the way, I agree. I'm
yeah.
sorry. I'm at work and so I can't like hit my mic all the time. But yeah, I definitely agree. I think when we realize our horrible thought processes, we can start to try to do some unpacking, but without it's crazy because it's like we say we're going to do the unpacking, but are we really? Like, to what extent are we going to sacrifice everything to do the unpacking, or are we just going to do just enough to get by? So it's like that's the weight we have to take into account.
Well, that's kind of part I was gonna get at when I said I'm gonna take y'all somewhere and bring y'all back. Essentially, it's like AA, right? Before you can start working on your addiction, in essence, our addiction to privilege, we have to acknowledge that we got a problem in the first place, and not just say it, but like really know what it means. Like at the end of the day, what that really means. So unpacking doesn't mean perfection, doesn't mean well, it's just literally we are understanding how problematic our thought process is. So next time somebody say something to you and they call you out for light skin behavior, you're like less likely to be so defensive about it. You're gonna be like, damn, let me sit with this. Because there's so much of ourselves we don't see. We think we see it. We think we learn it. But we can't fucking see ourselves from outside. Horrible People Anonymous is
You know what's funny about that, Tara? Is I look at it, I kind of ask myself this question too. It's like, when you think about the horrible things that we've been taught to normalize, like, how did we enjoy doing that to other people? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, like that's what I asked myself, like, how you enjoy it. Like, because it had to have some type of, like, satisfaction, you know what I mean, there somewhere.
So the thing is, you have to understand, privilege is insecurity. Whatever privilege you have, the more privilege you have, the more insecure you're going to be. And I'm not talking about the insecure thing when you like, oh, do I look good? Like how secure you are your place in society, right? So like the more privilege you have, your place is fragile, right? You're gonna attack anybody who contest your position because you know deep down you didn't earn that shit. You know deep down like there's another person who fits a different demographic given the same effort you put in wouldn't be able to make it literally. So it's like you have to understand that what you think is actually that good feeling, it's just like people who don't get validated, and then when they finally start getting validated, they can't get enough of it. It becomes an addiction. Like I need the validation, any cause because it feels so good. The dopamine response from it. So yeah, it's just insecure. We some insecure ass motherfuckers. So yeah, like when somebody say, "Oh, I'm light skinned," I'm better than this person, and I look so good, so whatever. No, you insecure as shit. You are fucking insecure. That's what that is. You're not. That's not confidence.
Right.
You know, can, am I tripping? Huh?
Yo, me
Oh
a
yeah,
big
I'm fine. Wait, huh? What did you say about me? I ain't even hear.
You're like,
I say you bad.
Tara, anyway,
I've enjoyed this interaction with you, Mia.
I know, right? We've been having a grand old time. I was gonna say something. Oh yeah. So, oh hold on. I'm trying to do too much. So, it was the little interaction that I had a while back with your girl, long chin, loose eyes.
Damn.
She a perfect example of a light skin woman thinking she just cute because she light skin, but that's not the point. So that exchange that me and her had, and it was me, Lynn, and her in the community center. I had sent it to my friend group. It's a group of, I think it's 4 of us. It's 5 of us all together. It's 2 dark skinned friends, a brown skin friend, and another light skinned friend, and then me. So I sent it in a group chat, and the 2 dark skinned friends were like upset about it. They felt like she was being bullied and all that stuff. It's important. You said, I mean, Bash, excuse me. I like grapes and I love TikTok shop. The funny thing is about their response, because it had upset me when they responded back, because I'm like, because I thought they was gonna get a good kiki out of it, and they didn't, and so I was kind of embarrassed, because I was like, damn. And then I was irritated because it clicked in my brain really, really quick why they didn't see it that way. So both of them are dark skinned, and both of them are fat too. And I use the word fat because I think it's important that I use that word, because I'm fat. Fat is a spectrum, and I'm trying to destigmatize it, whatever you want to call it. So anyway, so that's important, right? And I say that because when they was talking to me, they was like, "Oh, that wasn't cool," or whatever. And I was like, "Wait a minute." I think that I was like, "Did y'all not hear her calling me fat?" And they didn't. They didn't hear that, because the way we're socialized, I think that they had this amount of empathy for her, like out the gate, they felt this empathy and this sympathy for her, because light-skinned women are perceived to be these docile creatures, and they wanted to defend her and come to her aid, even though she was being disrespectful, like she was disrespecting women, talking about fat women, and she was saying the craziest thing. But they are so conditioned to cover light-skinned people that they didn't even see that. And that is another product of that's another example of how colorism affects the community, right? And I know, and like thinking back on it, I know that I came from a certain space because I kind of pushed back on them and I said that, right? And when I'm thinking about it now, it's possible that I hid behind me schooling them about the colorism issue and something that's deeper, because I really just thought that they was gonna respond in a certain type of way, if that makes sense. Like, in the moment, I thought that I was like, bringing them back to reality on how they dismissed the fat phobia, to focus on this light-skinned woman that they perceived to be this victim who wasn't. She was the villain. But I also think that I use like this authority that I think sometimes light-skinned people have, and that's why I think a lot of light-skinned women end up being like in front of like these major movements, and they be like ultra pro-black, because I took that moment to quote unquote school them, when the reality is I wonder if it was like some underlining things there, because I really was upset with them for not like immediately taking my side. And that's kind of crazy too, because it's possible that they didn't even realize that she was light-skinned because of how the video was. So I just wonder if that plays into it too. Like unknowingly, like unconsciously, do we be moving and doing things with this privilege? I'm not sure, but that's just what I be thinking about.
So, what does this conversation do for y'all? So, like, now what? So, like, now
Not the
what?
echo. Yeah, it's an echo. Hold on. Is it just me or does everyone have an echo?
It's just you. I don't know what's happening. I can mute up if you want to talk, Ashley.
So let's say, Mia, you can't start off your your dialogue with that type of description, and then Tara
I was
off
sorry,
your
I
feet.
couldn't unmute my mic because I was far away from my phone. What was the question again, Tara?
So now that we had the conversation, now what? What you gonna do with this information?
So let me tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm going to have a real look at myself and find out how I feel about this, and really see where I hold on. Turn it off. Okay, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and start to see how all of this is coming together, right? Remove those barriers of self-preservation and entitlement, um, and really see how what harm I'm perpetuating in real time, because I do identify with the savior complex, that white people have, because a lot of times what I'll do is feel like, well, maybe they'll better understand it if it comes from me, which is a terrible assumption that I'll sometimes catch myself and be like, no, no, you shouldn't think that because you're light skinned that you're going to be able to explain it better. And just sit with some of those instances and the good of the good analogies and things that were said here in this conversation, and start to unpack those and see what better way I can improve, and just do some research and reading some books on it.
Energy.
Come on, bro.
Um,
Come on.
Um, I was
Who
just
that
sitting here
nigga?
thinking
What the
about.
hell? Well, go
I'm
ahead, go
sorry.
ahead, energy, go ahead.
I was just sitting back thinking about that question, and the first thing that popped into my mind is replacing some of the verbiage, which is the world is tough out here, it's hard, hateration is real, and maybe I need to replace some of that, what I think is envy and jealousy and hate. I need to replace those because that's what I feel like that's what I was taught or what I fed into, as that's what colorism is coming from. So I need to replace it, or just disregard all of that and look at it through another lens, which is the empathy of my own, because the fact that even possibly that I could have empathy for the white tea people more than I can for my own disturbs my spirit. So I want to look into keeping an open mind if I feel some kind of energy coming towards me, because it doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, the typical things. It could be coming from somewhere else. That energy could be someone trying to figure out if I'm a safe place. So I'm going to unpack some stuff.
Len, Mia, why I keep doing that?
Dex was saying something. I want to hear what he talking about.
Security only gets.
Dax was talking shit. Go ahead and talk shit, Dax.
No, I'm just saying the way Mia started off that description.
The long chin, loose eyes.
And the way Tara said them, it took me
Y'all
about
couldn't take
5
me.
minutes.
Y'all couldn't take me serious after I said long chin and loose eyes. That's crazy.
It took me a little bit to get back serious. I ain't gonna lie.
Fuck that beat.
Walking out to the car.
I was just telling the
Who's
truth
at the
though.
background?
Girl, listen to some bullshit. You know why too, Tara. Just don't mind me.
All right. I ain't know who that nigga was. Not let him say you describing Isaiah though.
You already know, twin. You already know.
Y'all
Listen,
problematic.
I literally heard Lynn's voice saying that statement too. It's like,
Cause you know, let me tell y'all. You know what? I was, very, very, very demure and mindful prior
When
to prior to meeting Lynn and Tara
you's a lie.
and
Not you
Kay.
putting it. That's a lie.
And Kay, and I gotta point out that all three of them is light skinned and problematic.
No,
Cause I was really
man. You are displaying light-skinned behavior right now. Let's
wait a
call that
minute, you
shit
let
out.
Dex hold on. You let Dex talk his shit and I gotta be silenced. That's crazy.
No, because my name was mentioned. Not you blaming me.
Damn.
Nothing.
here's the thing,
Yeah.
right? Here's the thing, right? Like, this is why I love listening to you guys. Like, the way you guys say stuff, I enjoy it. Like, the way you guys put across things, the way you guys describe things. Like, and all you guys have your own style in the way you guys talk. And I just love it. I ain't gonna lie. I enjoy it.
That is
So everybody
funny.
else thought it meant
And wait a
Raymond
minute,
Marine.
Blue talk about beige on beige
Nope.
crime. Every chance
It
I
was
get,
called a
I
woman
think it's
magnet.
fair. I think that's
My
my
God. Military women, you got
contribution
to understand
to
that. And I
society.
kind of feel so.
Yeah, you guys are quick with it too, though. And the thing is, it's so smooth. Like, especially Tara. Tara, the way Tara says stuff, it comes out so smooth and so nice at the same time. But it's so disrespectful.
She do that. She be so smooth with it.
Why
I
did I be
would
serious?
I would reference something, but y'all don't know what I be talking about. Every time I try to reference like a movie or a TV show, y'all be acting like I'm
And
just
we
making
won't.
stuff up.
And we won't. Don't try to slide it in. Now she trying to get a disclaimer. She trying to get a disclaimer so she can slide it in. Nope. And we
I'm
won't.
not gonna say it.
You
I'm not gonna
right.
say it, but it did make me think about something. I ain't gonna say it.
It's cool. We ain't got no.
I was going to reference the way Kamala almost called Trump a motherfucker, just the way
Right.
she brought all that back together to former president. That's what I was thinking about. That was smooth. I mean, that was smooth.
Right.
Okay, but the whole country heard it anyway. I mean, that was fire. I
It was
love
like
that.
it echoed literally through the entire country. It was,
You know how you complete somebody's sentence? We
yeah.
already completed the sentence.
For
Right.
real. And that's why I think she's going to be so good. I mean, that's why I think everyone's worried about how she's going to handle things. She's going to handle it.
Who is
And
this everybody?
however it's being said, she's going to handle it.
Who's everybody? Who the fuck? Who the fuck worried about how she gonna handle shit?
Well, okay, let me take that back. I'll be watching news and being in some of these lives. I'm a politic junkie,
See,
so
you
I
know they
listen to it.
sensationalize everything. Everything. Everybody's talking about everybody. Ain't nobody doing that shit. You fucking said that shit.
Yeah, they'll say that, worried about her handling this and it. She's a black woman. She's gonna handle it. That's
Hold
just
on. Hold
here I
on.
go.
Yeah, the victim blaming was
Hold
crazy.
on. Yeah, not you was up here victim blaming, please. Mia, get off of mute because you was up here saying that it's who fault that you up here acting like this.
I said it.
Now, how did I get in it?
I said it.
Now, how did I get in
Nah,
it?
I said it.
Tara, not her victim blaming.
Tara, Lynn, and cousin Kay, who
No,
probably
no
somewhere
man.
doing her thing. All three of y'all is what collectively, and all y'all light skin says a lot about y'all.
No, ma'am. Now, how did I get into it? So you saying you a follower?
Surely is. I like to do what everybody else do. You already know my motto. I want to do exactly what you do. I want to be just like you.
Girl, these niggas just mad because I've been using it on them to their face.
Exactly.
I say
Not
I
the
want to be
cat.
just like you.
Oh, I'm gonna
I
say
want
that
to
every
be just
time.
like you. They be like, why you ain't call me back? Like, why you why it took you 2 days to call me back? Because I want to be just like you.
Hey.
Hello.
Yolo.
Hi.
Hey, yellow.
Hey, yellow.
Where you been?
Me and my Lisa was in the street. I just got home.
Oh, running
What
the
what
street.
street? Like the streets. And we went and found out we too old for the club. I know my back hurt thinking about it.
Nah,
Mia, you still
I don't go
outside?
that far.
No, Mia should be.
Yeah, but
Oh, Mia outside. I don't know why you said Mia, and I was
it's
thinking
a
about
different type.
Lisa. It's a different type of outside. I'm about to. I ain't gonna be out here too much longer. I almost got attacked. Not attacked, but like something weird happened when I was leaving the daiquiri shop. Something strange. It was scary, but I'm gonna say that for another time. But this is the important thing. I said it and I stand on it.
And I'm not changed. Like my girl Nene said, I said what I said, and I'm not changing on it. It was y'all three.
You still victim blaming. Hey Yellow, so we unpacking light skin behavior. Uh and we was talking about how we all problematic and kind of like being transparent.
Oh yeah, I'm problematic. It is what it is. I don't know what to do with it. Yeah.
How so?
I don't know. I be thinking I'm fucking cute and shit, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know what to unpack on it. I'm coming into the whole thing like probably I hear somebody else say something and be like, oh yeah, I be doing that too. I don't know. I also been drinking, so I don't know if it's good like unpacking time.
Hey, you want to take like 5 more shots? Yellow?
I'll do one.
Just one?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm accepting my fate. We put pictures in the Discord. It's not a bunch. It's like,
Hold up. When you said you be thinking you cute, you saying because you light skin?
no, I think I'm cute because I'm fucking cute.
No,
I
we
don't,
talking about unpacking a light skin behavior, like how like being a light skinned woman, how we cause problems, like we can't experience colorism, but in a lot of ways we problematic, but we don't admit it. We not outright outspoken about it, and we was trying to acknowledge it.
I acknowledge that. But like I can't think about what it like right now my brain isn't on what I'm guilty of. But yeah, I'm sure of it that like being light skinned would be problematic for sure. But I don't know.
I think the reason why I say it like that because I think a lot of times it's like, and it's the same thing I say about like when men come up here, it's like they can say they do something wrong, but when it comes to like being detailed about it, that's what I notice like people period struggle. Like, I know you come in pretty late, but we were pretty like open about how like in realistic times we want to be considered safe. We want to be considered like not the ops, but essentially we align with YT supremacy. And just being honest about like our implicit bias and how we see things and how we have like these thoughts about how we know we experience privilege, but at the same time not speaking up about it and feeling entitled to it.
I don't know. I'm gonna sit on a panel for a little bit. I'm gonna just sit for a little bit. I'm not denying anything. It's just that like right off top, I can't like think of something that's valuable to add in a moment. Like, but no, anybody that has privilege is going to be problematic, right? Because no matter what that privilege is, whether it's YT privilege, whether it's light skin privilege, whether it's being a man privilege, like everybody that experiences privilege in any way, shape, or form is gonna always be fucking problematic. So yeah, I'm gonna sit for a little bit because like I said, I'm coming in late and probably as people talk, I'll be like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I could see that in myself, like that kind of thing. So I'm gonna sit for a little bit.
Okay, so actually I know you had a drop. I want to reiterate the question that I asked earlier about essentially after having this conversation and seeing yourself for who you are, like what is this conversation going to do for you, or is it going to do? Is it going to like motivate you to do any type of action, or like that's the question.
No, and that's a great question. And this is kind of our topic, but I got a reading earlier that was saying like it's time to do that psychological work. It's time to do that shadow work and really like look at yourself. And one of the main things that was said was examine your thoughts. Not only examine your thoughts, but examine the way that you think. Like the things that come up in your mind, pay attention to that. Not only pay attention to it, but challenge it. So this is so valid. I love it. Like, I know I said it in the comments. It was funny to me too, but honestly, like Horrible People Anonymous, like I feel like we need to have these sessions at least once a week, because some of the things that we think that are normal to us need to be challenged by someone other than ourselves, because we're almost always going to agree with ourselves. So I think that the action that I'll take is challenging those thoughts. As far as like physical action, I don't have a answer for that particularly, because I don't have an example of how I can like show up in that way right now in my life. But yeah, definitely thinking about how I put together ideas and what perspective I'm coming from and why is it that perspective, because by default it's a privileged perspective. And that's my response.
Yeah, because I'm inclined to believe that not only do we know that, but also because of what Dex was saying, like we get satisfaction from it, right? And that insecurity, like it's part of it is sinister. Like part of it is done on purpose. Like it's not just being somebody experiencing something. Like some of it is literally done to cause harm, because the satisfaction in the fact that you, just like we give men shit for like wanting to take out their aggression on women, right? Essentially, like when it comes to us, the stuff we do to cause harm to other people on purpose because we know that we can.
It just reminds me of the racism thing, or the racist thing. Sometime when I listen to YT people talk, I be thinking to myself, how are they ever going to get that out of their head, the way they think? That is their norm. And so when we're trying to tell them what they're doing, it that seems foreign to them because it's their norm. And what we've been indoctrinated with and what we how we act, is it's the same thing. So we really do have to put in the work, and it's some work. Just this conversation. I mean, it has my mind just going over everything. I saw a post one time that said, you need to question everything you learned in the Western Hemisphere or Western civilization or whatever. And yeah, I can kind of see that. That's it.
I think also I want to add that like when it comes to like the things we're talking about too, the important, because like I think a lot of what we were thinking and how we were feeling about the topic didn't really come out until like a example was given, and the point of like giving specifics, like being specific and not vague, being detailed about like what's been done and how it's been done. Like when I say sinister, right? When I say like because we talk about the job thing, right? But like what happens when it is it could be as simple as like dating. Like I said, I've been on dates with guys and they'll say shit like, oh, like they like some of these guys they like fetishize your skin color, right? Like, oh, you light skin or whatever. Even though I know that same man who's put me on the pedestal, had it been a YT woman, he would knock my ass off that pedestal quick, fast, and in a hurry. But at the moment, because I'm getting the recognition, I'm willing to contribute in like what that does for other women to see that. You know what I'm saying? Not me per se, because I don't date men, but I'm just saying like in some ways, not only are light skinned people denying colorism, um as if we don't see it, but we're also like we're lying about it.
Mm.
Cool Breeze.
You said what?
I was saying thank you to Cool Breeze for gifting.
Like when we really like are sitting with some of these things that we talked about, it's like so heavy. And I think well for me, it's like I thought that I fully had an understanding, right? Because I even think I told you this. I think I even told you this on the back end when we was talking about it. Like I got it. Like I sometimes feel like I figured this part out. Like I might be like the jury is out for some of the other stuff, but when it comes to colorism, like I don't really work through it, and it's like this is no, no, I haven't. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I it's just heavy because it's hard to hold this mirror up and be like, no, no, you still got a lot to unpack. And I think you said it earlier when you was like, just because you unpack the colorism doesn't mean that you're like completely absolved from it or fixed from it, right? And I think that's something that I'm like wrapping my brain around. Like I know I'm like kikiing or whatever, because you know that's kind of a method of mine, but like it's really heavy because I don't know, the situation is heavy. It's just crazy. It's crazy to actually be able to sit with the reality of um how we how we participate in certain things.
Yeah, because it's like um Jane Elliott. I don't usually mention that lady because like fuck her at the same time. But when she asked that question to the crowd of people, like when she asked YT people, uh, there's racism, is this and all this stuff. But would you be a if who would actually want to be a black person or something like that, right? And this kind of go back to anybody who took the implicit bias test. One of the questions is, would you be a different complexion? Would because a lot of times people are like, yeah, I wouldn't mind being dark skin or whatever, but no, not today. Would you go back to childhood and start all over, same person you are now, and being dark skinned? And what would that mean for you today? How would things actually be different for you? Or do you think it would be different? Anybody can answer that one. Oh, what's up, Cool Breeze? I didn't see you down there.
Hey, what's up? Thank you for accepting my other page.
Who's this? I don't.
Blue.
All right, bro. Okay, you gotta be saying y'all be I don't even know who is who. Okay, all right, what's up, Blue?
Because everybody else had their second page, Honey Badger, Mr. Memphis. I was all thrown off. When you said Honey Badger, I must have flipped my wig. I was like, I know you lying. I was like,
No,
okay,
you
let
guys
me
have
let
to
me go
back
to
up because everybody else is gonna
bruh.
back up.
So this is my backup to my alpha page. I got 3 pages, so
Yes, back up to the backup. I love it.
yes, because you know it'd be out here in these streets being bad. But I was. It's funny that you brought up the implicit bias test because that was my original reason for coming up because I was thinking about this in reverse. And remember, my issue was I had a bias towards darker skinned people. I would favor them versus a lighter skinned person when it came to a situation or circumstance. So I was like, dang, like, and you asked the question like right before I even was able to ask my question, like if I was to go back, would I choose to be fairer skinned? And honestly, no. I and then I defaulted and I didn't know how to continue from there because my answer was going to be because I like to be chocolate. But remember, you talked about how that was fetishizing. I don't know. You know what I'm
You said
saying?
it right. You do.
Because I don't know. I just always referred to myself as chocolate or Hershey's or, like that's the way I was described. Remember, I told you that even though the names I was called when I was younger was, oh, she's an Oreo because I talk like a white girl, but my outside is chocolate or, dark skin. So it's hard for me to break that down. And I like the way that everybody's been honest on this panel about where they are because that is the beginning. Like you can't move forward unless you acknowledge where you are. You can't change anything unless you acknowledge where you are. But it's so hard to, I don't know, I guess to see progress because when you're not living in it yet and you're still in the midst of breaking it down, how do you move forward if you're still dealing with the past behind you? Am I making sense?
No, it makes sense. You gotta stop saying chocolate though. You gotta cut that shit out.
I know I am. I'm gonna
It's
stop.
it's it's, it's
I'm
the same
stop.
thing as like internalized misogyny. So it's like it's okay. I already was doing it, and I know you acknowledge it. I'm just saying like um it's not just harmful for yourself, but it's harmful to other women too. And it's not just to you, Blue. It's just like period. Like we gotta stop doing that shit. Because even when it comes to like when a light skinned woman feels like early when Ashley was talking about like comforting somebody, the go to is oh, but you're beautiful and all this stuff. Like what the fuck is that? Like what is the why all of a sudden you talking about this person's beautiful and why does that just saying that is supposed to fix any fucking problems? Like a lot of times again, it's not just about the way somebody look and if they beautiful or not. We talking about like mental health. We talking about fucking opportunity. We talking about like people impacted by like generational poverty. We're talking about your chances of being not only a single mother, but who's fathering your children. Like there's a lot to go and play. We're talking about your chances of being DV, like, and of course this impacts everyone. But at the end of the day, it's like the increased rate and it's like a lot of times when people say, well, it wouldn't matter, they think of themselves of today and their experiences would be different. A lot of times we're not thinking about like the impact from early in life and what it does to your mental health. What does that do to the way you feel like if you could speak up about certain things? Like little subtle things like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I'm like, is that what it is? We start with the subtle things, which is catching yourself in the
I'm
moment.
saying? Yeah, it's just an acknowledgement because the thing is, as a light skinned woman, if I can acknowledge privilege, right, and I can say, I love myself, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to go back and start as a dark skinned person. For me, and I'm saying that I'm not saying it's hypothetical. Literally, that's how I feel because I grew up with a sibling. My sister was dark skinned, and I could see in real time how those experiences harmed her and although I feel empathy for her, I wouldn't want to be in her place. And that's what I was saying earlier about the sinister part of it. It's like you see somebody going through something, you can acknowledge it, you can say it happened, but you wouldn't take that pain away. You're not doing anything actively to change anything. You just, oh, we just see it. So how is that any different from anybody else being complacent in the system that we live in?
And like, is it bad that I know sometimes that there are certain situations where because they have to implement diversity that I'm going to get that position? Does that make me a bad person for rolling with that versus being like, you know what, that YT person is more qualified though. Go ahead and pick them. Should I be speaking
No,
up or should I just
no, that's different because hold
okay.
on, somebody else want to answer? I ain't trying to dominate the conversation. I heard somebody on mute. No, it's not different because the society it favors YT people, right? Because again, it goes to back. Okay, all right. Did they experience generational poverty? Were they able to read books when they were younger and watch movies and cartoons that represented them? Did they have to deal with microaggressions? They have to deal with like having to learn to love themselves, like There's so many things they didn't have to do to be in that position. Like they may not get that position. You may get it, but guess what? There's another company that's going to hire them next week. Where for you, it'll be different. You see what I'm saying?
Yep,
So no,
I get it.
what's up, Lynn? You wanted to say something?
No, I just came up here because I keep getting pulled away, but I'll listen.
Anybody else?
What type of light skin shit y'all on where y'all? Yeah. Oh, I'm okay.
Hold on, what?
I was like, what type of light skin shit going on where they come up here talking about they just listening? I was just
That
being petty.
light skin behavior.
Man, first of all, let me say something. Let me say something to
Look
you.
at the defenses coming out.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me say something. I've been here. First of all, I've been here. But people keep on calling my phone.
See?
Yeah, I was in the streets, so I missed the thick of it. So I'm just trying to, you know, listen and see where, you know, my growth is needed. Cause I mean, what I'll say is, it's probably a blind spot for me. You know, I can't sit there and say, I don't believe that I participate. I don't believe that I'm not problematic, even though, you know, I consciously try not to be, or I consciously try to make sure that I'm not doing those things. But that doesn't mean that it's not possibly happening. It could be happening in a blind spot. So
Hold on,
I'm
real
listening
quick.
to see.
Is it a blind? Is it probably or it is?
No, it is. It's a blind spot. It's a blind spot, right? So I'm listening so I can see where the blind spots are. You're correct. It's not probably, it is.
So I guess my next question would be like, how can we say we are anti-oppression, we anti-white supremacy, yet when we get the opportunity, no, sometimes I mean unknowingly, but sometimes knowing that we're being favored because we're light skinned. How are we? Not only are we not different, but like, why do we think that when we have conversations with dark skinned people, and it's kind of go back to what I was saying earlier, why do we think that we're safe or they should trust us to be safe? Why do we get defensive? Why don't we just accept it like, damn, you know what? I'm part of the fucking problem. Why do we feel like we have to insert ourselves in those conversations, center our experiences, instead of just shut the fuck up?
I don't know if we, I don't think like centering your experience is like the right thing to do, but like it's not shutting the fuck up, experience it. I mean, centering your experience.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's both. Like it's sometimes it's centering, sometimes when you should speak up, you don't. Sometimes when other people are talking who actually can speak on the topic, you feel like, oh, let me insert myself and talk about my own unique experience because like in some ways you triggered about it. Like for example, can you identify a moment when you was actually silent, right? Because you wanted to avoid discomfort. Not necessarily of opportunity, but like you stayed silent about something because you didn't want to be uncomfortable in a conversation.
I mean, y'all know me well enough to know that that ain't my. I can't stay silent for shit in the world. So no, I don't.
I haven't. I was at work, and there's a dark skinned man that I work with, and he had an issue with a white tea woman that I know because And it wasn't really an issue. She just came to me, and I don't even know why she came to me now that I'm thinking about it. But anyway, cut to the chase. We're working together, and she goes, I had an issue with Jack the other day because he told me not to put the trays on the floor after we're done putting the stuff on the belt to feed through the machine. And I was like, well, what do you think that was about? And she was like, I don't know. She was like, but I had talked to another woman, a white woman, and she said for him, Jack boils everything down to race. And she was like, so I don't know how to address it because I don't want him to think that I'm being racist because that's not in me. She was like, we're friends. I have other friends. And then she did that whole thing. I have friends. You're one of my friends, da, 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 da. And I was like, well, I don't know. I guess the best thing you could do is just go and talk to him and figure out if it was even really about that or if it was something else. Because there's a lot of dust in here. It could just be he doesn't want to have dust all over his gloves or all over his hands if he's not wearing his gloves. And I kind of just backed out of the conversation real quick. I didn't try to, when she kept trying to get better advice, I just kind of shut it down. And was that kind of like not speaking up when I should have? I don't know.
What do you think?
I feel like now that we're in this conversation that I should have spoken up and that I shouldn't have necessarily spoken up to her, but I should have went up to him. And if she felt uncomfortable, I guess just bridge the gap. Like, hey, bro, when she was doing that the other day, how'd you feel about that? Like, what was that about? And then go back, and then that way I could give the proper advice to her, or maybe clock her or check her on something that he was seeing that I wasn't, instead of just assuming that it was a them problem because it didn't involve me.
Anybody want to answer the question?
An example I could come up with is one time when I didn't say anything. I just went on and did something. So, example, we had a 2-year-old come in, roll over by a car, and I knew that it's in the shift change, but the car was not like in motion. Even though the car was not like in motion as far as being driven, it's like the brakes were leaked. There wasn't the car engine running. That they wanted to downgrade it to a a code 3, which is not that big of a deal. They didn't want to activate the trauma team. And I knew it was because it was a little black baby, and it was especially because it was a dark skinned black baby. And I was like, we need to. What is y'all parameters? Why are y'all not wanting to activate the team? And they were like, well, we already kind of looked at them. And I was like, no, but we didn't do a trauma eval. So they didn't want to still do that. So what I did was I activated it anyway. Like, I didn't call them out on it. I just wanted to activate it anyway. And I let them just stew into why they didn't when the surgeon came and ate them up for not activating. So I should have called it out for what it was.
I was about to ask Lynn something, but she fucking dropped again. Um, so I guess I have another question based on what Yellow was saying initially when she came up here. I know that's not what you meant, but still, like how we view ourselves is like for women, like beauty is held to a high standard, right? So everyone here was raised in a white supremacist society, right? What were you told that was beautiful, and how does that influence or impact the way you see yourself?
You said what were we told that was beautiful?
So yeah, like what did society tell you beauty was for a woman, and how does that impact the way you see yourself?
Um, Society says that the fairer your skin is, the more beautiful you are. So, um, that's the start of it, right? I mean, there's other components, but it's like the biggest is like to be fair skinned with a certain type of body type, which is thin, a certain type of hair, a certain type of eye color, blonde hair, blue eyes, all that stuff, right? We know that. But the first thing is like the fair skin. So it impacted me because although I'm not YT, Um, being light skinned is just like I automatically get into a, not the, but a beauty standard. I understand that it's like, oh damn, you a do type of beauty standard, but nonetheless, it made me feel like I was pretty by default, I guess you could say. Like, I always grew up hearing like, oh, oh, your eyes are so pretty, and oh, you got pretty eyes, and you so light. And they would say it in different ways. And the ways they would say it has escaped me, but the point of it is, I just automatically by default got to be the pretty privilege. In my area, I know different places I might not, but in a small town that I'm in, yes, like automatically out the gate, it was just like, I'm pretty. That's that. And real quick, so I'm in a very, very small town. So there's only one high school in the town that I live in. And but there's one public high school, but there is a private school. And the private school, because we're so small, the private school holds all ages in it. So it's like from pre-K to 12th grade. So that would be like the kind of second high school. And it was a private school, but it was all YT. And of course, they built that school once integration happened in the town I'm in. And integration happened here, it was 1971. So we were segregated in this area until 1971. So it's fairly new. I remember being a very young child, and this was back when video stores was a thing. So we was in this video store, and I remember vividly this lady talking to my mama, and she was telling her that, oh, her eyes are so pretty, oh, she's so pretty, you should let her come to the school, and it was the school is very expensive now. It's a regular ass school, but it's expensive. So my mom was like, no, and she was saying that it would be free. Like, of course, I can't remember the exact verbiage, but she was basically willing to pay for me to come to that school. Because at the time, it was all YT. Because remember, I said it was segregated. Like, we were segregated when this town integrated. They built a private school, and at this point, this was like in the late 90s. They it was like the affirmative action or whatever. But this lady was recruiting Black children, and she was willing to pay for me to come there. And that is like a prime example of how I feel like the benefit of the beauty standard, which is very fake, but nonetheless, it was a thing.
Yeah, working in education is crazy. How, like, I don't know. I would say, like, for me, when I first started teaching, when I did my student teaching, I did observing at a school. It was mainly race, but like you could definitely tell when it comes to the advanced placement courses versus the general education. It's heavily swayed, especially when it comes to even stuff like IEPs. It's very interesting. Ashley, did you want to chime in?
For me, I know that being told that I was beautiful and then being taught as I got a little bit older about racism or gracism, sorry, and
No, we say
colorism.
racism over here. I don't know what the fuck that.
Okay, so racism and colorism, because my grandmother had me reading books really early, like Our Kind of People. And she used to always make that comment if you said something that sounded colorist, she'd be like, that's that stinky Willy Litch thinking. And so I know that maybe I internalized that as all lighter skinned people had kind of thinking. And so maybe that's where my preference towards darker skinned people comes from, is because I just assume that they are in alignment with what I was taught, which is they believe that they're better. And I kind of, what would that be called? Demonizing them. And so that's where I was like, okay, well, we're better because we don't have that kind of mindset. We're for all people because we're the not chosen person. I don't know. I'm trying to unpack that, but I know that I was told a lot when I was younger how beautiful I was, and I was even sometimes compared to Rudy off the Huxtables, and so I just thought that it was a positive thing for a dark skinned girl. I'm beautiful, for even with that stigma added to the end, for a dark skinned girl. I accepted it as such, and maybe that's where that negativity came from.
In my opinion, and I could be wrong, right? I think the advice is sound. I just think the word better might be an issue, right? Because it doesn't matter whether you're coming from a position of oppression or not. Once it becomes better, it's like, I don't know, just that word better kind of fuck with me. I would say that, like, it could be that you don't deal with that insecurity. So like I was saying earlier, somebody who thinks they look better because they're light skinned, it's linked to insecurity. It's like, oh, you think because you light skinned you more prettier than me or whatever, just because you're light skinned. But reality is you're just an insecure person. Because you
Okay.
think you gotta lean on it in order to feel like you got value.
That makes sense to me now as I'm listening to everybody. And I shared this earlier. So I had my parents telling me that I was, pretty. I was a pretty kid. But then, and my parents, I'm meaning my mother, my grandmother, grandfather. Because I said earlier, my dad's side of the family, they treated me different. So on that side, I had people coming at me because I was quote unquote light skinned or whatever. But then I went to a school where from first through fourth grade, I was the only black kid in my class. Right. And so then I had them feeling some kind of way. Oh, why do you have, it was my hair was different than everybody's in there. It was like, I don't, just different things or whatever, the way I spoke, whatever. And so I had these two forces on the outside telling me different than what my parents was telling me. And I decided just to stick with what my parents was telling me. So that part of it, I guess I got a big head about. I am pretty, but I didn't really take in that I was light skinned too, because that was one of those negative things they were talking about. So I didn't want to fully accept all of that. But I guess when you get older and you realize that it offers you privileges, right? Because I said that earlier about with guys, that's where I really saw it at. You accept it. So I think that's where I'm at with the pretty side of being light skinned.
And now, energy, we're not going back to the family thing.
No, we not. I was just connecting dots, but no, we're not going back to it.
Now, I want to make sure it's clear. It doesn't mean if you can't think you're a pretty person or beautiful or whatever. The
Yeah.
problem is, it's like you feel like you're even more beauty. Your beauty is enhanced because you're light skinned. Like that literally becomes part of it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I do.
So I'm gonna say this because, like I said, I'm the unicorn.
Hold up, real quick. Yellow, you want to say something? I saw you unmuted.
Yeah. So I'm sitting here and I'm like trying to reflect and think about like different things and specifically on the pretty part. And there was like another thing that's not part of your question, so I'll save it for for that part. But I don't know that I ever had the conversation with myself. I'm pretty because I'm light skinned. But I can definitely say, I used to say, I'm pretty because I have long hair, right? Because I had like very long hair when I was a little girl, right? And I definitely did that. Like, I definitely would be like, my long hair is what made me beautiful. And more so than like a girl that struggled to get her hair to grow. Or that, because you remember when we were young, everybody was putting that creamy, the white cream in their hair to straighten it out. And, for some people that made it that their hair couldn't grow, right? Or that their hair would be breaking off from the ends faster than it was growing from the root. And it was like that, like standing here at 43 looking back on it, it was that light skin long hair combo thing, right? And I definitely remember specifically like looking at my long hair and being like, yeah, I'm that shit. And it was the hair for me that I consciously had that conversation. But I think subconsciously I knew that I was perceived as beautiful because of my lighter skin complexion. Yeah,
So that's like,
I knew it.
what's that? Texturism.
Yeah.
Essentially, it's like, oh, you have to perm your hair. Look at my hair, but at the same time, that goes into what I was talking about, like the experiences, like not only having darker skin, but like coarse hair, things you have to do to be seen as acceptable. Because now, like natural hair is more acceptable, but when I was in school, when I was younger, you're going to get bullied. You're going to get teased, like if you wear your hair natural. Like that definitely was a thing. So it wasn't even like, I think a lot of times we're like, oh, they was trying to get their hair to look a certain way. But reality is they just wanted to be accepted. And here you have somebody who just want to be accepted the way you want to be. You were accepted, and it's like essentially their hair's breaking off because that was a safe. They were trying to just be safe.
Yeah. And I did, my mom did relax my hair, but I did not get my hair relaxed at the frequency that some of the other girls did. Like it wasn't every 4 to 6 weeks for me. It would be every like 3 or 4 months, sometimes even 6 months, which is probably why my hair had an opportunity, to not be breaking off faster than it was growing, right? But yeah, like I definitely remember that. Um, I don't know. And like I said, I wasn't being quiet because I didn't want to give specifics. It was like I entered the conversation not having done any like reflections, like you know what I mean, at least not in a while. Because like me was saying, like like I have my own things, and I felt like it's something that I had been working on, especially after being on this app and some other conversations with Mia and Lynn and stuff like that. And I really had thought that like I had deconstructed, not had finished deconstructed, but like was well on my way, right? Um, I don't know. Can I say a different thing that's not necessarily to the beauty question, or do you want me to hold on to it?
I mean, as long as it's related to light skin behavior, that's fine.
It is. So until very, very, very recently, I saw light skin representation as black representation until very, very recently. So, like, if there was a light skinned girl on a TV show, I'm like, yeah, whatever. They've got a black girl on there. So yeah, there we are. You know what I mean? There's the representation with no um consideration that black girls or darker skinned girls are not being represented simply by sticking a light skinned girl in there. And did not think about the idea that they're sticking light skinned girls there because of beauty standard or because our look is more palatable for the masses. Like, all right, well, we need to stick a black person in there. Why don't we get the lightest black person we could find, and then we can say there was a black person there, or a biracial person, right? Um, And I never, for a long, long time, connected that that's not really truly representation, or at least not in the way that they try to make it seem like it is. So that was definitely problematic. And I do still do that until I have to catch myself. Like my brain still is wired that way, and it's something that I have to actively fight against, that to not feel like, oh well, light skin representation is black representation. Because you fight with the idea that even though I'm light skinned, I am black. So why wouldn't me being there be representation? But then there's the question of why pick a light skinned person for that? You know what I mean? Or why only pick a light skinned person for that? Or why predominantly pick light skinned people for that?
So the other day we was doing the Harvard's website. We was going on Harvard's website and doing an implicit bias test on skin tone. Because one thing I was trying to get people to realize is like when we talk about unpacking, a lot of people think unpacking is the same misconception people have about healing. They think, oh, I got to do the work. I'm gonna be healed eventually. So when we think about unpacking, we think, is there's an end. Like one day I'm gonna be all unpacked. I'm gonna be completely free of this type of mindset, and everything's gonna be good. And the reality is like, no, you're not. Like you're never going to be able to unpack every fucking thing. When it comes to your implicit bias, those unconscious, those subconscious thoughts you have, they literally are always going to be there, and you have to understand that that's part of who we have to understand. That's part of who we are. And at the end of the day, learning isn't about saying, well, I'm fixed. I'm good now. Learning is more about like, okay, I'm acknowledging that at least I do recognize that I have these biases. So when these topics come up, I have to understand I'm not a teacher, I'm a student. And I need to listen, and I need to not get defensive because of what people are saying to me and about what I'm saying or doing. Even though it hurts my feelings, it is causing harm, and I need to just allow that to happen without interference. Hey, Dark Horse, did you want to add something? Dark Horse, you came up here and went to sleep.
Oh, sorry, I was waiting for my turn. Sorry, and I wasn't paying attention. I had trying to pause my TV. My baby in the background snoring. I done tried to move her around 5 times, but she's still snoring. You
Where's
hear that?
Holly?
You
You
hear
got
this ass? You hear it?
she out.
Oh my gosh, I've tried to reposition her head and neck 5 times. That ain't working. I know I was gonna come up on the panel and I was trying to quiet her.
You got elevator right here. That might help.
Look, sure it is. I done elevated it, lowered it, turned her left and right. Baby, I done repositioned her, but it ain't working. I was gonna say that I've been listening to y'all for a while, and I was trying to figure out like how to contribute, and I was like, is it only light skinned people weighing in on this conversation? The whole panel's light skinned. How do I weigh in on this conversation? So I was trying to figure that out too, because I was like, it's not really my topic. So mine is more on the receiving end of it.
Well,
So
I can
I wanted to ask
rephrase
you
it.
that. Huh?
I can rephrase it. So, the topic is about pointing out light skin behavior. So, because like just so happened, everybody except for Dex and Memphis, has been light skin, and of course Blue. Let's not forget about Blue. Um, what happens is it's like we've been just talking about our experiences, and like I was trying to ask questions and like because the default is like, oh, I recognize it happened, blah 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 blah, but it's like, are we acknowledging how we play a role in it, right? So it's like for you could just like point it out because like I was saying earlier, we clock shit men do all the time and stuff we can clock, but when it comes to colorism, because we don't experience it, we can't clock it in real time, and that's not even about like you telling us how we problematic, but like you in your experience, like how has you've noticed like light skinned women don't you're not acknowledged, white light skinned women may you feel like you silenced by light skinned women. You've been like experienced discrimination and no one is giving you a voice or something or anything like that. I don't want to speak for you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that when I have maybe ran into some issues and I realized that, and I'm still working on the word uses, but I realized that it was a light skin versus a darker skinned person, or one of us say me. I hate the centering. I hate personals. I'm trying to do it when it's not personals.
No, make that shit personal. Fuck that.
No.
Make that shit personal.
Yeah, I was gonna say that mine has been to then attack beauty. So I'm working on that. So it's not a pretty thing. So I don't have a nice story that's like wrapped up where I was like, hey, I clocked it and this is the outcome, because mine wasn't. I got real protective over a situation, and then I think I kind of did kind of a low blow. But what happened is there's a phrase in my family for the lighter skinned people, and they call themselves pink. Pink girls do it better, and then it's the brown girls over here. And I'd heard it, and when it was said, I like I said, I kind of took the low route, and and I said, but these brown girls are prettier, and that was not nice of me to say. But yeah, it was real nasty. It was real nasty. And I went back and apologized later, and I was like, you have, but I was like, but this whole thing, I was like, so it's four of them, two sisters. They both have the same parents, same mom and dad, but two of them came out extremely brown, and two of them came out extremely light, right? Half and half down the middle. And the two light skinned sisters would do that whole pink is better thing, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I don't know why no one's ever told it to y'all, but your two brown skinned sisters are flawless in the face. They're beautiful, and y'all not. So do y'all say that pink shit just to try to put them down? Because everybody know they're prettier. And I have never said that to anybody before or even after, but I guess I got fed up with it. And I was like, I don't like that whole, because you lighter, you're prettier. You actually aren't. I'm looking at your face. Like, it's not. It's not what it is. And I have to I had to say something. And I think I got protective because at that time, my niece was born and she was brown skinned. And I was like, I don't want you standing around my niece. Like, she don't need to hear that. Like, that's not what it is. And she's gorgeous too. She don't have a lot of the problems in the face that you have. So I'm working on that. Like, I don't know how else to do it, but I know that I have some biases. I have some issues when it comes to that. I'm just prettier because I'm light skinned. I'm like, no, you need to be prettier by the beauty standard. I'm looking at you. I have the what do you call it? The symmetry thing going on. So I think people of all skin shades can be beautiful. I would look at you, but look at her face structure. Look at her. She is carved. She she's beautiful. Like, she's literally a flawless face. So I can look at any body and think that it doesn't matter. You can be the darkest shade I've ever seen. If you're flawless, you're beautiful. That's what I'm looking at, right? But I think I need to work on that, and I'm still unpacking it. That shit is a complete pretzel. I don't know what to do with that shit.
Now, I'm gonna just say this. I was saying earlier, my mother, when it comes to somebody who, like, my mother to this day will not say she's a black woman. Like, the self hate she have is crazy, right? Which is influenced me as a person. Like, part of that of her is in me, and as much as I hate that shit, I need to acknowledge it, right? So my son, like, I don't want him hearing that shit. So, like, I could easily be like, I don't want her around him and saying these things. But the thing is, she one person, right? And I can't be around him all the time. It's gonna be times people gonna say shit. So it's like, what we have to do is, like, instead of hiding people from our children, we educate them. Like, oh, this person says I'm pink because they're insecure. They gotta feel like they're better than other people. In actuality, when people have to put themselves on a pedestal, it's because they don't actually feel good about themselves, but because they have these protections by society, they want to feed it. They want to lean into it because it makes them feel. It makes them feel better because they have to feel better because they're insecure deep in. So it's like, I don't know how you would word or whatever,
Okay.
but whether you unpack it or not, whether it's the nieces around your cousins or whoever, they gonna
Hmm.
hear shit like that. They gonna hear
Okay.
those comments. They see it on TV. If you haven't seeing the dog test and how early they pick up on it. And we think, oh, we ain't talk about it, whatever's all good. They know. They hear that shit. They see it all the time. I've talked about before, like, in my classroom, I spend a lot of time changing the fucking the PowerPoints, the slides and stuff they give to us, because it's literally, they think, oh, we throw a couple black kids and it's diversity and all these group of kids, but I'm like, 99% of the kids are black. It should be the kids, the faces they looking at should look like them.
Right.
It's everywhere, so it's like you gotta have a conversation with them.
Yeah. I had to, and I need to start saying what their negative behavior is coming from. I immediately go to pointing out all the good things, like about my niece. And I need to say they said that because they are feeling insecure. They say that because they may not be able to do what you're doing. And my thing is to immediately, elevate her. You're hella smart, blah blah blah. And I'm trying not to pit them, against someone, and not try to put them in the middle. So I gotta work on that and saying this is why, so she understands why people say those things too.
Yeah, when we educate kids, we gotta let them know this person is doing something. Yeah, you may be experiencing right now, but actually it has nothing to do with you, right?
Right.
It has nothing to do with you. This is how this person see themselves.
Hmm. Yeah, I like that. I do. I'm like I said, I was working on it and not finding the words and stop going straight to anger and what have you. And it wasn't a good display. It wasn't a good display of it. And most of the time, like I said, I'll sit back and let people just kind of crash out. And it doesn't bother me, but I think again about protecting someone else, and I'll start speaking up then, if I see that. But yeah, I'm unpacking it. But that's my experience. I don't have an extensive
Well, that's fine.
experience.
You ain't gotta have extensive nothing. If there's something come up,
Okay.
yeah, all right.
All
What's
right.
up, Sin?
Hey, piano.
You talking about you wasn't coming up here? I said, oh, get your ass up here.
It's fine. I was like, damn. I noticed that too. Like, damn, it's mad of us that's like mad light. So it makes me want to like unpack more because something like when according like to what Miss Darkhorse said, I don't want to make nobody feel like that. And I resonate with what you were saying because I have a dark skinned sister, and you can see the difference in treatment. And I just, I know she had it a little bit harder. Not even, she had it a lot harder than us. Me and my twin sister, who are lighter. And I don't want that for her because I realize it caused her a lot of complexes in her life. And I don't even know if she's identified it yet. You know what I'm saying? Because we were twins. So it was like, oh, always the twins, the twins, the twins. And I think maybe she might think it was just because we was twins, but for me, I think it was because we were light skinned. I haven't had the conversation with her yet, but that's something that I've been thinking a lot on since your last live about taking that IAT test.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Do you really think she don't know?
You know what? It's just we haven't had the conversation. So she very well may know.
So like brain is exploding right now of like all the different places and spaces that I'm participating in this, right? That's why I said before, like, let me just say quiet and like, whatever. So this is like really ugly to say this, like to say it out loud and realize that I do this. Like, take for instance the picture that you have up there. That's a woman that clearly has on a ton of makeup, right? But if I see a light skinned person with like that, I'll assume that it's natural. Not natural that she doesn't have any makeup on, but it's just like a little bit. And when I see a darker skinned person with like the same amount of makeup, I'll be thinking it's a lot of makeup. Like, oh, they got a lot of makeup on, right? Whereas, and it's the same thing. That's probably like 6 layers of, the foundation, and then the concealer, and then the bronzer, and then whatever else it is that they put on their makeup. Don't be my shit. right? But like on top, on top, on top, on top, on top, and then like when the final product is due, it looks like flawless skin, right? And I be presuming that it's not when it's a light skinned person, and I be like, oh, that's a lot of makeup she got on when I see it's a darker person. That is like, I'm just sitting here like running through like what are the things, because you said like go through your thoughts, right? Like not things that you say, not things that is not things that I say, not things that I would say out loud, not things that I would like, you know, um like use my voice to cause harm with, but like what's going on in my brain, that like that goes on in my brain, yo. Like I'm so sick with myself right now. But yeah.
I got a negative attitude about makeup versus no makeup. I know that all the time. I be like, I'm always barefaced. I ain't worn makeup in 3 years, and you got to wear makeup. Ha ha ha. So I'm working on that. So it's not the same thing, but I know that it doesn't even matter the color of your skin tone. I get I don't know what that is. What's the ism for that? I didn't know there's an ism for everything. So what's that, Tara? When
Well, I don't
I'm
fucking know. I don't know.
looking
It's
like
some
I'm like yeah, take that makeup off. That's what I'll say to some people sometime. Like, yeah, you look like that now. I said, but when you wake up in the morning, he gonna roll over to something different.
oh, that's
And
that's
then,
uh that's internalized misogyny right there.
yeah, I be
Because
like,
once you
I be like,
inserted him in there, like what the who the
yeah,
fuck
yeah,
is?
cause they'll be flexing like you come out looking good. I was like, but is that you though? I'm like, come on now,
Yeah,
don't be
that's
trying to shine on me.
internalized.
I
That's
need to work on
internalized
that.
misogyny because it's like if that woman feel good about the way she look, whether it's makeup or not, that ain't got shit to do with you at the end of the day. You see what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
I be
But we
think I be
feel it.
think I think they trying to I be thinking they're trying to tap me, and then that's when I turn on that. So I gotta work on that where I feel like if someone is saying something about their beauty, but it ain't that's not we're not gonna look the same if we both don't have on makeup, we ain't the same. So I be like, as soon as somebody say something, I go attack, and that's when the pit bull come out, and it's definitely internalized misogyny. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
So
So dark horse, I'm sorry, good.
real quick, I want to say something, and if I say something problematic, please call me out. Like, but I have this question. I don't know. Let me just ask the fucking question. So for like women who are darker skinned, right? I feel like a lot of the patterns like they replicate. Like when we in proximity to YT people, once we feel like they might be uncomfortable, we harp in like say something to make them feel comfortable. We make the space safe for them. And I've noticed like in sometimes in these conversations, women who are dark skinned, when light skinned women have to confront like who they really are and the thoughts they have. Sometimes dark skinned women speak up and say something kind of like lighten the conversation. Not always, but it does happen. Has anybody else like witnessed this or know what I'm talking about?
I did it earlier. Dang, how you gonna clock me in 4K? I did it earlier when Ashley Rose was at the top and she was talking about she was basically reopening the conversation about her feeling like she was the light skinned savior to her friend. And when she said that, because she was able to come full circle with it within the conversation, I immediately was like, ooh, okay, well, it wasn't in my head, it didn't mean to be an ego stroke, but now that you're pointing it out, it was low key an ego stroke. Because I was like, thank you for doing the work. I can see you're doing the work. But I could have just left it unsaid, I guess. But I immediately felt the need to acknowledge her for doing the work because she came full circle in the same conversation versus having to do it later.
Yeah, as long
Dark
as you
Horse
know
just did it
now.
with me. Dark Horse
Yeah, that's
just did it
why.
with me.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
That's why I
just
pointed
now.
it out. She
Yeah,
definitely did it with you just now.
just did it.
Like I needed to sit in that shit. Like I needed to sit in like what's going on in my brain and the problematic stuff it is. And so she quickly was like, "Oh well, I do it with all makeup." You know what I mean? Like, don't worry about it, yellow. It's bad, but it's not that bad. Like, look at I'm on this side, and I have my problems too. Like, no, I need to sit in that shit. Like I need to sit in the disgustingness of that feeling. So because you don't change and you don't adjust and you don't get any better unless you sit in the ugliness of what it is. Cause the moment that somebody else like says something and tries to make it okay or humanize bad behavior or whatever, then you go, it's like it makes something bad okay. And it's not okay. Like it's just not okay. Like I should sit in there, without anybody else trying to validate it or be like, oh well, yeah, no,
Yeah, that's a good point. In the comments, Coconut Lord was like, I lightened it because I just accepted it. Is that part of our acceptance as darker skinned women? We're just like, well, that's just the way it is, so we might as well not sit in it because it is what it is.
I don't know. I wonder if I don't know. I just notice it's a pattern. I sometimes wonder if it's like something to feel safe. Like, because like the reason why I would want a YT person to feel more comfortable is because like I don't want to see how they will react when they feel uncomfortable. Like, and I've also been conditioned to care about their feelings, right? I'm empathetic towards their feelings. It's like I feel what they feel. So like, oh no, they uncomfortable. Let's fix this. But at the same time, whenever a black woman come up feel uncomfortable, I'm not going to speak up the way I would. And like that's just the reality situation. Is a conditioning. But I do notice that, like, that's why I tell light skinned women when they are deconstructing or learning about their not internalized, their colorism, don't do it around people you know. Because if there's a dark skinned woman that you know, she's gonna be empathetic towards you and she's gonna give you grace where you shouldn't be getting grace. And you can't grow in that. And it's all conditioning. It's like if shit uncomfortable for another motherfucker, let it be uncomfortable for them. Because like they're not going to come to your rescue the way you're coming for their rescue. So hold up. Energy or Mia, did y'all want to say something?
That I think that when what I was telling y'all about, hold on, what happened? To what happened? How I heard what happened with Dark Horse and Yellow, what they was just talking about. That goes to what I was saying earlier about how my friends interpreted that video. I think I'm saying the same thing. I'm a little tipsy, so I don't know. But
What video you talking about?
when I remember, I said my two dark skinned friends were like running cover, like protecting long chin and loose eyes. Because the way I interpret what I was talking about is like how sometimes even brown skinned women or it don't even have to necessarily be brown skin, it could be anybody, kind of run cover for light skinned people in the same way that we kind of would do with YT people. Like, especially if we see they trying to be understanding, I guess you could say, we kind of be like, oh, well, it's good. You try like A for effort type of thing. Like, I think I see that happen a lot. I don't know if that's what y'all meant, but that's what I heard. So y'all can tell me if I'm way off or not.
No,
I'm
you
open to huh?
Oh, sorry.
Mia been drinking. Yeah, Mia, you good. You good, Mia.
Don't say I've been drinking and sound good like I'm like I'm one of your students. I'm a real girl. I mean, I'm not a real girl. I meant to say I'm a grown. I'm a mute because I'm tripping.
No, you good. I'm just fucking with Mia. You good.
Did that make sense though? Or like, am I
Yeah,
gonna be
you make.
embarrassed in the morning? Like,
No, you
am I
good.
making sense? Okay.
Energy. Did you want to say something?
I was just gonna say, there's been so much said. Was there like a specific question again?
No, I was wondering if you wanted to chime in because like.
Oh, well, I'm just thinking about how I don't know if I don't know. I'm just going through so much in my head. I think every friend I've had, close friend, has been light skinned. I have friends that are dark, but we had never been close. And it may be in all this time, I'm thinking it's the other way around. But the truth is, they may not have felt safe with me. That's why we never got really close. So I'm just up here unpacking, really, just listening to everyone, because I really didn't see none of this. I thought it was something else. I'll just put it like that. I saw something, but I was reading it all wrong.
Oh, I got another one. I got another one. Okay, so earlier when Energy was centering herself in the beginning of the conversation, and my sis Mia was clocking her, I was like ugh, and then I didn't give her. I gifted everybody else on the panel just to keep it a buck. And then
Not
and
the
then
microaggression.
yeah, I really did. I really did. But I'm seeing it. It's coming up. It's coming out. It's coming out. So I was like, I let sis finish clocking her and get to the full circle of it. And then when she acknowledged her for still staying on the panel and really sitting there and taking her lumps, then I gifted her while it was all uncomfortable and shit like that. Was that low key making it a safe space for her again? Like, was that me doing that?
What y'all think?
I think so.
I think I didn't even notice. So, honestly, because I was in the thick of it. So I really didn't notice, but I appreciate that.
I did. I noticed it, but I didn't say anything because I knew it was like, she's doing the attaboys.
Look, I'm oblivious to a lot of stuff.
I think that's the same thing too. I think that okay, so this might be my light skin ignorance now, right? And y'all have to let me know if that's the thing or not, or if it's not the thing. So when it comes to Black people as a whole making Wahite people comfortable, even when they're being kind of problematic, but you can see like they don't want to be problematic, but they're still being problematic or whatever the thing is, right? Like what Tara said, there's a level of like a safety scenario too, that aspect is there, but I don't know that really exists in colorism, like that there's a safety thing in that same way. I think that there's like this uncomfortable flip flop between your like the light skinned people are a problem, but light skinned people are still our sister. So like we're sisters in racism, but problematic in colorism. And so it's like a cousin that beats you up. Like, yeah, you beat me up, but yeah, also you're my cousin. Or a sibling that beats you up. You know what I mean? Or a sibling that teases you. Like, yeah, you tease me and you hurt my feelings and you make my life freaking difficult, but you're still my brother, you're still my sister. So it's like in that same way, it's one thing for me to beat up my sister, it's something different to watch someone else do it. So the protection still exists, even though that person causes you harm. And I don't know, like I said, maybe I'm looking at it that way inside of my own light skin privilege, right? Like, yeah, that's what they're doing. It's because we're sisters. You know what I mean? Like, maybe, or I don't know. Like, I really don't know with that one. Maybe I'm rambling a little bit. I don't know if it even makes sense to anybody else.
I'm trying to figure it out a little bit, Yellow, too, because I was thinking about what you guys said to me, and when when Tara phrased it with the YT thing, the first thing I thought was no, because like if we're at a restaurant and there's white people behind us in the booth, I've been out with family members and I'm saying nigga and they're like, it's white people around, don't say that. And I'm like, excuse me, white people around. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. That's what y'all do. I said, I'm not here to make them feel comfortable, but I've always been like that. So I don't protect the YT people, if that makes sense in any sense, right? But I still will protect us. So I don't know if Tara, if I'm addressing or answering that properly. And then also, am I just protecting because, like Yellow said, it's a sister, and I don't think the light skin part came to me. I think I do it for all of us. If I know you or what have you, and I love you, then I am gonna run to protect,
But
regardless
see,
of your.
that's a different protection though, right? Because I get what you're saying, but the protection what we was addressing is when somebody like address their own bias, right? A bias that like could potentially be harm towards you. The you felt the need to like soften the blow, right? Um that's a different type of protection. That's not, oh, I'm looking out for you or whatever. It's not like, oh, we just sisters or whatever. Literally the person is um the shit they unpacking it, they need to unpack it because if not, that problematic thinking, you may not think it'll impact you, but it does impact you. Like it impacts the way they see you, impacts you how they consider like if we consider like even like friendships in a hierarchy, it impacts where they see themselves compared to you. It impacts the way the value they give to your voice and what you have to say. Like it definitely impacts you. But at the end of the day, that safety, that empathy, what I'm talking about, it's not always going to be a physical safety. Sometimes it's a mental safety, right? And it goes to like that empathy you feel that person. The empathy is one way. It doesn't go both ways because the light skinned woman has not been conditioned to give a fuck about how you feel. You see what I'm saying? So it's
Okay.
not like a sisterhood protection. It
Okay.
literally is giving them out, allowing them to like, no, you don't have to be uncomfortable. I got you. Like it is. And that's the type of safety I'm addressing, like a more mental one.
Okay. Okay. Got it. I'm sorry, yeah. I had a phone call. Can I get a recap? I don't want to.
Who the
I
fuck?
try.
Hold up. Who the fuck y'all talking? Y'all, who the fuck y'all talking to? What hour is it? Like, what is going on?
I bought a big ass
No,
pork shoulder.
don't tell us your business. Don't we don't need to know your business. Let us
I
make
need a
our assumptions.
recipe. I need a
No,
recipe.
we gonna make our assumptions. No. Whatever she said, that shit ain't true, y'all. What y'all assumed was the truth. But
Okay, cool. Because I assumed that it was a booty call from a
we ain't gotta
mistress.
say it. We ain't gotta say it. Like
Nah, not too much on the booty calls. I wish.
It's only one thing that be open at this hour, but whatever.
Yep.
Not leg pork. It's
Yellow.
pork chop. It's pork chop. Code for that box. No, it's a whole ass pork shoulder. This shit like 4 or 5 pounds.
not you want pork 2:30 in the morning, but all right, okay.
No, listen. Tell my mom never ate it. My father was one of them jail Muslims.
Girl.
Yeah, I know the type.
We
Yeah,
don't,
yeah,
I didn't even
we
know.
raw.
I didn't
don't
even have
need
to say the
we
name.
don't,
Raw.
hold up. Son, don't give us the Rocky story. We don't need to hear all that. We don't need to hear all them details.
Are we doing it? I'm trying to figure out if I'm doing it the black way or the Latino way.
I mean,
Y'all, all of this is fucking. this is this is just anti-black. That light skin shit is anti-black as hell. It's just people receiving and wanting to receive preferential treatment because of their adjacency to whiteness, and it's just foul because it's so much to it. I love that again. Like I said last time, I love that we can have this conversation. It's a lot to unpack. It's a little intimidating to hear you say like, oh, you're not never really going to get rid of this way of thinking. But here we go, y'all.
We know what kind of pork she talking about.
Put
Right.
on speaker. We don't believe it, your mama. Put on speaker. I'm back. Like that's so foul to me. That's so foul. I ain't even answer for y'all because I was like the pork shoulder away. It's not even thought out yet.
We gonna talk shit regardless.
I
But
know, I'm just playing, but y'all, it's just, I'm glad we having a conversation because it just allows for us to work through it and at the same time be better people. I know I expressed to you last time that my 9-month-old is dark skinned. She is. and I got to do everything in my. I had the conversation with her dad because he's her color, and he was like, I was telling him about not calling her, but calling her chocolate muffin and how it's problematic. And he was like, man, that's your chocolate muffin. I was like, yeah, but at the end of the day, Stanley, damn, I didn't even mean to put L, y'all. I didn't even put his name out there, but I told him at the end of the day, like, how she's going to feel as she gets older. Like it's there. She's gonna be able to see all of this. She's gonna see the preferential treatment that she doesn't get. She's gonna see the people associating certain feelings to her skin color. Like if she has an attitude, if she's not in a great place, nobody's gonna look and be like, oh, this person just stressed out. They might need a hug. They gonna be like, oh, that's a black bitter. Like I don't. So
Yeah, like that time you're talking about. Sorry, but remember that time you told us about how somebody said something about her picture, like she looked angry, and you're like, my baby just got her ears pierced, and she took it like a pro. I was just saying that's one of the moments.
yeah, you be ordered, Blue. You pay attention. I love it here. But yeah, that and she's very observant, and she has very defined eyebrows. So she's very expressive. Like she's expressive, but she expresses her joy as much as she expresses her displeasure. But because she's brown skinned, they gonna point out the displeasure. And they gonna liken it to things that just isn't even associated. I've seen it already, and I want to nurture and validate her feelings and not be the person to add to it. And I think it's a certain amount of it that's going to be inevitable for the simple fact that her sister and I are both light skinned. So I just, I'm glad to have the conversation because I want to be able to have the tools to not cause the damage as well as knowing what to do when I see people causing the damage. A lot of this shit, like even what Miss Dark Horse said, I see dark skinned women who are prettier than just like facially, their faces are symmetrical and things. And a lot of this shit is just rooted in anti-blackness. Like even with the girl in this picture, that's a contoured ass nose. You know what I'm saying? But I'll see dark skinned.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I've seen dark skinned women with straight noses, and people would be like, "Oh, yeah," because if her nose was on a light skinned girl, y'all would think it's pretty, and it's like, but even with the straight noses and the pointed noses, that's rooted in anti-blackness too. Because why can't button noses be beautiful? Why can't flatter noses be beautiful? Why can't wider noses be beautiful? Why is she just as pretty as a person? She would be seen just as pretty if she was light skinned, when she could be seen just as pretty as she is. So it's so much to unpack with these conversations, and I'm just glad that you created a space that we can have the conversation and work through this together, so that we cannot further the divide between us as a diaspora.
So first of all, let me say, this E Kane in the picture. If y'all know, E Kane said something very
I
popular.
know that.
Yeah, that's E Kane in the picture. So the chocolate muffin is equivalent to you pretty for a black girl. Cause like, what's the chocolate part for? Like pointing out her complexion. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like that's. I mean, you already know that, but I'm just saying. When you talk to knucklehead or whatever, but another part of it is a lot of like when you say like for your daughter, like yeah, you want to build her up, but a lot of times what happens is we focus on the person who's victimized, like, oh, we got to say this or do this, when the reality is like the person we need to focus on is ourselves, right? The subtle shit we say, the way we lean in certain things, because kids pick up on that shit. That's the shit you got to unpack. That's the shit you got to work on. And it's not that you can't change your thought process. It's just that your subconscious is always going to be there, like your subconscious thoughts. And you have to be, you have to just know that it's always there. Like it's sitting there with you, right? And you got neuroplasticity or whatever, but our biases are so ingrained in our mindset. It shapes our worldview so much. Like it literally is parts is things that we can't see. Little side note, fun fact, the thing I think is so interesting. So when we see any color, it's actually wavelengths, right? We see wavelengths, we don't actually see color, but that's the way our minds make it out to be. And the interesting thing is, my red and your red could be, we see the wavelength, we see red, but my red could literally be your blue. But we would never know because every time we see it, we call it red or whatever. And I think that's just interesting. Side note. But it's like, yeah, you want to make sure that you build your daughter up, but also know that like most of the work lies inside of you and the way you do things, not necessarily like fixating on her so much. That's all.
I need another question, Tara. Hit me with another one.
Okay, I got one for you. Tell us about a time you witnessed light skin behavior, but you didn't call it out.
Didn't call it out.
Yeah, you clocked it. Like you knew what was happening, but you didn't want to call it out. You didn't want to say what it was.
I'm thinking men, women.
And don't go back to childhood, no shit like that. Make sure
No,
it's
I'm
something
thinking,
like
no, I'm thinking as an adult, I am super confrontational. Shoot. I'm gonna have to come back because I'm the opposite. I'm the other friend.
the other thing about that is though, I'm confrontational and shit, right? But I still be letting some shit slide. I still be letting shit slide. Like as assertive as I am, I be letting shit slide. I know I do. So no, you don't get that out. We can come back to you, but you ain't getting no out.
I was gonna
You
say
asking for
out. I guess only when it's a problem. So maybe if there's a benefit for me from it, I'll let it slide.
I ain't tell us about
So
it.
yeah, so um I had a girlfriend of mine, and we were both 5'10", and we had like a 3 or 4 year run of us tearing clubs up and bars up, what have you. We were BFFs, and we would say he either gonna like light skin or he gonna like a brown skin like me. We gonna see which one it is. And if we're gonna, if someone, start to show her attention and he favored her, then, I let her run it, and then we were going to get whatever we were going to get for that night. If they favored me, then I would do it. But when she was like leading the night, and somebody, was like, "Oh, I'm all over it because I like this light skinned girl," I would just go along with it, and I'm gonna get my perks for the night and be like, "All right, good. I can just be the wing woman and lay back." But I've done that. And I know it was because they were, they had a fetish for light skin or what have you. So I did that.
We accepting that, y'all.
What else did I let pass? Um, I don't think I've been close enough to anybody in the workplace. This is all like personal. Mine is personal and family stuff that I think that I have. I may need some more light skinned friends, y'all.
No, there's plenty of us up here.
Yeah. But I think that's
I'm crying.
yeah. I'm trying to find some. I need some more. I'm gonna think on it, but I know I will let her do the thing if somebody was more attracted to her, then I would just kind of ride the coattails for the night, even if it was, if they were saying something problematic. She was cool, I was cool, I ain't say anything about it. I just shut up and got my benefit for the night. So, but I'll work on it. I'm gonna think about something if there's something else too.
Hey y'all.
Hey, Malisa, what's going on?
Nothing much. Nothing much.
Hey,
What
my
you?
Lisa, this Honey Badger. I'm on my backup.
Oh yeah, I know
Last
you.
night was fun.
I know it was until it got too crazy. But you know, me and KGR was up here the other night before the other topic came up. So me and her really need to be real quiet when we when we be outside.
I'm gonna say this shit now. Y'all was being problematic as fuck. You,
What?
KGR,
And I
super
missed
villain.
it.
Hold up. It was my Lisa. It was super villain. It was KGR being problematic as fuck. Not very transparent. And I actually was like, I'm gonna end the live anyway. I wasn't feeling it. Cause I feel like when it comes to these conversations, we gotta be honest. And if we can't, like, we not ready for it, that's fine. But like, if y'all gonna come up, no, we gonna address it, and y'all did not want to address it. Like, to be honest, I definitely wanted to call that shit out. But go ahead.
No, I feel like you did. But I told you that. I still. I don't. Look, I got invisible bags, so I got to be able to put some visibility on the bags to really call it. I don't know. Until somebody else made a conversation about it, it really didn't. It wasn't a conversation for me. I just was me, existing as me. And I
Can I
never
ask you a
really,
question?
huh?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So when I talk about colorism, like I think it's a serious topic, right? And I feel like I was making light of the conversation, right? Do you feel like the reason why you may wanted to make light of the conversation because you didn't want to feel that uncomfortableness that come with this conversation?
No, not at all. It's just, I don't know exactly how to find the blind spots the way that I should have been able to, even though I'm older and I should have by now. I've never had to have any of those conversations. I've had so many other things as a woman, as a larger woman especially, that took precedent over that.
Hey, Black Gnostic.
Hmm?
I was saying hey to Black Gnostic, that's all.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
so
You go there apologizing. But go ahead. I
um
interrupted. I'm just saying I interrupted you and you apologizing.
um I had so many other things that were super um uh I don't know, just bigger in my life that took so hey, stop sniffing in the phone, you're so close. Um that was super relevant in my day to day, that wasn't one of the things. I had so many other things to fight. That it wasn't that I wouldn't have, I just didn't have that as part of anything, that because I never took it to be something that I measured anybody by, or that I let influence how I would treat them. At least in my mind, I didn't. When I took the test, it clearly said that I had a preference. Um, but it was never something that was a conversation that came up before my body type came up or my choices and relationships came up. So this is like the first time in my life where those things are not in the forefront, where I have a chance to unpack anything else that has to do with how I exist as a woman who's black. I never really had to think about any of that other stuff because I was putting everything in front of that.
What type of black woman are you?
Um, just like Gen X, just lots of unresolved trauma.
No, we talking about colorism. What type of black woman are you?
I don't know how I'm supposed to answer that because, as far as I was concerned, I was regular until somebody put a question mark in my head about how do other people see me? Because I didn't. I
No,
just
what's
saw myself as
regular?
a like just one of the hues of our group. Like I saw us as a homologous group. There was obviously something that you can see that's different, but I didn't make that be something where I saw myself as having any kind of privileges.
Obviously, I know that there are differences, but I never saw it as something that I benefited from or that I saw as a privilege because I didn't look at myself any differently. No one ever said, "Oh, what do you mix with?" or "Are you, are you black?" It was just understood without any words that I was, even if I never spoke. There was never a question as to whether or not I was black. Whereas I took it to mean like with other people, if you're lighter, someone may ask you that. If you have a different hair texture, they may ask you that. No one ever asked me that. No one ever assumed anything. I didn't feel like I had any privilege. Like there exists a privilege if you look a certain way, like pretty privilege, so to speak. But I never took that to be as a result of where my complexion was in terms of the different hues. I never saw that to be anything that made anything easier for me or more difficult. I was just black.
So now that we're talking about it, how do you see yourself?
Um, a little confused, if I'm being honest. Um, not sure if I've ever done anything that was, hurtful or harmful, or most of the things that if at any point there was any questions about anything, it was always somebody who was young, like my sister, when she was young. I don't have anything in my present day other than the examples that I gave you in the past. That was ever. I've never had a conversation about it. Um,
All right, so let
Go
me be
ahead.
more direct. Are you light skinned or dark skinned, Lisa?
I say I'm dark skinned. That's how I see myself.
Okay, that was that's what I was trying to get you to say because I know that was one of the things that came up last time.
Yeah.
Um, so is that something y'all didn't talk about when you was younger, like race in your household, or
Hell, we ain't had no time to talk about. We ain't had no time to talk
definitely
about
y'all
that.
definitely had time.
I mean,
Definitely.
yeah, I don't think it was other than my sister saying things, and I think there was a time when I questioned it when I was young because so many of my family members, um, because my mother has a different father than her brothers who are no longer with us. That was the only time that kind of had a moment where I heard that conversation about, um, bless you, why she was lighter and they were all darker, but so many of my family members are darker. I just felt like one of them. I didn't feel any different. No one ever made a conversation that, oh, you know, it was somebody else having a conversation in my presence, and so I heard it, but it wasn't something that resonated with me because I saw myself as one of them.
So uh I was talking to Dark Horse the other day, right? And we was on the phone for a while. And one of the things that came up was like the way that the MPD lives play out. And y'all know I don't like having to like manage the panel because I do it at work, right? And I just be like, open panel. And she was saying how like sometimes she don't get to speak up, or Dark Horse, do you want to address that part, or you want me to just say it?
Know about how people are good at it and other people aren't. You mean that part?
No, no, not the good at it. No, the good at it is not the problem. Um, that definitely isn't the problem.
You talking about hogging
It's
the mic?
yeah, or like how you
Having
say
50 million questions.
yeah,
Yeah, that's what I said.
and you would say how like you would just defer to the other person because like you're fine with like waiting your turn or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So after that conversation, because I like when people give me feedback, I want to process it. I ain't gonna just be like, all right, okay, whatever. And one of the things that I thought about was like, I'm wondering if because we are just earlier how we were saying like everybody was up here light skin, whatever. Because there's a lot of I definitely realize that it's like a lot of light skinned people collectively, right? And usually the people who don't talk over, the ones who like wait their turn are more quiet, all the dark skinned women in our group. Like that's literally a thing that happens. And it's like I'm wondering if it's entitlement for someone to come in, like whether it's conscious or unconscious, for a woman to come up here who's light skinned and feel like, oh, I can just come up and talk over somebody else. Are you gonna defer and let me talk? All right, I'm gonna take the mic. And at the same time, it's like, is enough people and the divide is so clear that I think is enough to address it.
Ooh, you're right. They be interrupting the fuck out of people. Interrupting, talking over, won't wait their turn, all the above for the light skins, yes. And I ain't realized that I'd be sitting back like, just go ahead. And I need to speak up. I agree.
And then we get called the soft. Well, they're just the nice ones. They're the soft-spoken ones. You notice that? They're just not like that.
We not. And I don't know if it's that we don't care to have the limelight, or we just already subconsciously or consciously done gave it up, and don't care to be out there, and then we flip it in our head and be like, well, they just need all the attention, and we just explain it away instead of stepping up and saying, no, I deserve the same. But I don't know if I like the behavior though, to want to do it too. I would have to have a desire to have that behavior. So I'm fighting with that too. So am I just going to step up and be loud and interrupt just so I can say brown women and dark skinned women can do it too? I don't like the behavior. So I'm struggling with that. So I could try to make an effort to make sure that that we're heard the same. What do y'all think?
I just want to say this. I don't think it's like certain people need to take on certain behaviors. Or let me be more blatant. I don't think dark skinned women need to like be more aggressive. I think light skinned women need to shut the fuck up sometimes. Like stop trying to be the center of attention. Because like when you praise for being light skinned, you get to be the center of attention. And you're so conditioned to it that like when you get the opportunity to do it, you're gonna do it. But if somebody say, "Oh, I was going to say something, but I'll let you go," or whatever, you need to say no. What was you going to say? And stop thinking that your voice is the only voice that fucking matters. Like that's a problem. That's like and we can't be sitting here saying, "Oh, when something come up, we're going to address it," but not address it. So that's the fucking problem. It happens. It's like, oh, and I don't know like all the ins and outs of it, but when I sat and thought about it and I looked at who it was, and then I held a few lives after, and I'm like looking at, I'm like, hold up, what the fuck is going on here? Like, cause that's some real shit. Like, usually women who are dark skinned come up on you. If my Lisa happens with you, if you dark horse, and blue, you sit there and you just pop in whatever, and it's like it's just accepted. And I don't think it's. I think it might be conditioning. I literally think that's what it is. But like, um, we don't see that the deferment that you talk about go the other way. It's like, well, I'm talking. This is important. People got to see me. I'm the center. And that shit fucking problematic and it needs to be addressed.
Well, I agree. Thank you for bringing it up. Why you ain't circle back to me? Let me know that. I appreciate you doing it now. Because I'm over here saying that it just needs to be divided up a different way. Remember when we were talking, I was like, well, maybe we should make it where everyone knows that they have to wait their turn, blah, blah, blah. And that ain't the solution either. So thank you for circling back on it. Instead of changing the format, we just in the moment saying, hey, it ain't your turn, sit down. Wait a minute.
No, but what I'm saying is it don't just happen on my panel.
Yeah.
It happens in other places too.
Right.
So I've
Yeah,
seen.
you're right.
Go ahead.
I said, yeah, you're right, because on some other panels, I've noticed that a lot of times when light skinned women, when we'll come in and we'll be talking and we'll hear people talking, we just go right into centering ourselves and talking over people, knowing that it was not necessarily our turn, but oh, what we got to say is so important that we will interrupt. And when they say, well, you go ahead, instead of saying, no, you go ahead, we'll go ahead and go ahead. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just really rude and dismissive.
Yeah, that's I got so upset the other day, because KGR and Yellowhead both did it. They came up here, not only centered themselves, but they changed the conversation. And that's a sense of entitlement. And that's not okay. And we collectively, we should call it out, and collectively we shouldn't tolerate it. it's not okay.
Now I get why you were making it a point to say I spend a lot of time on my topics researching and setting up my prompts only for you to come in and change the whole direction or course of the conversation. I thought it had to do with your work. I didn't think it was deeper than that until now. I mean, I do like to talk a lot though. I mean, I would never um pretend like, I mean, I've been hearing that since I was a kid. That was like probably the only criticism I had. I didn't have any criticism about my work or whatever. I've been allowed to talk a lot. It's just my go-to thing. Just talking a lot. Like I literally have for the last 22 years been a talker. Like literally that's my job. It's running my mouth.
But like she said, remember, I don't know if you remember, like last night in that live where we were talking about, the subject about black men despising black women's hair, and the one, the one woman that was on and on and on about how she loves her hair, she kept centering herself and talking over everybody. Do you remember?
I do. I mean,
Because
you
I
know
think
what?
you
So
called her out.
I did. It's not my pant. Like
I know, but you're a
but I
moderator
talk
in
a
there,
lot
right?
too. No, I don't. I thought about talking to her about it, but I kind of don't. It's such a. Some days I'm not gonna want to do that. It's a bit rough in her room.
So let's
I'll
talk
wait up.
about,
Yeah, but
hold on. Let's talk about over here then.
Yeah.
Malisa, I want you to just take a second to think about what I'm asking and respond. Do you feel like you've ever wanted to speak up and you've been silenced?
Not. I mean, some people just. I
No,
mean,
no, no. Don't try to be nice about it, Malisa. Do you ever feel like you wanted to speak up and you've been silenced?
I feel like my heart is racing right now, Tara.
Yeah,
That's
you
what
because
I'm
you know. Listen, you non-conversational. I'm fucking conversational, and I make sure a direct question. Do you ever feel like you wanted to speak up and your voice has been silenced?
Shut up. Shut up. I'm not talking to you. My daughter said yes, but I don't take, but I don't take it
It's a yes or no.
personal.
It's a yes or no question.
So the answer is yes, but I'm okay with
No, no,
that.
no, no, no. There's no fucking stop with the buts. Just stop. The answer is yes. So here's the thing: we addressing an issue in real time. You don't have to try to make nobody feel comfortable. Like I'm taking all the heat. I'm the one asking the questions and I'm putting it out there. I'm just asking you for clarification, additional information. So I'm gonna ask you again, and I would like a confident yes or a confident no. Have you ever felt like you wanted to speak up and your voice was silenced?
This is so rough. Yes.
Okay. Blue, have you ever felt like you wanted to speak up and your voice was silenced?
A couple of times, and not just in your life, but also in Lynn's life.
Dark horse, do you ever feel like you wanted to speak up and your voice was silenced?
Does interrupting count?
Period.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yes. Not
And
you.
yeah, and that's the type of shit I'm saying. Like, that's not fucking okay. That's wrong. Because the experience you having isn't the experience everybody's having on this app. And that's not right. That's not right. And when it happened, like, I can understand the uncomfortableness, and I'm not going to push too much, but I feel like as a light skinned person who have no problem speaking up about it, it's not okay. And that's why I got so upset the other day. And that's why, like, if it happened again, I'm gonna fucking address it. I'm gonna make sure that I'm not doing it. And I try to like fall back, but I'm not gonna be like, I don't do it, because I'm pretty sure sometimes I do it too. So it's like, no, we need to call it out, and that shit not okay. Point blank period.
I feel like you be saving us, Tara and Matt, Lisa and Blue. Let me know if y'all feel like that too. I feel like when you run in the panel and somebody interrupts us, that you'll jump in and you'll stop them, and maybe we need to, I don't know, do it ourselves instead of you doing it. Malisa, Blue, what do y'all think?
Yeah, I feel like you make space for me and I appreciate that. So, I feel like we all have different personalities, so I don't
Oh, no, stop. Now I'm going to silence you from that.
okay.
Stop. Stop,
I don't do
Malisa.
well with conflict, Terror. I still have
No.
a lot of stuff where if I like how you were talking about making other people feel comfortable, that is a very strong coping mechanism in me, right? Because I spend a lot of time feeling uncomfortable. Like even now, I'm welling up. Like I don't like to think that somebody is feeling uncomfortable if I have the capacity to mitigate that, because it's just easier because I had so much conflict and it took so long to get to the point where my life is peaceful at my own discretion. Like I've made the peace in my life. And I could easily just say, okay, I'm gonna log out. If this becomes uncomfortable, um, if that makes sense, you know what I mean? Like I get what you're saying that there's a voice. I definitely have very flexible boundaries, but there's nothing here that makes me feel like I'm not being myself. I just say, hey, that's what that person is. Like you didn't say the name of the person who, for me, is the biggest person in that situation. If I'm being honest, like if we're calling me to the carpet to say it, the names that you say aren't the names that come to my mind at all. There's one person I feel like is like that for me at times, and it is what it is. Like I don't, because I understand that we came together because of a not because I tried to make community or friendship with somebody, and I'm not being honest with them about how they make me feel. And outside of the app, I don't talk to them outside of the app, and I don't engage with them outside of the app. And based on how they act here, I don't know that I ever could, because I don't feel like I would want to confront them because it's so uncomfortable, and like what's the benefit in it? That's who that person is. So I don't want the smoke. I literally don't want the smoke. Like it feels uncomfortable to say I'm laughing out of sheer discomfort. Um
So I
I
tell you
just
what, I'm not gonna force you to be uncomfortable, okay? If you want to inbox me a name and I invite that motherfucker up and confront him myself, that's fine. Um, I just I understand you saying your piece, but I do want you to just kind of like just when you get some time to think about it, try to think of whether is it peace or is it tolerance, because those are two different things, right? Peace means I'm surrounded by people I feel safe, protected by, and they fucking hear me. Tolerance is I'm accepting things what they are, just so we can get along. Um, that's all. Anybody want to add something? I know. Go ahead, Dark Horse.
Yeah, I got a question. I was going to say, I wonder too if I am more, I'm less confrontational or up here because it doesn't happen when I'm face to face with people. And I have like this overwhelming confidence. Like if I see these people off the app, they gonna switch it up in my face like everyone else does. And I wonder if that's why I'm kind of nonchalant up here. Like, yeah, that's on TikTok. You in the streets with me, shorty, you ain't gonna be acting like that with me. Like no one does. Like, so I wonder if that's why I let it ride. Cause I'm like, yeah, don't nobody show up with me like that. Like that sounds good up here, shorty. When we get together, you're gonna be the mouse in the corner. You're not gonna do it. So I wonder if if that plays a part too, why I'm not worried, like that ain't your persona for real. Like it ain't. I haven't had it. I haven't had nobody be rah rah when they with me, like one on one or in person, like it all gets sucked out of the, out of the, all that energy gets sucked out, and I'd be like, yeah, I don't know. So I don't know if I'm rambling. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
No, I understand what you're saying. I definitely feel like being on the app panel discussion is definitely different from being face to face. I give you that one. Um Only thing I would say is like it's like a ratio to me, right? Like how often are you spending time with people off the app versus in conversation with them, right? And it's like there's just because like they wouldn't do it in person, is it still then okay that they do it in another place? And I don't know, I just feel like if somebody's truly there for you and they care about you, you should be able to tell that person anything and they'll check themselves. Especially if what you're saying is valid. I just I just wanted to point it out because it's when I saw it I couldn't unsee it. Um and I'm just not okay with it. I think it's wrong and I think it's it's a lot of unpacking people need to do. Myself included.
You're right, Tara, because if we're building relationships up here, right, it's going to hinder the type of relationship I build with you because of how you show up here. So I can't just say, oh, in real life, because we're still real people, right? But our relationship or the depth of our relationship is going to be limited by my interaction with you up here. So if that improved, right, then that relationship could go places that I would otherwise say, no, that person's not for me because of how we interact up here. So you're right.
Honey Badge, you wanted to say something earlier?
No, I was just using that as an example with my Lisa of how a lot of times light skinned people will come in and feel like what they got to say is so much more important that they will interrupt or talk over, and won't even get quiet, and then they'll keep going, and we just don't try to take in perspective or self awareness that we're perpetuating harm, and we just keep going. And that's why I was giving my Lisa's example of that particular person. That's how it shows up, is that we keep going, and we don't have any awareness, and it's rude, and it's harmful, and it's sad, that those who are experiencing this don't get a chance to actually say it, and it's hard for them to speak up and say something about it because they don't want to rock the boat or what have you for whatever reason, and that's really a horrible thing that we perpetuate.
Um, the excuse I had given it was when I saw these people in other people's panels and spaces, and I saw the white tea people do to them what was done to us. I kind of was like it's like a what do you call it? TikTok karma. I chopped it up to TikTok karma. And so these are the spaces where they felt like they get centered or heard in. So it is what it is. Like they feel heard here. That's why they speak.
And I don't know, I just feel like hearing what you just said and what Dark said about like being in person, there's some resentment there. Is it valid? Yes, I believe so. But there's resentment. And it's like, how can you build true relationships and connections with people and there's resentment? And I don't feel like that's at fault of somebody who's experiencing it. I truly feel like if somebody said they for you and they with you regardless, then they should not, you should be able to speak up about how you feel about something without fear of some type of like y'all know what I'm saying, like them, the way they may respond,
Retribution.
retribution, the way they may respond,
Retribution. Hmm.
they may respond to it, because at that point it's like if I say something to you and it's like you either want to confront me or you want to hit me on the back end and want me to coddle you to make you feel better about it because you feel uncomfortable, um, then how safe are you? How truly close and how deep can this relationship actually get? You understand? Because it's like then it becomes a conversation of self-preservation. Like if it was a situation where I need your protection, would you be there for me? Retaliation is a good one too. Thank you.
I also felt like I'm kind of new to the group, so maybe there's just a certain level of camaraderie that you have with that person than you do with me. So I'm not going to judge you for wanting to hear them out if that's their person or they're, closer to them. It's just a preference.
But wouldn't that reinforce hierarchical thinking? Like, oh, I'm new to the group, so I'm at the bottom.
Yeah, when you put it like that, it doesn't sound good at all.
Mia, you still up?
But I think what you're saying is valid because what do we have a lot of times is where people will be, like she said, if you're new to the group and then you're on the panel and then the panel's there with their group and one of them is a mod and then you hear them, well, I'm a mod, so I can say what I want to say. I can interrupt you. I can do what I want. I think that plays a barrier and a challenge to it.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh, I thought you. My bad.
no, you good. Y'all stop apologizing. Go ahead, Mia.
I thought my bad was different from apologizing,
It's
but
the same thing. Don't
um,
gaslight us. Don't gaslight us.
but yeah, I agree with what Nick said. I think I told you this the other day. That a lot of times, like, it's this transformation that happens with Mars. They do this weird thing. And I always am kind of like, ugh, because I mod in the lightness of the person who's hosting and not in my own ego. It was another phrase I used to use, but I forgot it. Like, for example, tonight was different because I was coming into this like with the mindset of being a co-host, right? But typically I try to operate in a way that's going to be beneficial to the person who I'm supporting. And I do that even when I'm not a mod, because me and Shan was talking about this earlier, because a lot of times I come to Shan Live and I will get on the panel knowing that I will probably, get skipped over. And that's fine because, like, in my mind, my place, like, I don't know if placeholder is a thing, but it's like in my mind, I'm like, I'm trying to lead by example, a person who can show some type of patience and help. In my mind, it's like helping the situation flow better. But a lot of times people don't think like that. They think within their own ego. Like, they want to be in control of these spaces, that even if it's not their own space, and that can cause a lot of confusion, and it could be frustrating because it doesn't help with the flow. When I come into a space, especially with people I'm cool with, I'm gonna be patient. I'm going to just wait my turn. I'll make notes. I'll drop down if I need to. I'll do all of those things so that people who are coming in for the quote unquote show can actually participate. Um, and I do think it's like an ego. That's just my opinion. I think it's like ego. I think sometimes we don't know how to be humble, and we don't operate in humility. And operating in humility is important when it's a bigger goal that we're trying to achieve. So yeah, I mean, it's a problem. It's a problem. It happens though. Like, I'm not saying that sometimes I haven't like been taking over a conversation, but my MO is always being on mute.
Hey, I got a question, Tara D. Your light skinned mods drop people, but you ain't want drop, but your dark skinned mods don't. I'm just joking. Because I know there's people with problematic behavior, but I would say that mod entitlement thing, coupled maybe with the light skin thing, can be a bit much.
So you say I got light skinned people?
I'm just going to say that I am. There's times that it's hard to control panels, because of the interruptions by certain people, or like I said, dropping somebody without even running it by you first, or letting you
All
get
right,
ready to.
so no, that's not. If you light skinned, I'm gonna mark your ass tonight. But go ahead, keep going.
I hate you.
I'm crying.
I'm
The
just
overwhelming
for real,
form
for
of
real.
guilt I
I've
feel
never. Go ahead, y'all. I'm sorry.
is
I'm gonna go back.
heavy.
I was just saying that I've never done it unless it's something that's gonna get the live banned. I'm not dropping nobody because I don't like what they said, and it's not even my live. It's wild, but I never thought about it from this perspective, Tara. You're making my head buzz.
Can y'all hear me? Oh,
Yeah.
oh, my bad. I don't be dropping, but dark horse that go to the point that I'm making. Like, you gotta mod in the likeness of the host, and I think like I get my perspective because I don't be dropping people, but I be doing a whole lot of other stuff too. That's probably aggravating, but I don't drop people because, for one, I like the ops because I like the drama. I be loving the drama. I be wanting to be messy and petty, but I see this. This may be problematic, and Tara, you could drop me if you want to, but
Not you being
I
messy.
I see how people operate in certain male spaces, and I'm like, not you having decorum up over here, not y'all being able to follow rules, and y'all yes ma'am and no ma'am and yes sir and no sir, and you real. I don't even know if it's the word. I ain't gonna say it because I already
Clock it.
informed.
Clock it.
Not you being able to, be patient and chill over here. Not you being able to follow the rules over here. Let me find out. So, if my logic is, instead of me, and let me get, I said this earlier, but this is the way I look at. Well, I think I said this when I was talking to Shan. This is my thing. When we all understand when you go to a job, right? Let's say you go to a job and you've been working a job and you done had all YT managers, and you know how they be. We don't even gotta go through that whole thing. Y'all know how they be, right? So you finally get to a job, it's your first job, and you finally got a black supervisor. And subconsciously, you like, oh, this about to be a breeze and blah, blah, blah. So you start doing little slick stuff. Now, this slick stuff you doing ain't in the forefront of your brain. It's in the back of your brain. Like, you a couple minutes late, you this, you that, you that. And she confronts you about it. And you like, see, this how we do each other. Like, dang, what's going on? I was only 2 or 3 minutes late. Whole time when it was a YT supervisor, you knew not to be late. You knew not to play. You set your alarm 30 minutes earlier than the time you needed. So all of a sudden, is this how we do people? My logic is, if there is a black supervisor, I'm going to be even more by the book and on top of stuff because I know how hard it is, right? So I'm doing everything right. Like, you can say I'm kissing ass, you can say I'm tucking tail, you can say whatever you want to call it, but it's a black woman who my supervisor. Oh, I'm going in for my girl. Oh, I'm doing whatever you need, whatever help you look good, my good sis, whatever, whatever, because I'm not thinking about what she can do for me. I'm thinking about how I can help her because I'm proud of her, right? That's how I look at how we be in some of these spaces. It's like, you come into certain spaces, and because you have to behave a certain way in other spaces, you think you can put your feet on these people's couch. You think that you can open a refrigerator, which I will. You think you can open a refrigerator when you want. You make yourself real comfortable. You take over the whole scene over here. But in other spaces, you have decorum. And that is a lot of the problem. Because my thing is, when I'm in my girl spaces, I want to make sure things flow, and I'm gonna bite my tongue. I'm not gonna put my emotions in it. If I get upset in Tara's panel because I can't handle the topic or I get triggered, I'm going to drop and take a lap. I'm not going to tell her to drop nobody. I'm not going to assert no dominance, especially if somebody ain't been disrespectful to me or nothing like that. I will just take a lap, right? I'm going to just take a lap because I want my girl shit to run how she wanted to run. I'm going to be a support. And if I can't support because I'm triggered, I just fall back. And I wish, I, I don't wish. I think that's a mindset we need to have. And I think that would help with some of the dominating that may happen. This is just a suggestion. This is just the way I be thinking of it and how I observe it. But that's my theory.
Yeah, I agree. Yellow, you want to say something?
She might be asleep because we was in the street.
Energy, you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to say that this has been a wonderful live. I appreciate it, but I am falling asleep myself.
Okay.
So I hope y'all have a great night, and thank you so much, Tara. This was very informative, and everyone on the panel, it's been great. And I've listened to everybody, and this was heavy though. It was super heavy, and I think that's what kind of made me tired. It's like my brain is weighted now.
It's definitely a lot. I'm proud of you though. You stayed in because you definitely caught some heat when you first came up here. But I appreciate you saying, you know what I'm saying? Come back. And
I sure will. I sure will. Y'all have a good night now.
You too.
let me just say this going forward. The shit won't be tolerated. Not if I'm there. The shit won't be tolerated. I'm like I said, once you see something you can't unsee it. It's not okay. Um and if I see other people not speaking up about it, I'm gonna be fucking side at your ass too, cause like, nah, this shit ain't fucking cool. And the shit Mia was just talking about, like literally, I made that comment one time, like I will go in Public's live, and motherfuckers are on their best fucking behavior, but for some reason, even in my space, I don't get that same level of respect, and that's some bullshit. And like, that's that internalized misogyny bullshit. No, fuck that. So we know better, we do better. Otherwise, it is what it is. That's how I feel about it. Like I said, when you see something wrong, you fucking confront that shit in real time. I don't know, but I'm just letting y'all know. When I sat back and I realized this was some colorism bullshit, I was fucking pissed. Cause it's not even the fact that like a lot of times we don't even see the patterns. We like, oh, this is something, certain personalities like, no, this is some colorism bullshit. Like what the fuck is that? In real time we having these conversations and it's happening in our fucking faces and we participating in it. No. No.
I missed it, Tara. Thank you for pointing it out. I didn't even add that layer to it. I was on I'm newer to the group, right? It may not be the newest, but newer. And I did the backseat thing too, like, hey, that person, just has more. The mod part is the only thing that crossed my mind about, kind of going in and saying, well, I'm a mod, I can overspeak, interrupt, drop, blah, blah, blah. And I put it under that title and I totally missed the colorism part. So thank you.
I'm a chicken. I'm a chicken. I take my odds right now. I'm not even gonna lie to you, Tara. Like, I don't know. At first I was like, yeah, I don't want her to look at me with a side eye. Cause I heard what you said and I know you mean it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean at the same time, I'm talking to the light skinned women. They know who the fuck I'm talking to. Um, you definitely need to work on being more assertive. But I'm not gonna fault you for that because it's like, who the fuck am I to tell you um that if it's something that's happening this frequently, you need to just come up out of it. Like I give you that. You definitely need to work on that shit. But I'm gonna give you that one. But I'm talking to light skinned
Listen,
women.
therapy, since we had our conversation, I am on Tuesdays when I disappear. That's where I be at. And y'all always make a poppin' ass live when I got therapy. I swear to goodness. Like one day I was trying to listen. I was like, you ain't gonna get shit out of this appointment. Get your
You a lie. Not no, fuck that. Tell me what the time is so I can block you. That's crazy, my Lisa. You better
I
tell
didn't
me
do it
only an
I didn't do it
hour. We be on
anymore.
this bitch all fucking day. That's
I
crazy.
know.
You need to
But
reschedule your appointments to be earlier when nobody live or something. That's crazy.
it's just I like that time because I'm at that time nobody's logged in at work. That's why I picked that time. Because it just I'm at peace with work stuff because nobody can't bother me at that point, whether they're in Arizona or one of the other states. So I kind of liked that it was by the time my son has finished his homework, because the older two they good on their own. It sort of just was like I could lock everybody out, whether I'm home or out, or out or whatever. And I like the time that she scheduled me for because my mind is like I'll still be thinking. I still might have work things that I might need to finish when we're done, but nobody can't come to me and ping me and sort of just make me kind of agitated or annoyed and say, "Hey, are you still on it?" Because I'm not gonna lie. Um, so I kind of like that part. I mean, it was one day I forgot what you was talking about, and I was like, "Up, time to go." And then when I came back, because I think it was on a Wednesday that week, um, it was time for it was almost time for like movie night or whatever. So, but I mean, it's just I love that about you because it gives me something to see outside of what is my norm. That you have those strong boundaries. So I appreciate that, but I didn't want to leave this live not having said something because I almost didn't, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna try to do this. I'm gonna try to do this, and that's a lie. Like I knew I was lying to myself. Like I felt anxious lying to my goddamn self about what I was gonna feel comfortable saying. I'm not comfortable with that. Um, I I guess I just was you know what I mean? Like it just became part of like a thing, and I know it's a bad thing to make excuses for other people's behavior, but it's just like a thing. And I just take people for who they are a lot of times because I've realized I put a lot of effort into trying to change people who they themselves don't see a problem with the behavior, and that was just a waste of my time and energy. So when somebody shows me who they are, I've gotten better at accepting that. And yes, it does mean at times I tolerate things if I choose to still continue to be around them. Um, but I don't like conflict. I've had so much conflict, and hopefully at the end of my journey with therapy and with some additional reading and just being around people who do have firmer boundaries, some of those things will develop better in me. But I would definitely be lying to you, and I don't want to lie to you. I'm not good at lying because I'm not gonna remember. I'm not. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna remember, and it's not in my nature to be that person.
So let me just say real quick, y'all. Malisa the only person who can give long-winded answers. The only person up here. With that being said, Malisa, I can take it. I just want y'all to know I can fucking take it. Like if you say some shit to me and you feel like or you didn't say something, believe me, I'm good. Okay, I can fucking take it. I just want to say that now. Don't fuck my feelings for real. Like fuck my feelings. If you ever feel like damn I shouldn't have said that to Tara, get that shit out your mind. I am perfectly fucking fine. Okay, just saying. If you feel like damn I didn't want to, I'm good. I'm okay. I don't know if that do anything for you, but I just want you to know I'm good. You get a good night's sleep because I sure the fuck am. Just saying. What's up, T? How you doing?
Hey, what's good? What's good, y'all? I'm good. Oh, this is interesting. Light skin behavior.
Not
It's funny how,
the
listen, Not for nothing. I be saying it. I be saying that to light skinned people. I'm guilty of it. I be like, "Oh, you being light skinned again? Oh, that's that light skinned behavior." Or I be making mad colorist jokes and shit. Like I'll go, "Oh, it's your light skinned ass." Like it was a time that one of my exes was playing basketball, and and I was right there in the courtyard with him, and I said, "Don't be catching the basketball with your mouth and shit, like
What?
the light skinned niggas do."
What the fuck? Oh shit.
I dead ass. Listen. Y'all already know I'm not politically correct. That's just what I am. It is what it is, and I just, like I said, I don't know. Maybe because I don't know. Maybe because of the movies I saw, or maybe growing up in the 90s or something or whatever. I don't know. Is the light skinned men, maybe the movies, I'm not sure. They present light skinned men to be like feminine and shit. And that's probably why part of me are not really attracted to light skinned men, even though I do find light skinned men attractive, but my type is not light skinned men. I think that have everything to do with television. I think they do have a lot to do with television, not for nothing. If I'm gonna be honest, they always portray light skinned men to be like pretty boys and shit. Like I think they really did a number on us with that shit.
I mean, that's honest to admit. You know, the TV's fucking definitely brainwashed our asses. So you saying that you believe that light skinned men, what do you see them like, not as masculine or?
No. Like that's just not. I was saying like that's how they was presented, like in television, like they feminine or something, like they pretty boys and stuff like that. So like, because if anyone knows me, I like my type, is masculine men and everything. So when I hear a guy that's a pretty boy, that turns me off. I don't like that. I don't like pretty boys, at least not for me, not for a woman like
What's
me.
a pretty boy? What does that mean?
A pretty boy, to me, my definition of a pretty boy is a man that looks like a bitch, a man that looks like a woman. And I don't like it. Me personally. I like my men a little dash of ugly. So,
Well, I think, to be fair, I think you know that shit problematic. And you fine with that. So I'm gonna let you have it.
no, that's not how I feel about light skinned men. I don't think they feminine at all. I don't. I was saying, like, I think that comes from a lot of televisions. Like, they perpetuate light skinned men to be pretty boys and feminine and shit like that. And I think that really did a number on how, the black community view light skinned men. Even to this day, they still perpetuate that. Like they'll put like a light skinned dude compared to a dark skinned man. The dark skinned man is all masculine, and they put the light skinned guy or light brown to be like the pretty boy, soft guy. And I don't like that,
Why
honestly.
you think they do that?
I still think, why do they do that? I have no idea why they do something like that. I guess it has something to do with probably slavery, what they think the light skinned black people are in the house and the dark skinned people out in the field. And for some reason, black people perpetuated that bullshit and put that in movies and television shows and shit. Because even growing up, I heard a lot of just dark skinned men, even if the light skinned guy is ugly, they call them pretty boys. And I never understood that. Like, I think it just had a lot to do with manipulation and shit, honestly speaking.
Wait. It's Ice JJ Fish. I don't know why he came.
Why JJ Fish?
No,
Look
something
at her.
about you, girl, and you made
What?
my
So I have my assumptions, but I saw Blue put her hand up. So go ahead, Blue.
I was gonna say to make them appear more safe because
Mm-hmm.
we naturally appeal to femininity as a place of safety, nurturing, and when they portray dark skinned men as anti feminine, it's almost like you're a threat automatically. You're I don't know. Am I saying it right? I'm laying there because I don't want to
That
overdo it.
makes sense. I think that makes a lot of sense, honestly. And it's so funny how, like I said, my type of men are brown skin and darker, but I have like more light skinned men are attracted to me than I would say my actual initial type. That's the funny part, you know. And I was like, man, all light skinned men I know are kind of masculine. Like I don't know why, like they putting that out there like they all a bunch of Prince. All of them are not Prince. Like what the fuck?
What was that guy's name? The actor guy who was doing he was doing a lot of activism. Jesse something. He was easy on the eyes, and he was saying all the right things for a while. And I think that once he got with his current partner, after not being with his wife, who he had been with a long time, who was black, I stopped hearing from him. I don't know if that's because he got blackballed or if that was just a
Jesse
trend
Williams.
versus him. Yes, 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 yes. He was very nice looking. I will give him that.
Yeah, he's on Grey's Anatomy.
hmm
I had a question about the light skinned men thing. So I don't know. Well, I can say what I observed. So let me talk. Let me not say I don't know, but from what I observed, that the light skinned men from different angles, whatever, have been told that they're soft for whatever reason. So I saw the opposite. I saw them going above and beyond to prove their masculinity. So they were doing things that were wild and, dangerous and, just showing, hey, I need you to take me serious, not serious. I need you to take my masculinity the same as you just take a dark skinned man. So I felt like they were doing a whole lot and just kind of going over and beyond to prove it. And I was like, okay, like sit down, we hear you. And I felt that way about a lot of them. So that's what I wanted to say. I don't know if that makes sense to y'all.
It does. It does make a lot of sense. I think that I was funny. I was thinking about saying that, but I wasn't sure if I was going to be on point saying that. So I think because of that, that's why a lot of light skinned men tend to do a lot of crime and like to want to act like they not act like they tough, but they get a lot of trouble because of that. It's kind of like almost no different from a short man. If I'm gonna be honest, like you see how some men got that complex. Short men got that complex, so they get upset easily. Like they prone to fight more and extra aggressive because they be underestimated by their height. I think it's the same thing with light skinned men. I think they be underestimated by their skin tone, which is not even their fault. And
N-
you know,
Now, T, you saying something, girl? You
what?
saying something? No, I'm saying clock it. That is, I
Oh,
would have never thought of it like that. But
yeah.
yes, that's wow.
Yeah, like they get underestimated by their skin tone because they're not looked at as hard and tough, and so they always looked at like as the punk or something. To that's why I notice a lot of light skinned dudes they be acting, behaving a certain way. So I do believe it's because of like my brother called it something. He called it complexion complicity. When light skinned men act like that, he said that's complexion complicity. And I was like, what the heck are you talking about? Like, that was interesting how he put that together. Because my brother is a dark skinned man, very dark skinned man. And he was saying, like, yeah, like, he got light skinned homies. And he would say, like, yeah, nigga, dudes that ass would try to pick a fight with him, the light skinned friend, versus him. And like he's like they be getting like the game twist acting like he a punk or something, but he not. Is he on that pretty boy shit? Yeah, he think he a good looking dude. And I think I'm a good looking dude too. Like he just like, because of that, they tend to like try to pick on his light skinned friend more. Like, by a group of dudes, because men like to try to pick fight with other men to prove a point, to try to be bullies and stuff like that. Y'all know how these dudes get down, these insecure men. And, they see a light skinned man, they get mad at him, they jealous of him low key. I think that a lot of times, a lot of those men are just jealous of light skinned men because they think about the attention they get and how they take other men, girls and stuff. Like, especially if he got light eyes, curly brown hair, they go, oh, like he gonna take all the girls. Like, I don't like this dude. Like, I've seen men hate on light skinned men for literally no reason.
I've done it too. It ain't just the men. Tara know who I'm talking about. I was like, dude, yo, you got hazel eyes, you got freckles, you got light hair. Like, yeah, that ain't my speed. And I've said it, and I was like, I know I'm wrong, but I'm not. I don't like the self-centeredness. So go ahead if that's how you are.
Hold up, I know who you talking about.
Yeah. So
I'm struggling over here.
Who we talk about on the back end? But I was like, sir,
I'm gonna get it.
Yeah, when you approached me, sir, I was like, no, thank you. And he was like, damn, you was gonna blow me off. And I was like, yo, I'm for real. I'm not into I'm not gonna be fawning over your hazel eyes. I ain't gonna be fawning over your light skin with light hair and freckles. Like, you're not gonna get that attention. So if that's what you need, I'm probably not the person for you, kind of thing. And it takes a lot sometimes, and I feel like that's wrong. But that was my one-on-one experience when I have the quote-unquote pretty boys. I'd be like, no, I don't want to be in competition with you, sir. I'm not here to do that ego stroking or what have you, just because you look a certain way. So I don't know if, what the expectation is. I don't know if, your family or society or ex-girlfriends praise you that way, but that ain't me. So I feel that way too. That they'll come up and like, well, I'm the pretty boy, quote unquote, stereotypical pretty boy, and I'm already side eyeing. So I'm working on it, but shit,
Do
you know
you
who I'm
think
talking
that
about. So go ahead.
is different for men versus women?
Um, do you mean like different as far as how the light skinned men are treated versus light skinned women? Like,
Yeah, like you said that you had mentioned that they said that they feel dang it, I can't remember it. Like you were saying how you think that they're just picking on them just because they're light skinned and jealous. You mentioned they were jealous.
oh yeah, I think T said that. So
Yeah.
I like I said, I didn't grow up as a light skin, a man, but I see how it kind of played out maybe after they got to adulthood, where they're, super masculine and try to prove that they can fight. They got pew pews. They done been through this. They're always trying to display that they're tough, in the ways that they can move around. Like, you can trust me to protect you. I feel like they're gonna be overt with them, but I don't know about the women's side of that and how that shows up. But maybe I'm not understanding your question.
What I'm
I
saying is just like you were saying with that. I'm talking about like when the light skinned women will fetishize dark skinned men and try to just like be really aggressive and acting all as close to what they think lines them closer with being tough and not so feminine and soft.
I don't think so, honestly, when it comes to the women, because they already usually be the preference. So they don't even have to try hard when it comes to a dark skinned man, or brown skinned man. She just gotta, as long as she's lighter than him, she will be worshipped. So I don't think she even have to. I think it's really more dark skinned women gotta try hard to be seen to be feminine more than anything than a light skinned woman. Cause if we look at it in high time, like for instance, how Cardi B act, People said, yeah, she's cute and ratchet. Oh, yeah, she's cute and ratchet. But then they look at Sukiana and just call her ratchet. That's because she's dark skinned. Like, is there such thing as light skin privilege? I don't want to admit to say that that's true, but that only works towards ignorant black people. Like if a black person believe that, yeah, you light skin, yeah, I'll go, oh, okay, I see where your mindset is at. All right, bet. To me that reveals a lot when people bring up skin tone and skin complexion. Like, when I do it, if I was to do it, like I usually do it just to get under someone's skin. That's the point. I'm doing it to taunt you. But is that how I really feel? No, of course not. No.
Can I make a
So you're
comment
saying
on hold up real quick? Because y'all kind of like I wanted to make a comment on the whole light skinned man thing. So like yeah, we know that I was saying earlier, dark skinned men are hypermasculated because of like how it works with complexion or whatever. So is the light skinned man who's acting like oh he's real tough in black spaces. How is he acting in YT spaces? Like is he showing up the same, or he get to play it safe over there? He just want to perform when he come to black spaces because he got
Code
some
switch.
like
Clock it, code switching. You
Absolutely.
use your light skin when it's a benefit to you.
Oh yeah. Or when they come across Hispanic people. Hispanic people change the game. Puerto Ricans, Dominican, they changed the game. So that light skin thing didn't even matter no more. As soon as Hispanic people had basically been around black people. If we're gonna be honest and tell the whole truth, soon as Hispanic people hit the scene, light skin was not it anymore.
But yeah, Tara, I agree. They'll code switch, and then their lightness they'll go ahead and use and roll right into that privilege. And then when they roll back over here with us, is talking about all the stuff that they do to make sure they appear to be hyper masculine.
I know myself. I personally thought when I see a light skinned dude or quote unquote pretty boy versus a dark skinned dude, I'm like, oh, he's for sure a cheater. And I don't know why. It's just like an automatic mindset. Like I know he get around. He a 304 for sure.
y'all know who do that though. Saw do that shit. Like online around his guys or whatever, he like Mr. Macho. I'm hyper masculine and shit, whatever. But yeah, I did a little research on your boy Mark McGrath, and when he get around his little YT military folk, he just I like to dance and like like what the fuck is that? Like that shit, like you performing like shit, like that's what I'm saying. Like this, I know we saying like it's just a pan or whatever, but you see that shit even here. Like you Mr. Tough Guy, but you don't act like that around your YT brother. And, like that shit is crazy. Just saying.
I
You're
thought
not
about
wrong about
I thought about that as
that.
well. I think that when you see, because he's definitely somebody that I despise, and I'm open with that. Like,
We all despise that nigga.
no, but usually I try to keep my opinions of people that I've only known through the app.
That's
He's
fair.
egregiously despicable. And the way that he does it to women in general, it's just it's ridiculous. And the fact that I know people who are in his sort of like are in alignment with his attributes, I try not to let that make me feel away now that I've gotten to hear him speak, because it's very difficult when you see such a nasty person who in my opinion doesn't get what he deserves in the way that I would like to see it, if that makes sense. I'm sure there are things, because I don't believe you behave like that only because you're acting like an asshole on the app.
And see, that's my point. I'm my bad. Go ahead.
I think that there's something wrong. And I don't mean that in a way like, oh, it's a meta. No, I mean like whatever's really wrong with you, you are aware of it. You could do something about it, but you don't choose to. You like or there's something about the way you behave that even though it makes you nasty and it's a lot of work, you rather do it, and it and it pisses me off because you know it harms us at the same time, and you want to drag us down. It's so annoying to think about that person.
But I was just going to say that that's what I'm saying. The reason why he's being so aggressive online is because it's a fucking performance. Like he's not being a well-rounded person online because his persona that we encounter is how he even out. Because that's not how that nigga is in real life. Like he not like like he come here and I get to be the macho dude. I get to perform around my friends and shit. And then he go to his life and he gets to be the good old boy. Like what the fuck is that?
Light skin. Yeah, I consider him. Yeah, bring him up because y'all think he's light skinned. I mean, do y'all think he's light
Hold
skinned?
on, Saul not like so?
Not to me.
No, it ain't about him being shoot. Oh, my phone
No,
tripping.
that was just a curiosity. That's why I thought he was brought up.
So technically, oh Lord, he to me he not that light skinned. But he falls under the umbrella because of the other things that fall under the colorism umbrella. Certain features, right? He would pass the paper bag test, and he has the type of hair texture. And that hair texture, along with him being of a lighter hue, gives that illusion that he may be mixed with something else, because we know that there are like other ethnic groups who may be darker complected, but they're clearly not clearly, but they're not perceived to be black. So I think he falls under that category. And so he does get that. And because I'm learning more about how some people, because people keep saying that they have this light skin experience, and I'm looking at them like, you ain't that light. So I'm assuming that he would be saying the same thing. But nonetheless, I do think that he is performing, but I think he dangerous.
He definitely
I think he.
dangerous.
Well, when it comes to dudes like that, they not stupid. You
Yeah,
know,
because he said Discord.
they boys be ugly, or they boys be ugly. Of course, you're gonna stand out when all the rest of your crew is ugly. That's no brainer. That's no brainer. Duh. That's easy. That's easy to stand out because
He
you
got
notice.
proximity to ugliness.
Yeah, he's supposed to. Yeah, because you notice the dudes he roll with are ugly. That's why I say to myself, you can't relate to these dudes because they busted. So what is your anger? I understand these niggas' anger because they ugly. But your experience ain't that experience because you actually got some looks, I guess. You know? So why are you relating to these ugly niggas? That makes no sense to me. But he's just that only came to one conclusion, that he just don't like women. He played for the other team, but he just don't want to admit it. So because it doesn't make no sense. Why do you have this disdainment towards women when you're not exactly a busted ass dude? So okay, so you just don't like women. You just don't want to say it because you got nothing in common with these ugly motherfuckers you rolling with. It doesn't make any sense.
But that's the thing. That's the thing, though. He feels the way they look. Like he feels that way. Like he doesn't have any confidence, and he really, I don't know. That's why it's like it's a performance. He doesn't really actually have the confidence. He has to put on, like, he really has to cosplay it. And he said out his mouth all the time. Like, even today, he admitted that those ugly friends that you're talking about, they pay him to say certain things. He has been used, like, he has been used for his body his whole life. I mean, I think that he's been a victim. He's been abused, and he has been abused in his adulthood. He's been bullied. He's been manhandled in certain situations. That's why he got a complex with like getting bigger, because he wants to be, because he doesn't have the actual power that he tries to exude. He wants to be intimidating in hopes that no one will bother him. So he does that. That's a part of his performance. And again, he's done been used up, and women don't like him. They like this idea because they're conditioned. And once they get to know him and then they sleep with him, he gets left. I think that he talks so negatively about women is because he can't show up. I think he has probably had performance anxiety for two reasons. Because I think of his low self-esteem and all the other issues, because I think he has mush for brains. But I think he has performance anxiety for that, and the fact that I do think that he is I think that he has identity crisis. I'm not gonna make any assumptions, or I don't want to be H-phobic or nothing, and I'm still unpacking it. But I do think that he have an identity crisis, and I think that he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't really feel like he fits into the box of what a quote unquote man is, but he is trying so hard to fit in it in hopes that he can heal something. And with that being said, fuck that bitch. And I think that the way people need to deal with him is with the same amount of vitriol that he spews. I do not think a person like him, you should take the high road. I think you need to take him serious and treat him as the threat that he is. And I think that he needs to be handled. That's my approach to it. Anytime I encounter, like, I listen and I hear what he be saying, and I will use it against him. I don't care if he don't care, because I don't care. And I think more people need to do that. I don't know why people never done that to him. Something that's interesting about nobody ever giving him what he dishes out. And I say that because when we be in a community center, like, he posts, like, he loves to put pictures up when he's going back and forth with someone. Why nobody put pictures up of him? I don't give a fuck if somebody think it look good. The pictures he put up of other people, there, do you not think people think those people look good? But he still doesn't. He makes a mockery of it. I say make a mockery of him. I say do the same thing to him. But because of his privilege, nobody matches him. And he proves, like, the point he be trying to prove, he makes it, because people do not go at him. They do treat him like he's a pretty bitch. And I don't know why. But he gets to say and do things, and nobody matches him and nobody clocks it. So he does get to benefit from a pretty bitch privilege. And he got niggas.
Let me respond to Daryl real quick. Go ahead. After you done.
No, that was it. I was just saying, and he gets niggas be paying for him like the bad bitch he is. I think that's interesting.
Yeah, Daryl's asking me, do I think to myself, I'm the ideal woman what black men desire in our community? I don't give a flying fuck what y'all desire in this community, because y'all fuck each other. What do I care? Y'all don't like women. What do I care if I'm not the ideal woman, or if I am the ideal woman in the black community? I never had no problem. What the fuck you mean? You
Well, that
want
out
to be
there
the bad
women is
bitch? Do you want to be the bad bitch, Daryl? I give the hat to you, Daryl. You're the bad bitch of the community that every man wants. Does that make you feel better?
He asked you that?
But see, the thing is, that ideal image is always gonna be a YC woman. That's why, like, ain't no point, because that's what their beauty standard is. So it's like, no matter what we do or how we look, like, we're never enough for them. Because, like, that's what they idolize.
You
And I
come
don't.
here, empty ass
And what
back.
makes you think that someone gives a fuck about what black men want? Y'all are a fucking joke.
No,
Who
but
gives
you
a shit
came here
about
with
y'all
no
community?
pictures and no videos on your backup page because you somebody who knows who at least one of us are, if not all of
Yeah,
us
he
are.
probably do. You
Why
hiding
you
behind that page just like you hiding in your closet.
that doesn't even make any sense. And I bet you when you're on your other page, you be talking about we need to come together. We gotta work together. I would never descend to women. I would never say I don't need black women. I love black women, but that's what you said to somebody.
No, it's just how do you say it? I don't get no ussy without saying it. Um, but I was going to tell you that something that this touches on the dude in the comments. This touches on Saul, but you're telling on yourself when you talk like this to women. And Tara already hit it on the head. Or was it Tara or T? I don't know. One of y'all said it, but it lets me know how you're not showing up in the way that you need to when it comes to women, by the way that you despise them. Because I'm telling you, men who have no problem getting access, as a matter of fact, have too much access. They get too much ussy. They get ussy problems because they're so good. Don't talk like you do. We don't see them. They're not here talking about are you attractive by so and so standards. They don't have those kind of conversations. That shit never crossed their mind because they're trying to say I shouldn't be having this many women. They got women problems. Those are problems y'all want. But anytime somebody's coming after looks and they despise women, that's my first red flag. Like, yo, nobody's keeping you, my nigga. Nobody's keeping you. Everybody throwing you back. As soon as they get you on the fucking hook, they tossing your ass back in the fucking water. And now you mad. Nobody. I mean, that's just what it is. But my dudes that I know who got pussy problems, like big pussy problems, like the girls is, not the stalkers. They got big problems. Cause they like that. Know what have you? The vibe is right. Everybody want to be up under them. They a woman to pay for them. Like they got problems. They can know how to talk to women. They know how to finesse. They have respect. Everybody's in love. You hear me? They got 10 bitches in love. You niggas over here begging, buying, and still can't keep nobody. So stay down there in the comments and keep paying for it. You know what I'm saying? Do what you got to do. Have somebody lie to you for the night because getting somebody like up here, ain't happening. But yeah, T, thank you for addressing it.
What up, y'all? First of all, Candy talking about making me tap a pic. He can't repeatedly feels wrong. It's crazy. I just got the puzzle. Can y'all do me a favor? Can y'all put stuff in the comments? Tap the screen, gift the panel. Y'all motherfuckers down there freeloading. Y'all know who y'all. Show the support. Don't be a freeloader. Let's stop. Let's end that shit now. Yeah, I got that puzzle. I don't like that shit because it made the live is just in limbo. We're
Right.
not pushing shit
And
out.
and you know what gets me about these black men when they say that they go, "Oh, you think you black men want you?" What kind of dumbass question is that? That's a really dumbass question. You really running around? You motherfuckers are fucking corpse. You motherfucking are fucking animals. Anything look good to y'all. Y'all don't give a shit what it is. It can have a pulse. It can be an animal. It can be whatever. We talking about dudes. Y'all sticking in anything. Let you go in prison. Your new man, your new wife will be a man. Straight up. What the hell? What the hell? Yeah, they really think that we sit up all day. Well, I wonder if I look good to this man. Look good to that man. That's your problem. That's your problem. I don't know who put in your mind that y'all the most desired motherfuckers on this planet. That bitches are just doing everything in their power to get with you. But y'all mom has been lying to y'all. Y'all literally been being lied to. That if it wasn't for the desperation of women, a lot of you motherfuckers would be single, more single than you are now. Straight up.
Tara, check my numbers. How I been doing on the taps?
Oh, let's see. Let's check your tabs. You've been tapping the shit
Oh,
out the screen. That's what it say. It said you've been tapping the shit out the screen. That should say over 10K.
Okay, I'm like, you said it was getting a puzzle piece. I'm like, God damn, I mean, look, I'm trying over here.
I think it's also the comments too.
I was gonna say it's cheating because I just put some donuts up there. They don't like donuts. What the hell?
I don't know what happened. I got the puzzle, y'all. I don't know.
Oh yeah, then y'all heard the good news.
What?
What?
According to Cartel, I got pregnant again by my baby father. He dead ass said that on his live. He said on his live, T Scorpio got pregnant again by her child's father.
Well, why would you? Never. I'm not
Was
even
he
gonna ask you
there?
something.
He straight up said that on his live. Someone sent me something and said that he said that I got pregnant again because out of all the names he could randomly say, I don't know why he remember my fucking name, but he said T Scorpio, she got pregnant again by her child's father, and I was like, I did.
Who's this
How
dick
are you
rider in the
pussy managing
comments?
me? How you pussy managing me? Damn, dude's all up in my box.
Hold on real quick.
But
Who's
that's
this?
his backup
Hold
page.
up, y'all. Well, what's the dick? Now the dick rider in the comments. That's crazy.
That nigga, why you type that nigga screen name grammatically correct?
Well, that conversation is dead and over. Like we don't give a fuck about what. What did you talk about? Definitely dick me
Yeah, he
vibe.
did on screenshot the
What the
live.
fuck?
Here I am thinking I'm only gonna be up here for like a good 20 minutes or something.
Motherfucker said bring for a different perspective. What
Dick
kind of
me, dick me.
sir? Get your dick out your mouth. Go on about your fucking business.
You got enough
You
people to
think we give
start
a
a
shit
line.
about nobody's perspective? The fuck is what
You
the
got
hell?
enough people on your backup page to go live and exalt your leader. Have at it.
Don't nobody give a fuck what that nigga gotta say. You crazy? Stop being a dick rider, okay? Whether it's him or one of his minions, you sound like a fool. You must not know where you at. That nigga know not to come in here. Anyways,
Yeah, so turn out that I got pregnant by my baby father again.
that's why I said, was he there? How he know?
I think he was there. I think he was under the bed licking my son's father's ass. That's the only way how I know. You know, cause I could have sworn I haven't slept with this motherfucker in like 2 years. I could have sworn I ain't had sex with him. You know, but I mean, if he says so, I mean, I guess I'm the Virgin Mary. I'm gonna give chicks advice how to get pregnant without a man. I wish the fuck that was possible, not for nothing.
Wait, I was about to say, wait till they get the news and find out the baby is mine. Duh, duh, duh.
Listen, I'm one and motherfucking done. I already done made calls. This motherfucker about to get tied up. No way, no way. I ain't pushing no kid out of me ever again. I'm one and done.
Hey
I
T,
love team one and done.
Oh,
T,
but
tell,
look, y'all would have a dope TikTok baby name, Blue Scorpio. That'd be dope.
yeah, I was about to say you got tell him you are pregnant. Tell him I ovulated out of both sides that month, and one egg was fertilized by my baby daddy, and Cartel, you fertilized the other one. So I'm having twins by two different men, and the other baby's yours. What you gonna do?
Listen, he said, what does my husband have to say about it? Listen, that's what I'm trying to figure out. What will my husband say about that? Oops. Well, according to my son's father, I'm his wife. So he telling everybody I'm his estranged wife because I took his ring and I don't want to give it back. So, so you my wife, you whatever. He telling everyone I'm his estranged wife. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm confused my damn self. I don't know. It's to the point I don't even remember who I fuck at this point. Like, damn, how everyone telling me what I'm doing with my own vagina. Y'all tell me who I'm sleeping with.
She go to bed or come up here and talk about your light skin behavior.
That's probably how it started because I was talking about light skinned dudes. He probably light skinned. I probably hurt his feelings. He probably catch the basketball in his mouth too. Daryl, are you light skinned? Is that why you think you guys desire to women and black women in the community? Are you on your light skin shit tonight?
I still don't see this being E Kane. I have such a visceral picture of her in my head because of all the things with her without the wig on and stuff and the braces. It's really hard to see her in this. I wouldn't have thought that was her. I know that was random, y'all. That is what I thought.
Not really. What's up, famous?
Are you still kicking it over here, famous? I thought you would have quit. All
No,
right.
no, famous sticking it out. I invited the dick rider up. They ain't want to come up here.
You know better. As soon as
You
we hear
could.
we
You
gonna
said, hold up. You said to give another perspective. Come up and give us the perspective.
Yeah,
no.
Daryl,
We're
come
all
on. We're not
listen.
gonna
I'll
bite you.
drop. I will
Come on.
drop if you
Come
feel
It's a
on.
whole
timid.
box
I'll
We're
open.
drop.
not
Come on,
gonna
you gonna
bite you,
drop it.
Daryl. Come on, Daryl. Don't be a pussy. We ain't gonna bite you.
No, you're not just listening. Don't lie like that. You down there and you toe tapping all down there. Tapping, tapping, tapping.
I don't take no for an answer. You gonna come up here and you gonna take it. You gonna take this dick.
No, he down there screen recording so he can go tell his boys in the morning. Look what they was saying. Look what they were saying. Them bitches ugly. They ugly. Don't nobody want them hoes. No 304. They're just ugly fat bitches. Look what they were saying about
It's the
getting
voice for
fucked.
me.
So shut the fuck up.
Your ass up here so I can bend you over. You gonna take it. You gonna just take it. You gonna take what I give you.
Well, that's not consent. Just saying.
The point. I don't take no for an answer when it comes to men. I just give it to them the way they like it.
She said, I liked you and I want you. We could do
The easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours.
That's crazy how we've allowed that to be part of of our societal norm to know
Thanks for the support, famous.
that we're I don't know if I want to say it's weird, but just the deviant behavior in that environment.
Have we tolerated?
I think that by allowing it airtime and it being circulated about to the extent that I feel like things they don't want us to have circulating aren't circulating. Like the young man in Henderson that I think about almost every day. That's not circulating. But that video, I'm sure I've seen it more times than I'll hear about that young man.
Let me just say, I don't know. First of all, shout out to the community center, but I mean, y'all still be at the community center type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
You ain't lying. I was, but I'm not going. Whatever. I'll be over there. At the community center. It's an opportunity to sort of just, say stuff to
you ain't gotta
people.
explain yourself. I'm gonna point out the hypocrisy when I hear it. That's all. That's all I'm saying. That's all. But I'm gonna let y'all live. You know what I'm saying? Because like I was over in the community center. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, just saying. That's all.
Community center. Plus, you help the homeless people and do community service.
No. Cause I invite people in. I tell them about themselves, and I kick them the fuck out. Like, you're not gonna get comfortable in this bitch. But listen, we all got our shit. We all got our little toxicity in us. That's all.
I like being we over there in the community center. We doing research, Tara, because like I said,
Case
like
studies, conducting. Okay, all right, I got it.
how people act in different
I
spaces
don't like how he
versus.
tried to use your term either, because my
What's
brain
data
is
collection?
automatically connected. I don't like that he tried to steal your words.
Who?
I don't like that.
Good night, T. Who you talking about?
The basement dweller.
Oh, so listen, I was gonna make another video, but I'm lazy when it comes to videos. Dark Horse can tell you about that. I posted a video today because I had to, and that shit took me forever.
Yeah, but I be around here looking to see how people act in different spaces and be like, oh, over here you act like so and so. So it's for research. It's for research. I just like to see how we show up. Not we, but just how people show up in different places and be like, over here you be like this, so you can follow directions, so you can wait your turn, so you cannot use this word. Okay. That's it. But yeah, I be watching.
Hold up, real quick though, my Lisa. The interesting thing is he conducted a case study, but I'm the one who actually conducted a case study. Everything I presented, I gave evidence for. So I made a claim. I gave evidence for my claim. I made an analysis of it. When given new information, I saw new evidence and I altered my hypothesis. Like literally, I was the one doing the case study. The things that he was saying was all based on biases that he had. No actual evidence for anything. No reference to nothing was saying. He was just yapping. So if you want to say case study, let him cosplay case studies. Like it's okay. It's fine.
I mean, if you okay, you. I know I wanted to pop. You know how you ever seen somebody who got that dandruff and the dermatitis and this got like I just wanted to pop that shirt and say, just do this right here.
That wouldn't even work because the white shit, that shit was like on the shirt, and I couldn't figure out because at first I'm like, is it snot or is it something else? Because it could be something else too. Like I really wanted to know, like, did it come from above or below? Because it was prominent, just sitting up there
I
prominent.
do that because my brain literally is making like you're talking and my brain is going, okay, she said above, all right, nose, mouth, and then below, like, Tara, stop.
I'm just saying, I didn't know which one it was. I didn't want to assume it was snot. You know what I'm saying? Because then I'm being biased. I needed to make sure I'm being, I never got an answer, but I feel like my question was valid. I didn't jump to conclusions. I'm asking. You know what I'm saying? I just thought it was interesting because I'm like, all right, the case study you want to play. All right. So literally I'm like, when I'm doing the videos, I'm like, I'm actually the one doing the case study. Like that's what was in my mind when I was saying it. But he was mad because he was yapping about a bunch of bullshit. And I'm like, I'm not responding to none of that bullshit he was saying because I'm not going like give it validity. Like you saying a bunch of nothing. But what really matters is what's going on. Like I can't do research and then they be like, "What you sources?" And I'm like, "Oh, I just heard some shit." They were like, "Okay, how did you refer to something?" I don't know. And then at the same time, I get them papers and shit all crumpled up and dirty and white stuff on it. They gonna be like, "What the fuck is this?" You know what I'm saying? Like, what is going on, sir? Like, we can't even read what's on the paper because I don't even want to touch that shit. Like, what's the shit on the paper? Like, what is that shit?
I'm over here dying. I'm sorry.
Very true. Very true. Handing people, y'all remember that show Columbo? Or am I just telling my age?
Age, but I know the show.
Some Columbo paperwork you hit.
No. Tara, I was being messy. I brought Sheik up here so he can tell us about his light skin privilege.
Oh, go ahead, Sheik. We'll mute up. Tell us about your experience as a black man, but having proximity to whiteness.
You said my story as a black man, but having what?
Proximity to whiteness, yes, sir.
I don't know.
Do you feel like the YTs feel safe around you or safer because of like your skin tone, maybe your eye color? They like, oh, he wanted a good one. And do you lean into that?
No.
So how good are your code switching abilities? Like, are you like a 9? Like, can like they think you went to like special schools or something? Like,
No, I'll be honest. I cannot recall any special privilege about, being light skinned from YT people. I've been called, some racial slurs by YT people, just like anybody else. Honestly, I think I've probably received the most.
Oh no, stop. Let's take a different angle.
Okay.
As a light skinned man, what privileges do light skin offer you?
What privileges does it offer me? I don't think it offers me any privileges.
Hmm.
Uh-oh.
How was your experience in school? Like, what type of student were you?
Average.
He took the double nostril breathe. Y'all heard that?
What
I
do you mean
heard
by? Yeah, I heard it. What do you mean by average? Can you give us more information on that?
Yeah, for a lot of it, I was messing around. I wasn't taking it serious. Wasn't applying myself as much as I could.
Did you ever fail?
No, never failed.
Did you ever have to get like intervention services, get a mentor for some like extra support or something like that?
No, I didn't.
How were your grades?
Average. Like I was doing just C's. I was like CB student. Never had straight A's, nothing like that.
Did you ever feel like you might not graduate, or you just like I'm average enough, I ain't gotta worry about that?
No, I never felt like I wasn't gonna graduate.
Do you have any maybe friends or classmates you went to school with that didn't quite make it to the cross the stage phase?
No, I didn't.
Hmm. What type of work you do? You say you do what again? You told us before.
Yeah, I'm a longshoreman.
Is that a difficult job to get?
Yes, it can be.
What type of people do you work with?
Mostly black. Black and white. But I mean, there's white people out there too. White people mostly in management.
Oh, okay. And you have like the lower level job? You like on the lower level?
No, I can't say I'm at the lower level anymore.
But what level are you at?
I might be in the middle now.
And what's that, like a supervisor or something?
Yes,
No, okay. How many supervisors are there?
tons.
Oh, okay. And it's a very diverse supervisors.
Not in my particular lane, no, because my local that I'm a part of, there aren't that many YT people in my local, and only my local can have a ship gang, which is what I'm in charge of.
Okay. So it's a lot of like different hues of black men in your position then.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You ever, when you was younger, you was messing around, you ever like did some things that probably could have put you in prison?
Yes.
Then did you ever go to prison?
No.
Did you ever go to the courthouse?
I had some charges filed. Yes.
What did the judge show you mercy or?
Mercy? No. It was
Mhm.
what was being said was there was no evidence of it. It wasn't being found.
Mm. And these are things you did alone?
Yes.
Mm. All right, okay. How do you think you was about to say that it's been you had some experiences where it's like hasn't been in your favor?
No, I was gonna more or less to your first question you asked me. I was gonna say if I've ever had anybody kind of give me a hard time or treat me differently about being light skinned, it was from black people.
You got the Drake treatment?
I guess.
What did they do to you?
Comments was made, because I'm light skinned, I'm a certain way. I must think this, I must think that.
What you mean? You being vague. Like, you gotta give us details.
All right. Well, for instance, I think that, I can have all the girls because I'm light skinned, or I must be conceited and think I'm all that because I'm light skinned.
Did you have all the girls?
No, I definitely didn't have all the girls.
Throughout high school, did you consistently have a girlfriend?
No.
How old were you when you lost your virginity?
15.
Is it somebody you had to take them out on dates, you had to do all the special things and like
No, she was 18. I was 15.
Huh. Where you meet her at?
She was my cousin's friend. I met her when I was in like 9th grade.
So when you met her in 9th grade, she was in 11th grade. Is that what you
Yeah, she was in 11th or 12th, one of the two. Yeah.
Does she know how old you were at the time?
Yeah, she did.
Issa, you a troll?
What you know?
No, I ain't talking to you. Hold up. Issa, you a troll?
Hi, how are you?
No, we ain't doing that.
Love
Go
you.
ahead.
Hold on. I want to know how come they can get on video and I can't because I need more followers. How they got more followers than me?
In a different country.
Oh, okay. I'm okay now. I'm done. I went to look.
They got blocked, but what were you talking about? So they used to call you pretty boy?
Yeah, I heard that.
Why they call you pretty boy?
Light skin, green eyes.
What's your hair texture like?
Probably like 3B.
You ever rock waves?
Yeah, I had waves.
You had a brush in your back pocket type?
Nah.
You did the Jason Momoa?
No, I ain't never had a Jason Momoa.
So when people would say stuff about you, because when you said they made fun of your eyes, are you talking about women, girls? Or are you talking about just men and boys? Like,
I've heard it from women. I've heard it from men. I would hear from my stepdad sometime.
so when they said it, what was your response? What do you think in your mind?
At first, I used to just, kind of shrug it off. But then as I got older, I got tired of hearing it, got annoyed by it. So sometimes I would just give them the energy they looking for. They tell me that, they say that about me, and I say, yeah, you're right. Or I just lean into it and say some.
What you would say back?
I specifically remember a time my stepdad telling me something about, I think I'm all that. What you think you all that because you light skin? You think you know something because you light skin? I was like, yeah, that's exactly why I know it. Give him the same energy he's been giving me for years.
That's the best. That's a very light skin response. That's the best comeback you can come out with.
I mean, at the same time, he was my stepdad. I wasn't really trying to get my head knocked off, but I mean, it was just being annoyed with always hearing it.
Yeah, fuck that man. That's crazy. But I don't know. I don't know. All right, so you had waves,
when I
right?
was younger.
How long you rock them waves?
Probably till about eighth grade. Eighth grade is the first time I let my hair grow out.
Are you like, I want my shit to be long?
Yeah,
You ever shake your head?
Say that again.
You ever shake your head?
Shake my head.
Yeah.
Shaking my dreads, shaking my dreads.
Oh, yeah. To the song. What was the song? Knuck of You Butt.
Now you also know like the Fabio shake. You ever did one of them shakes?
Nah.
You ever had a regular?
A regular?
Yeah, number one.
What is that?
Damn. Has your hair ever been real like you cut it short?
Yeah, it's been short.
Like was it short with waves or just short?
It was just short. I mean, it had like a little wave going to it, but I ain't never really keep up with it. Like I have like a slight wave.
I got a question.
What's going on?
So, do you do your profile pic black and white like that so you can appear darker and like fit in with the bros?
No.
Because I wouldn't have known that you had colored eyes or colored hair or that you were light skinned based off your profile pic right now.
I mean, yeah, that's just the profile pic on TikTok. I mean, my Instagram is a color pic. Facebook is a color pic.
But I can't go to your thing. Somebody pull up a picture. Cause you can't cam up. Somebody pull up a picture. You got videos on your page?
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody go do the research. We need a source
I
of
saw the
reference.
picture. I saw the picture. He's like definitely light skin, light eyes.
Like put it up. Or you can't put it up either, or you can.
I'll have to go into
How is
my
happening
other
in
page.
Brooklyn? No, we need somebody who can actually.
I think Dark Horse might be on it because I saw the coffee cup, but I'm not sure.
You got a picture, Dark Horse?
I gotta try to put it up on my green screen. I don't know. I'm trying. Let me see. I gotta try to put it up on my green screen. I don't know. I'm trying.
She got the echo from. See, this my regular phone. I be having that echo too. If I swipe out of this app, I almost did it by accident. If I swipe out on this device, I get the echo. It's still there. I still got the poison from the last update.
Oop, I knew Mia was gonna get it because I saw the coffee cup.
That's how you look. I would have never thunk it.
That's what I'm saying.
Hell
Based
no.
on the black and white, I would have never thought it.
Wow, nigga. Wow, you do got the face of Momoa. Nigga, you lied to me.
Like a Persian rug.
That's when my locks
Yeah,
was
looking
just
like a
starting.
straight Samoan. All I need to do is see you got the whole arm sleeve, sir. Sir, you told a fib.
What is going on? Like I fell asleep.
When you
I
said
wake
Jason
up.
Momoa,
I
yeah.
wake up busy on the big screen. I'm like, damn, I can't even take a nap and be safe.
Why
Bees, what the
they
fuck
call
did
your
you
sleeve out
do?
though? Why was my Lisa right? You got the sleeve.
Yeah, well, when she said Jason Momoa, I thought she was like referring to his hair texture. Like that's what I thought she was.
Hold on. You telling me, sir, Mr. YT man, you telling me you don't get no light skin privilege?
Exactly.
Girl,
Facial expression
busy.
says I get the
No,
That's how you
privilege.
dang busy.
no, I don't.
I be rooting for you so hard. You don't even know. And you just be disappointing me.
Got the whole rock eyebrow, sir. You know what? The whole empathy that I was feeling along these lines of questioning, I'm still gonna go back on mute, but it ain't the same, brother. I need you to know you tricked me with that black and white. I ain't gonna hold you.
I'm
Got
telling
me.
you. Can you smell the bullshit he's cooking?
Listen, I'm gonna let y'all know why I be riding hard for BZ on some bullshit, right? Now, I went down there and I met them. BZ had a piece of steak that was like $150. And this nigga cut off a piece and gave me some. And I ate $150 steak. And this is an experience that I'm never gonna forget. And now I be just trying to ride for BZ, but he just be letting me down all the fucking time. I was like, dang, this the
Oh
same
wait,
nigga
BZ, you
that
got money? Whatever. You got money?
Nah, I ain't got no money.
I be asking if niggas got money like kids ask if you got games on your phone.
Nah, I ain't got no money. I'm just out here trying to make it like everybody else.
BZ said he bought it with food stamps. He put 2 months worth of food stamps together and bought one piece of steak.
Hold
He
on, hold on, hold on, hold
handsome
on, hold on,
in
hold
a
on.
light skinned way.
So you gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta
This
be
nigga
not
white.
you come hold up. Put that shit close. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Y'all,
Not you got the ain't no y'all.
I thought he
Sir.
was dark
Thing missing
skinned.
is
I'm
the
so
thing
proud
in
of
the
myself for
air.
clocking something for the first time. Look at me. Look at me go.
Yeah, I
No,
thought he was dark skinned.
you gotta be you need to be honest, sir. You gotta be honest. You not being real with us.
I'm not being real with you about what.
Your light skin privilege, sir.
I'm all I can do is tell you about my experiences.
What color your eyes is?
He said they green.
They don't look green, they hazel.
You know his hold up. Let's see your dating profile. Where you
No,
where
they're
you
not.
date
They're
where
not
you
that green.
what dating app you on?
I'm not.
I wanna see his dating profile. Cause I got a feeling.
He know better than that.
I got a feeling.
I feel bamboozled. Hoodwink.
I feel like
Led
Mia for the
astray.
first time. I clocked something. I feel like Mia. Is that what it feel like, Mia, to be on this side of it? To
Oh
be
yeah, it
knowing
feel
for
That's what I
good.
real.
said. That's what I said. I looked at
It
it and I
feel
was like,
good.
no, he just doesn't see it. No, he sees it.
It feel
I mean,
good,
if you
sis.
had
You
leaned
know.
into it with the eyebrow and the beard, sir, I could have said maybe you and I were in the same little dinghy, right? The oblivious dinghy. You're not in the oblivious dinghy with me, sir. Get out of here. Give me back my oar and go on ahead
Y'all
in
thought
your yacht.
y'all thought
Mm-mm.
BZ was brown skinned?
I'm trying to
Yeah,
understand
look at
exactly.
them.
I definitely did.
Oh
I'm,
no.
I'm trying to
BZ
understand exactly what
BZ a
y'all
piece
talking
of
about.
bread that never made it to the toaster at all.
Corner. That's it. The
Okay,
corner.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say
Look,
What?
this.
look.
You know what? You know what, BZ? This is how it go. If somebody said, "Yeah, it's a tall, dark-skinned dude that live upstairs," that you know they wasn't talking about you. That's
Mm,
how you know you light skinned.
Okay, I never
Like
did,
y'all
but I'm trying to
Easy.
understand what y'all
You
saying.
don't think
I
you have light
deceived y'all
skin
about.
privilege? Okay, hold up. As motherfucking big as you are, tall as shit. You know that if you was darker, motherfuckers would find you to be more intimidating and make presumptions about what you do for how you make your money that you don't make and all this other kind of stuff. You know, quicker they would be like, quicker people would be little Wahite lady would be grabbing their pocketbooks and walking across the street. You come on now. Come on now. If you take yourself exactly how you are and go ahead and put yourself in the toaster for a while, you know for damn sure.
Hey, hold on. I dropped him real quick. I
Uh-uh.
know earlier we had a conversation. I want to make sure I address it. So earlier we was talking about how like certain voices get silenced on the panel, and we noticed there's a correlation. Like the dark skinned women in the group get silenced. They don't get to speak up, and they're being talked
Okay.
over. I had called on you to comment, but I wanted to specifically address it because you do have a way of coming on the panels and dominating the conversation and talking over people. And I think like I wanted to like address it. So now that you up, I want to make sure we address it now. Because we was talking about it earlier. He can come up later. We can talk to him about whatever that's about. But I really wanted to talk about that earlier. Did you hear any of the conversation we was having earlier?
I did not, but I I apologize, and I watch myself with that.
So I was telling ladies collectively that if it happened again with anybody, that we all gonna call it out. We're not gonna accept it. Knowing that is a colorism issue, like it shouldn't be tolerated. I only say that because like you just did it just now. You kind of just came in a conversation. A few people was talking and you just talked over them.
Okay. All right. I apologize, and I'll keep and I'll be more cognizant of it.
This is heavy. I can't do this.
Yeah,
This
me
heavy.
too. I was about to break. I'm so glad you broke first. I love you.
No, we're not gonna do that either. So the wanting everything to be comfortable all the time, that's the problem too. Like it's okay to speak up about something and say what something is. That's how we get complacency. So if it's uncomfortable, that's fine. But like sometimes you gotta sit uncomfortable silence sometimes, and that's perfectly fine. Um, because it's like I can understand if it's not my experience, but I can understand if somebody may feel uncomfortable speaking up about it. But that's how we got here. And like I said, it's not good to be around people and feel like you can't say your truth. You can't speak on how you really feel about something because then we all just like collectively things go unaddressed. That's not cool. That's not okay. Like I think it's fucked up. It's so fucked up because like I know we just like having panel discussions, but like if it's in this group, imagine how widespread this shit really is. And how like in plain sight, how we have a whole collective of black people who feel like they can't speak up to other black people. And if like something feels uncomfortable, they feel like they have to like make it comfortable for them the way we do for YT people. That's a big fucking problem. That's not a light thing. So like I get it. I'm not gonna let y'all come off mute and make it uncomfortable though. Or try to make it comfortable. I'm not gonna allow it to happen. It's not cool. And it's not a light thing. This is systematic. This is a problem. Sam was just up here talking about her daughter. Like look how it's like we just talking about it today, but like when something come out and we talk about it, like we realize how layered shit is. It's not all right at all. And I just feel like I can't I can't make somebody change overnight, but I just hope that y'all get to the point where y'all like, fuck it, it's not cool and okay with shit being uncomfortable. June, what you referring to? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
The way you guys dealt with the conversation, you addressed it, yellow, accepted it, and took responsibility in the moment. And you guys both sat in it for however long it took for me and my Lisa to finally get uncomfortable enough to unmute and crack under pressure. But you guys handled it in such a way that you were a good example of how stuff doesn't always have to turn into a nigga moment. It could literally just be addressed, accepted, and moved on.
Okay.
I wanted to say, Blue and Lisa, I learned when she told me to sit on my hands and don't say nothing. I did it, and y'all still broke. Y'all heard Tara say, "Don't rescue." So if you want to come off mute, sit on your hands and don't do it. You gotta apply the lessons we learned in here tonight. Ladies, be strong.
Yeah, because it's not just like this is just a conversation, but I'm pretty sure that like it exists in other parts of your life. And like women don't speak up. But to know that like we can have mixed company, like not mixed company, but like you have light skinned and dark skinned women together collectively, and dark skinned women systematically or collectively are not saying something about their voices not being heard, and just constantly feeling like they got to make comfort in a when it's discomfort. Y'all know how fucked up that is. We sit here talking like we supposed to be seeing each other as equals, and clearly that's not the experience. Everybody is not having the same experience. So like I said, like it's fine. I'm not gonna force nobody to unpack a bunch of shit overnight. But like I said, I see it now, and I'm gonna speak up about it every fucking time. And if I do it, like I said, I can take it. Tell me I'm fucking doing it. Or if I do anything, I'm not clocking or whatever. Tell me about my fucking self. It's fine. I'm giving you permission. I'm not going to give you no pushback. Because like we have to sit in that shit. Yeah, we want to sit and have a good time and all that, but if we got shit, the elephant in the room, we not addressing it, and people repressing feelings and stuff, that shit not cool.
I get it, because basically what you and Dark Horse is saying is that if I'm, without saying it, is that if I'm a girl's girl, like I say I am, when that's my girl, I gotta let her put her feet to the fire and get whatever she needs out of the situation versus trying to circumvent her process and growth because of comfortability. And I can agree to that. I can agree to being true to myself. If I say I'm a girl's girl and that's my girl and I want her to grow as much as she wants herself to grow, I'm not going to step in the way of progress just to make things comfortable.
And it's going to happen with other people in other places. And it's like, maybe just, if you still uncomfortable, maybe just sit back for a couple days and like try to like, I'm pretty sure you feel it, but like be more consciously aware of what's going on. And maybe, hopefully, you won't feel, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but hopefully you won't feel the need to silence yourself or to perform for somebody else's comfortability. Like, don't like who the fuck is any of us to like get that accommodation? That's crazy. Like you don't have to make yourself small for anybody, any motherfucking body. Fuck that. That's some bullshit. So y'all can have the white boy come back here if y'all want. I just wanted to address it.
I'm fucking dying. Back to frying that ass. Where you at? Yoo-hoo.
I want to say I'm proud of myself. I literally had to face a natural fear. I killed the bug, y'all, and it was bigger than a dime, and I did it.
What kind of bug was it? Was it a water
We
bug?
did it, Joe. We did it, Joe.
Yeah, when I tell y'all I was scared, me and my daughter in my room said it's a fucking bug. I'm gonna curse at her. Oh my god. I'm sorry, baby.
Malisa, did it have 8 legs?
I don't know. It looked kind of like between a roach and a crickety thing. I don't know. I got her to get the fly swatter thing and I was able to catch it. And then once it's dead, I'm kind of sort of like mom life has sort of conditioned me like if it's unalived, I'm all right. Not that I'm all right, but I will be much better at saying, okay, face your fear is dead. Like it. Oh, sorry, it's unalive. You're all right. But because it was moving and it moved right towards me like real quick, I saw it at the corner of my eye because I'm paranoid. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm derailing the conversation. I apologize. It was just, it was a moment.
Now you good.
Did the white tea man run from the light skin behavior conversation? Because it's given I'm not coming back.
It's all right. I'm gonna tell you though, he did fool me. I remember I forgot how many years ago when that Keenan Ivory Wayans in a movie come out, and he kept saying, what was the thing he would say? He would pop up like the mailman, and it was a catchphrase in the movie.
Was it
Damn.
message? Was it that?
Yes, he would say
Yep,
message.
message.
And so when that movie came out, one of the other catchphrases that we throw into the group of people I was hanging with at the time, be like, "Don't fool me now." I don't know where we got that shit from. But that shit is funny. He fooled me. I thought for sure he was at least my complexion from the photograph. And if somebody would ask me to bet, y'all have lost all y'all money because I'd have been like, yeah, I'm sure he my color at least. Wrong. All wrong. You had me fooled there, fella. You had me fooled. I'll give you that. Kudos to you.
I wasn't trying to fool anybody. I never told y'all I was dark skinned or nothing
I
like that.
know. I'm just messing with you. Jesus, sir. Yeah, look at this one in the comments. I'm allowing you to please. Yes, I did. I am guilty. Unlike you, I take accountability for things that I do. But the difference is that even though it does, my house is not infested. So while that is his job when he's outside, he became unemployed when he entered my domain. And unless he was going to pay the bills, he had to go because it's either me or him. And I wasn't giving up. He's not large enough for me to give up my home. Whenever you want to pay a portion of my rent, I'll gladly take it. Liar, aka your new name.
So, Ski, you don't think light skin privilege exists?
Cheek, that was for you.
Um, yeah, I'm pretty sure it probably does.
Probably. Do it exist or not?
Yeah.
All right, so if it exists, how is it that you was able to live your whole life and it just didn't impact you at all?
I'm gonna say based on what I've seen, a couple of experiences I've had, I got treated. I've been profiled. I mean, can I say I've been profiled worse than somebody else? No, I don't know everybody else, but have I ever been profiled? Have I ever went without, needs? Have I had to work my way up to do things? Yes, I've had to do those things. So, I mean, I don't know. My situation compared to someone else's situation, somebody may say I've gotten some privilege, but I've been profiled just like a dark skinned person.
I mean, you still black, but I'm talking about like when it comes to colorism. You don't think you've ever had preferential treatment?
No, not that I've seen.
So what do you think light skin privilege is?
Say that again?
What do you think light skin privilege is? Hold up,
Being
Honey Badger, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was asking, were both of your parents black?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she tell us what like light skin privilege. What is light skin privilege? What do you think it looks like for those who experience it?
Being treated, is being treated differently than someone with a darker skin tone. So you all the way back to earlier example, the whole field niggas, house niggas type thing.
What? What?
I was waiting for him to kick like a Jay-Z rap. I swear to goodness. I thought he was going to start singing Jay-Z.
No, that's not my background. I don't know who that is. That ain't my background.
No, that ain't what she talking about.
There's a song where he alludes to almost the exact words that you said in a bar from one of his rhymes. I thought you were being funny and you were about to say because I don't know it verbatim.
Oh, yeah, I
And
know.
you were seriously alluding to um honey, your music is loud, sweetie. Um but you were literally alluding to that you correlated to chattel slavery and the history of who is working in the house versus who
Hold
would
up,
be.
real quick. Honey Badger, you not able to unmute? Honey Badger, I'm gonna drop you. You can request back up. I can't mute your mic. I'll send another request. Go ahead.
I was saying that it seemed like you were really saying that it to your in your assessment of things it is in reference to the time of chattel slavery where the black people were separated by who would be inside of the house, um based on their skin tone versus who would be out in the field is what you're referring to, and I don't think we need to go back that far in order to speak to the topic we're talking about within our own community, how things play out. And it does have the remnants of that sort of, that's where it derives from, but I don't think you have to go to that in order to speak to it. So I don't think that you're on point with
You're
the
right.
number.
I was just making a point, but I mean, something closer. You could be as far as black children that get adopted. Fine. The little light skinned girls are gonna go first, then the light skinned boys, then I mean, that's kind of how it goes. Like light skin goes before the dark skin. Like there's privilege. People are treated differently based on their skin tone. Yes.
So do you think that do you think if you and Ving Rhames were somewhere, and I'm not talking about like say he had your same aesthetic. Obviously, I hope you didn't take that in offensive way because I don't mean that you look like him. I mean like in terms of his color and maybe he's your height from what I can ascertain. I've never seen you. So like say he's your height and your build. Do you think that each of you would get treated the same? Because I'm that's not me judging. I'm unpacking this ish in real time, just like you. I'm just asking if you think, because you said no, that there would be a difference in how you would get treated if you guys were somewhere out, even if it was in our own community, or if it makes it easy, maybe even with the police. Do you think that you gentlemen would get treated differently because of your skin tone? Do you think that that would make a difference?
I will say that yes, I believe it can make a difference. All I can do is speak to, again, I was asked about my experience, and I've had run-ins with the police with my friends, and they're a darker tone than me, and we were treated the same, all profile, all pulled out the car. I mean, we all were able to, leave that situation alive, thankfully, but I've been profiled with my friends the same. In school, I've been called racial slurs along with my friends. And again, I've had the whole light skin, dark skin thing. Most of the time it's brought up to me by other black people, some of my own family. So I'm not.
That's your question.
Yeah.
What kind of compliments do you get from other people? Like when you date women, so to speak, what kind of compliments do you get about your appearance?
That I got pretty eyes. That was all, number one. How tall I am. Probably number two.
think all men your height with brown eyes get the same compliments?
You said, do I think someone with my height and brown eyes is going to get those same compliments?
That his eyes are beautiful. And then the next thing would be that how tall he is. Do you think that? Because I'm just trying to see if you. Because I guess this is how I was sounding when she was asking me the questions. That I'm telling you, I don't get up here and ask, like, like I don't act. Period. Like if she's asking me a question, I really don't know. I'm just gonna say that shit because I don't have any ego in this part of it. I knew coming into this was definitely something I have to seriously work on. So I'm only asking you because I guess this is what I was sounding like when she was asking me the question. Literally went through the same thing tonight, so you're not alone.
No, I mean, I hope I'm not coming off like I'm getting attitude or nothing about it. I mean, like again, this is something that I've had to hear since growing up. So
But why do you think they compliment your eyes? What do you think your eyes represent to them?
I never really thought about it. I mean, as far as for me, I just thought they like the color. They're green. They're different.
So in our society, right? It's not the most black people got brown eyes, right? Dark brown eyes, or whatever.
Right.
Who's likely to have your eye color?
It's someone who's light skinned, a lighter tone.
Do YT people also have your eye color?
I would say they probably do, yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, I would say probably. I've never met a YT person with hazel eyes. Their eyes be blue or like gray or some color like that.
All right. So do light skinned people experience colorism?
I'll say yes.
You do realize the definition specifically say that light skinned people do not. And do you know what colorism is?
Why don't you go ahead and tell me and explain it to me? Maybe I have a different definition than you.
No, I'm gonna just follow another question. What do you think makes it easier? Is it possible that because you don't experience colorism, you could say it's not really an issue? Like, is it possible that men of darker complexion, women of darker complexion, actually have experiences that you can't relate to?
Yes, that's possible.
Okay. So have you ever had this conversation with dark skinned people to ask them hey, do you have experiences that you think I don't see, or any way or shape or form worded like that?
No, I haven't.
So is it possible that because you are a light skinned man, right, with light eyes, that you get to walk this world without actually understanding what colorism is or needing to know what it is by definition?
Sure.
And what would it mean for you to have to accept personally that you might have benefited from colorism?
I think for me, it would mean that I need to, honestly, to me, it sounds like I would need to diminish any work I've put in for something if someone wants to deem that I only achieved it because of that. That I didn't earn something that I've worked for. That's what it would mean to me.
So acknowledging the existence of light skin privilege feels threatening to you?
No, it doesn't feel threatening to me, no.
I guess you feel uncomfortable about maybe your accomplishments not being like your accomplishments, and maybe just the way people perceive you being the reason why you have been able to accomplish what you have?
Yeah, I would hope that wouldn't be the case because I know what I've worked hard for to achieve. So for it to come back and someone tell me, oh, you only got it because of this.
I don't think anybody said that, but no, I don't think nobody said that at all. So let me ask you a question. Do you agree that racism exists?
Yes.
And do you see how, like, because you work around YT people, right? So you said although it's not a lot, um, there are some YT people at your job. So the top manager, I think was that the project manager or something like that. Are they YT or black?
The person over top of me is white.
Okay.
YT, I'm sorry.
You shit, you say what you want on your side.
Oh,
Do you feel like they feel more comfortable with you versus somebody who is would be more black, so to speak?
no, I don't, because I haven't had that much interaction with him.
So you know what nepotism is, right?
I do.
And with a lot of jobs and stuff like careers, like it's real common to see nepotism. Because YT people want to be around other YT people, right? Black people, it doesn't really work like that with us, but we feel more comfortable amongst each other, correct?
Correct.
Would you feel more comfortable with a YT person who comes from a predominant YT area, or would you feel more comfortable with a YT person who grew up in a black area?
I don't know.
Hold up, you don't know?
I would say, if are we assuming that I know these people or I don't know them?
You can take whatever assumptions you want. It's very clear. Would you feel more comfortable being around a YT person who grew up in a predominantly YT area with YT values, right? Or
Yeah,
would
if we're
you feel
talking
more
about,
comfortable with a YT person who grew up in a black area amongst black people and could relate to you more?
if I know him, I would feel more comfortable with a YT person that grew up in a black area,
Yeah, because why?
because that person's going to be acclimated more to our culture. They're going to be acclimated to being around us. They're going to be acclimated to our way of thinking.
So you feel like you would feel more safe with that person. You feel like you got more in common with that person, right?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. Is it yeah? Is it yes?
Yes.
Okay. So with that said, if a YT person had to choose between a light skinned black person or black the dark skinned black person, you think they would choose who do you think they would choose based on phenotype alone?
They, they may choose a light skinned person
And why would they do that?
because to them we're different.
Different how?
I don't know, closer to them. They feel like they be closer to them. I don't know.
And so when you're in a supervisor position, isn't it true that like the top manager would have to go to the supervisors more than they would all of the other workers to communicate things? Isn't that correct?
Not for my job, no.
Or how does it work at your job? They just so what's the point of you being a supervisor?
In my job, if I have a problem with people who are working under me, my first thing is to go to my union. We gonna handle it in house before we try to bring in management or anything like that.
And when you contact the union rep, who does the union rep reach out to?
They're gonna reach out to me and the other party involved, and we're gonna try to handle it in house.
Let's say
first.
if it can't be handled in house, who do they go to next?
Then they would go to management.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
I just wanted you to think about it for a second.
There's nothing to think. I mean, that's the chain. I mean, that's what they're going to do. I mean, they're going to go to management if we can't handle it in house. But you asked me what would I do first, and I'm saying I'm gonna handle it. I'm gonna go to my
So let's
union.
say there was no union. Who would you go to?
If there was no union,
Because even if the union is there, y'all might have to sit down for a meeting, right?
correct.
So hold up. You only talk to management when something goes wrong. That's the only time y'all communicate. And it's something you guys file a grievance for. That's the only time you talk to management.
Yeah, for the most part, unless an accident or something that happens.
Otherwise, y'all don't interact at all.
No,
Hmm.
unless they giving us the some safety checks for the quarter for not having any accidents. I go pick those checks up and distribute them to my workers. But other than that, no, I'm not in the offices with management on a daily at all.
Hmm. Did y'all want to say something?
I got a question. You mentioned how most of the, I guess, issues you've experienced were from other Black people and men in particular. Do you have any negative experiences from Black women?
I'm not going to necessarily say that they're negative. I mean, I've had Black women make comments to me about, they only, or they don't deal with light-skinned men, or they prefer this, or they prefer that. I've had stuff like that. I'm not going to necessarily say it's a negative experience.
Do you think that dark-skinned men have a different experience when it comes to that from amongst, Black women in the community? Or do you think you have a different experience because you're light skinned?
No, I would actually like to think that probably they've experienced it the opposite. You may have some women who prefer a light-skinned man, so they don't give a Black man, a dark-skinned man, any play. So I would think that you have different people who want different things. So I would think everybody has experienced it, or dark-skinned men and light-skinned men have experienced it.
Was there ever a time that you wished, and in relation to your skin color, you wished that you were somebody else, or that you felt like if you were something else or somebody else that it would have improved the situation?
No.
So do you ever feel uncomfortable talking to the management at your job? Like, do you ever feel out of place when you talk to them?
I did when I first became the boss. Yes, I did.
Why would you feel uncomfortable?
I mean, I was in a new position, and it happened pretty suddenly. I got to lead my group. So I
Not,
mean,
not, not necessarily because of the position. I'm talking about because, like, when you feel more comfortable with, like you said earlier, you would feel more comfortable if there was YT people who were like, they knew more about like your culture, right? So you don't think that made you feel out of place at all? That like these YT people that you don't like really know, you don't know if they gonna be racist or not. You don't know how like they gonna talk to you, they gonna talk down to you, or nothing like that. That didn't cross your mind at all.
yeah, I guess you could say that.
Do you
Have you ever
think?
thought, sorry.
No, you good. But I just was going. I want to ask them a follow up question. Do you feel like maybe dark skinned men feel even more awkward about that?
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
Is it possible? Yes or no?
Yes, it's possible. It's definitely possible, Tara.
But does it happen?
I don't know. I'm not in the room with somebody else.
Is this a conversation you think you can have with like your brethren? Ask him like, because I know y'all don't really talk about stuff. You think this is a conversation you can have with them? Like, how do they feel about like colorism or was like any version of it?
Yeah, I could have a conversation.
I'm gonna stop there unless you want.
I'm gonna ask you the same question that Tara asked earlier. If it was between you and one of your coworkers, and let's say you worked with this dude from the beginning, you guys both got on at the same time, right? And you know he got the same level of skill you do, if not better. And it's a position for higher management and better pay, and you know that it'll change your life and make your life easier. And you hear straight up, no guessing, that they gave you the position specifically because of your lighter tone. Would you give it up knowing that he deserved it over you, or would you take it?
Didn't you say we came in the same time and we had the same?
Yep, same time. You guys came in the same, you got the gig together. Low key, you guys were in orientation together. He didn't work just as hard as you do, put as much sweat, tears. You know his background and everything. You know he didn't get it easy. You both got it up out the mud. So there's no wondering, there's no guessing. You know that you both deserve it. You know that he's just as qualified, if not more. But you hear directly or indirectly, but either way, there's no guessing. You know for sure, it's been confirmed that the reason why you got the upper level management position versus him was because of your skin tone. Would you give it up, or would you still take it and just move on about your business?
I
Hold
would still
on.
take it.
In the other example, she said that the dark skinned person was more qualified and the person that was light skinned was less. And would you take it knowing that someone else was actually more qualified and should have had it, not you? Would you still take it and use your light skin privilege and move on and let the person who's more qualified not get it? I believe that's what she said.
Honestly, I might still take it.
I mean, at least you're honest. Yo,
Uh,
I had no idea. Like, I was fucking clueless. I did not know it was 5 o'clock in the fucking morning.
I thought so. I'm like, there's no way she's paying attention to the time. There's no way.
It's
I said,
Sunday
what the
morning.
fuck? I thought it was like maybe 5 o'clock in the morning is crazy.
Girl, I'm so glad that you brought it up because I've been wanting to leave for like the last 35 minutes, but I felt like if I dropped, you would think that it's because of the conversation that we had. I was texting my Lisa on the side like, bitch, I got a drive to do in the morning time, but if I drop right now, it's going to look like and feel like you told me I need to be quiet on the panel more and make sure that I'm making space for my darker sisters, and then for me to turn around and then be like, listen, bitch, okay, I got what you said, but I gotta go. It was going, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't want it to do that. So I've been suffering, trying to stay up. Yeah, I've been suffering, Tara.
Yellow, we all got fried tonight. All of us didn't got our ass handed to us tonight.
No, I get it, but I didn't want to get my ass handed to me and then run.
I got
Because if I did that, it would seem, you understand what I'm saying? Like,
you. Yes.
you get it? Because then that shit sounds like, well, if I can't take over the conversation and be my regular overtaking light skinned self, then I don't want to fucking be here. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it would have felt like. And I didn't want to do that, but I've been suffering.
Tara, you got her locked up? You gonna free her or no?
Yo, free me till I'm free.
I ain't locked nobody up. Good night, Yellow.
Good night. I love y'all.
I'm gonna be limping.
Love you.
Right.
You heard me.
You'll be limping.
She know.
That don't
I,
sound right.
I fell down.
You fell down.
Yeah, I did.
Y'all got chill on the drinking.
No, it wasn't that. I hadn't even had anything to drink. My heel got stuck in a hole.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna be limping though. It's not like a full sprain. I'm debating like, damn, am I going to the every week? Oh, but it's bugging me now. I was good the night because I didn't take the shoe off, so it was good. You heard me.
Liar. You said you was fine.
I was
I
all
asked
right
you if
until
you
I
were
took the
okay.
shoe off. I'm being dead serious. Oh, sorry. On a live serious. I was good until I took the shoe off. I walked in the house with them on and everything. I went to the store after I left. I went to Wawa. And yeah, I was good until I took the shoe off. As soon as I took the shoe off, I said, "Oh no."
This swole.
Yeah.
Did
Yeah.
you wrap it? You got ace bandage?
I have one, but I was thinking about soaking it first and then doing that because it's hurting. Like I was laying in the bed and I was just like, let me get up. I'm sorry, I'm sitting. I just wanted to tell you that because I ain't want to. I don't think I'm gonna get up in the morning. I'm gonna take something to help me sleep a little bit so that I don't get up and just sit at this computer because I know I'm gonna do that. If I wake up my normal self, like after we get off of here, when Tara ends, I'm gonna sit up if I don't go to sleep, like sleep, because I'm not sleepy at all.
No, you gotta do rice, rest, ice, compression, elevation.
Yeah, I'm gonna do something because it's bothering me. Like I want to go to the bathroom, but I'm taking my time doing it in stages.
Oh no! Listen, you have to wrap it. You
Yeah, I
have to
will.
wrap it. You put ice, rest, ice, compression, elevation is rice.
All right, I'll do that.
All right,
About to do
I'm
you
going to
too.
bed for real now.
All right, go to bed.
We need video proof, my Lisa, that you followed the rice instructions. I'll be looking for it in the Discord.
I'll put my pinky on there. I'm gonna put my pinky on there. I could see it before. I couldn't see it if it was swollen, but now I can. But it'll be all right. I'm a trooper.
No,
That
fuck
I
all
could
that. You, I don't
pain
care.
I
You
could
gotta
do.
make sure that shit not spring.
I
Yeah.
know. I know. It's you want to hear something funny? When COVID happened, I broke the metal tarsal bones and my pinky toe in my own damn house working from home, y'all. Twice. Don't ask. Don't ask.
You
I was
might have
about
to
to.
go to like a
Huh?
patient first or something in the morning.
Huh?
You might have to go to one of those urgent care places or something
Yeah, I might have to.
just to make sure.
And just know that sprains take longer to heal than broken bones or what have you. So if you continue not to do the resting of it, it's going to take even longer to heal. So you're going to keep starting it over from the start. So just be careful.
Yeah. I feel it. Like I want to go to the bathroom. I ended up at the chair. I was like, yeah, you ain't ready, bitch. You ain't ready. I took some ibuprofen for the swelling though. So me and my daughter, she said she was gonna stay with me. We're gonna sit here and watch Naruto because I'm not sleepy and I'm in pain. I was talking to her while y'all was talking to BZ. So when you said it's 5 o'clock, I said, yeah, I know. I'm not about to be asleep. If I take something, I'll stay still. But at first I gotta get past going to the bathroom and doing a couple other things. Getting an ace bandage, getting the ice pack out, doing all the things to get ready. But we had fun though. We did have fun. It was nice. I did feel like auntie, but we had fun. I felt like fun auntie. It was very nice. And we had good food too.
Sag Blue is up here on her backup. What's Blue under Chic?
Hey, it's me. It's the backup to the backup.
Gang's all here, the late night crew.
And don't feel bad, sis. I hurt myself too. And let me tell you how funny it is. My 34-year-old self thought it's okay. Squeeze in 30 crunches real quick before you go to work. And my ass did 0 stretches before. And so I get to work and I take my work bag off and I stick it on the top shelf. And when I put my arm up, my back said, bitch, you thought. And I worked through it. It made it to my 10-hour mark. And then the next day, which is today, I came in and I was like, just power through it. You got it. It's always for the bag, always for the bag. Girl, I must have did like 2 trays into the machine. And I was like, hey, boss, you got somebody to replace me.
Damn, the whole team down? Blue, not the work. We associate you with work. You cannot work. We ain't gonna know what to do. Are you okay?
I'm okay. My supervisor used to be a physical therapist, so she told me to take a squishy type ball or something and put it on my back because she said she thinks it's a muscle spasm. So to put it above, because it's right in between my shoulder blades, so that's why it hurts every time I reach. And so she said, put it at the top of my spine and then below, but not directly on the spot because all the area around it is what's tight. So it'll loosen it up as I lay on the ball. And that's what I've been doing because I have a little beanbag Christmas man that I got from a friend and I balled him up and I stuck him on my back and I've just been on live with you guys and I move them around and I'm feeling a little bit better. I think I got it tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm ready for a 12-hour shift, just whatever.
Oh, hours.
I can't tell y'all I'm out of commission too. I can't really do anything
Hey,
with my
Sagittarius.
hey. I'm out of commission too. My thumb is gone. Like I can't
What
use
is
it.
going on?
You seen what happened to my hand, Tara, right?
Mm.
So
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I
yeah.
forgot.
So my
That's justified.
yeah. So I guess we all hurt. And now I feel like a Dusty because Dusty dudes always the ones getting hurt all the time.
Wait.
Like they be
No, I'm
like
not about to blow up myself. I got benefits, okay? No, I will not. I got health insurance and it ain't state aid.
I'm good. I got annual leave and I talked to my union rep before I left. Okay.
look. So
Not
I,
feeling like a dusty. We not about to gloss over that shit. That is crazy.
I
but
ain't heard
no,
that
every
before.
time Dusty's get hurt all the time, y'all. And there was a study done. Oh my god! I'm trying to explain this study, Dark Horse. Why are you doing this to me? So, anywho, everybody who I know that identifies as Ashy or Dusty, or that I identify as Ashy or Dusty, they get hurt at work all the time. So I'm
Hold up,
like,
you don't
man,
know. Hold up, you don't know not one goddamn person who identifies as an ashy or
oh,
dusty.
that's why I had to go back and correct it, like some people who I identify as an Ashy or Dusty.
I mean, we'll allow that one, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, they don't self-identify. You're right. So yeah, I have to identify them as one. So every time like I come in contact with one, he gets hurt at work. And so I was like, what is the correlation? Like, what's going on here? And so I looked it up and somebody did a study and it shows that people who really don't want to work, like in their subconscious mind, they really don't want to work. So they get hurt at work so they don't have to do it. I'm like, if that ain't the dustiest thing I ever heard. But it makes sense though, because then they really be like out of commission, out of work.
You got me going through my mind like, hold on, right? I'm thinking, I'm gonna get you for this search. You fired. You
And,
fired.
and then like something will happen, right? And I don't want to jinx myself, knock on wood, but like say a Dusty get cut at work, he don't just get cut. He get like gangrene or something later. I'm like, damn, like what is wrong with you?
I think they trying to get that workers' compensation. I know that game. I've seen it before, unfortunately.
Yeah, just Dusty. They try, how do I word this? So they work harder trying not to work than work would actually cost them. Does that make sense? Like sometimes they work hard trying to avoid work and they end up working more than not working. Like they always trying to do a scam. They always try to do a get rich quick scheme. they always doing something, and it's actually would be more energy than the actual job.
I see no lies here.
Hold up. I need that study.
I can think of one at my job. I know I got somebody in mind that fits that bill.
He fell off the forklift.
Well,
Man, he didn't get
dusty forklift.
Hold up. Sheik, is he dark skinned?
brown skin.
Okay, I just wanted to know. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find that study because I didn't really back then. I really didn't know how studies work, and I didn't know that you needed to have like multiple studies done to like prove it. So I had only found that one, and it just made sense to me, and I ran with it.
Yeah, I need that study. I'm gonna go look for that shit.
That remind me of the kid that don't want to brush their teeth, so they put the toothpaste on the toothbrush, rinse it off, tap the toothbrush, put it in the cup, and splash water on their face and everything, and they could have just brushed their teeth.
Yep, my daughter, she likes to avoid schoolwork. So whenever it's time to do schoolwork, she'll have a stomach ache and need to go to the nurse. What are you doing back there?
Let's all guess what Tara's doing. My guess is that she is rolling up an unalive body in that popping paper that they send in packages. Go.
No, she unwrapping bell peppers so she can chop them up.
One of her new things from off of her TikTok shop. Maybe she's opening like a new package.
It sounds like you rearranging your whole pantry right now while you're on the live.
Oh, my bad, y'all. I forgot to mute.
What were you actually doing, Tara? We put some wagers down.
Y'all, it's snack time. That's what it is.
I knew it. I said you was unwrapping some green peppers.
No, not no green peppers.
Damn it.
My son left a snack out for me, and the stuff was in the cabinet, and I put it away.
Okay, so I was half right. I thought you was eating some bell peppers again.
No bell pepper. No, I got bell peppers, but no bell peppers. I hate those for dinner. Y'all ever eat bell peppers though?
I love them. I love them just sliced up with some salad dressing. They are delicious.
Only the red ones though, not no green peppers.
Dang. What you mean? I eat all the different colors.
The red, yellow, and orange, and some vinaigrette, and whatever oil-based dressing. The whole red, yellow, orange. I get the little trio.
No, they good, but the
Speaking of
green.
eating, now that y'all brought it up, are we all eating clean starting Monday?
I didn't agree to that.
I wish this one had my stickers. I was about to put a crying face up so quick. She said I did not agree.
We all doing it, ain't we?
I am, but I'm not going to be able to weigh in until my scale comes from TikTok shop. I think it's not going to be here till like the 25th.
Hold up real quick, since you mentioned the TikTok shot. I hope if you don't have a bidet, that y'all went and ordered the goddamn bidet, because even if you don't get it from the TikTok shop, I don't care where you get it from. Everybody should have a bidet. I'm just putting that out there.
I went on your post and added it to my cart.
Just saying.
I missed when you did it.
Huh?
I missed the video when you did it.
No, I didn't do it because I was tired. I was feeling sick, so my voice a little messed up, and I've been popping airborne for the last 2 days. When I woke up this morning, I ain't had the energy to do nothing. I did make the video though.
Yeah, if you go to her page, she gives you a whole little tutorial on how it lifts up for you to clean it and everything, and how it has the dials, and it explains what the settings are. And the link is right there when you go on her video. I should have reposted it. I could have sworn I liked it and reposted it, so it should pop up. And then I added it to my cart from her page.
My Lisa gave me the idea because somebody was like, "Hold on, who drawers is that?" I told you I ain't seen no drawers in the thrift store. Then I was like, "Who the fuck going to have some drawers in the thrift store? That's crazy." But I went and bought a pair of drawers, and my Lisa was like, "Get some avocado." The avocado was perfect. I think I made this thing too big, but I didn't. It was too late. I already did it.
I'm not gonna lie to you, that threw me off. The beginning, I was like, should I swipe out or just watch the rest? And I just watched the rest.
Oh, I saw the video and I missed it. So maybe my attention was not on the whole video because I listened to it to the end and liked it and everything. But I missed the jaws part. Lord, let me go back and watch this video.
The drawers is in the very beginning, y'all. I was telling my son, I was like, now I got these drawers and I gotta throw them away because, nobody gonna want no drawers with no stain on them. It's not very eco-friendly, that's all. They some big ass drawers too.
You want to drop them?
Huh?
You want to drop them?
Why you like you underwater?
I don't know. I'm on the other device. I switched because I had got the echo earlier.
What was you saying?
Said we're gonna take them and drop them off at the longshore over there. So when his co-workers can use them, they won't mind.
I don't know. I hate the waste they're perfectly fine drawers. They're clean, but they do got a big ass stain in the back. So
So Dog Horse, you ready for this game or whatever everybody all hyped up about?
Look, which of the 37 games? I'm just joking. Which one?
I don't know. Which one got a light skinned quarterback?
Oh gosh. Listen. Now you're gonna have me looking. I am gonna go live tomorrow.
did you see the football theme gifts?
Yeah.
I saw them earlier. I was like, oh, Dark Horse could use this during her live.
But I looked through my photos. I had done a Raiders party and made like the potato chip bags and candied apples and stuff that was team I don't know why I can't think of the words. Probably because what's the thing? I can't think. Oh, the theme of the team, the Raiders. It came out pretty nice. It was for a guy whose family threw him a welcome home party. I know where he was coming home from.
Yeah, we know.
Pen. They said he had done like 15 or 16. He was super nice.
Oh, where's Sheik? I have a question for him.
Now the name makes sense. I unfortunately understand the name because, baby, if you wrap your head up with that beard, if you told me that's what you were, I'd be like, all right, then you a sheik. All right, that's what's up. I ain't never met a sheik in real life. I had no idea. He fooled me. He pulled the wool over my eyes.
You called him Arab?
Yes, he did. He really did. He's Muslim, though, I think.
Yeah, my stepdad called me that too.
You Muslim, right?
No.
Oh, okay. But the name is Muslim.
Right.
You said no?
No, I said you correct.
Oh, okay. Hey, we still married, right?
Brother husband thing?
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
Okay. I ain't getting no divorce papers.
Hold up. Not you saying okay as you said sure, not why not.
I'm looking for his twin. Yeah, I turned to a pick me over twin husbands, I can't lie. Because that's like really exciting.
They just tell you about to get blocked.
Yeah, I was just playing.
You're dying, Tara.
She jumped over the 4B fence real quick.
Like a hurdle in the Olympics.
I got to see how your brother husband feel about being a twin.
Who's a twin?
He a cop, so I don't know. He might not want to be a twin.
I don't know him.
I'll show you, Tara.
You can't drag me with you, Sagittarius. Otherwise, I'd be glad to give the compliment. But then you're gonna make me complicit, and
Hold on, you said I'm high. What you said?
I was gonna compliment, but I don't need you to make me complicit because then you make me look like I've been on the wrong side of the hurdle with you.
Oh yes, you have been. That little bee is ashy. Just admit it. One of those bees are ashy. I'm gonna tell y'all my Lisa's secret, y'all. She told me that a man was handsome.
Oh, do spill, my Lisa.
Who is the handsome man?
No. Me not doing that. I got thrown under the bus, and I
She
did
ain't
not.
gonna tell us, Sagittarius. Tell me who she talking about, because she won't tell us.
Oh, it was a guy I showed her.
See, that's how that should have went. I got thrown under the bus, as she's the one who should have went first. We should have been there hand in hand together like Hansel and Gretel.
That wasn't the point, my Lisa. You still said he was handsome. That's what we're focusing on right now.
He was handsome though, Rico Suave.
Got the Abercrombie and Finch look like down pat, like. I was like, okay.
We're making Tara about sick talking about men folk, so we're gonna have to change the subject.
Look, I know how to pick my struggles. Y'all can have yours.
But yeah, that little B, I don't know, 3B. I'm a strong 3B right now, y'all.
I think what I think is 4B but part time.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll allow it.
Monday through Thursday.
Yeah, because I think he off during the week because he work on the weekend, I'm sure.
Not on his schedule. You making it even worse. She's on his schedule.
I'm over here like, oh my God.
My friend used to work for that city's police department, so she told me everything pretty much.
It's ACAB over here. ACAB.
What's that?
ACAB, all kinds of bad.
Imagine if you had tattoos or something that said that. You'd be guilty every time you look at that bad boy. It's like, damn.
I'm gonna have him getting my name tattooed by this time next year.
That's how. If a man willing to tattoo your name on him, run for him his ass. He fucking.
Yeah, that's true because my ex did it, and yeah.
Yeah, we don't want no name tatted on him.
He was crazy.
I wish. Damn, I be wishing that stuff wasn't. That I ain't charming. Like that third is a charm, huh? I mean, he was though. He definitely. Damn, man. All right.
So I have gotten so close now because we have mutual friends.
It can be good and bad. It can be good and bad. Are they in relationships? The mutuals?
No. So my friend is this girl's friend. And my friend's friend is dating this guy who's on the SWAT team. And they're both on the SWAT team together, so they hang out together.
Mm.
Sound like a bad game of telephone.
Right. But yeah, so
You watched the show SWAT?
no, I don't.
Okay.
I can't believe I like a man, y'all.
I mean, you ain't gotta like them.
Yeah, I go through that, like where I would like somebody for a minute and then I would like, what's wrong with you? Then I snap out of it.
No, I'm saying, I know people are dating all that. I'm just saying, be careful with them police officers. That's all.
Yeah, they got a bad reputation.
Got a bad rap sheet. They be doing that ish. That ain't no reputation. That and because the reputation is the doctored up version of what got reported.
Yeah, because they said 40%, but I'm sure it's more than that.
I'm not the best with advice because I thought I liked dudes until I met the right/wrong woman. So don't even ask me.
Huh. Oh yeah, Blue, you was telling us about that the other night. It was so funny how you was explaining it too.
I saw your little outfit too, Blue. I said, "Oh, look at that outfit. That's so cute."
Thank you. I was feeling myself, and then I kind of got my balloon busted when Tara was like, "Stop calling yourself a chocolate bar. You're fetishizing." And I was like, "Oh, dang. Okay."
Not your balloon
Can't
pop.
buy that dress that say Hershey's on the leg.
She
No,
was like,
she
pop.
getting it done for.
Guess that mean well. Look, at least my shorts.
It sound like I'm just taking all the fun away. My bad, y'all.
No, you holding me to a higher standard, and I appreciate you, women, because I feel like that's what's keeping me from having a rebound chick right now, or a rebound dude, just to have somebody. I already got people. I got like 9 people in this room, and some other people who sleep right now. I'm good. I'm covered.
Oh, Blue, I need to inbox you my number.
Okay.
If you don't mind. I'm not that was I just went with at that with no consent. I'm so sorry. Blue, is it okay if I inbox you my number?
Yes, that is totally fine. And at least you had the decency to come back and think about it. Because this Asian dude that inboxed me today, first of all, if your letters is in a whole nother language that I don't know, I'm skeptical. Then number 2, you're going to give me a compliment. And when I don't reply, say you're welcome. Okay. And then number 3, start asking me hella questions like my full government and where I work. Block.
So hold on, since I'm buzzkilling anyway. Isn't you asking her in front of all of us technically coercion?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I had thought about that too, like even me going back and ask her permission, like would she really say no in front of everybody?
I'm trying to grow into my terror panties. So I could have stood on it. I could have been like, nah, girl, I just told you I'm trying to get my life together. Like, get off my nuts like that. But I didn't. I'm good. Because I know who you like. I know it's not about me. So I guess that's what makes me feel safe. I know it's not
And,
about me.
and we also had conversations on the back end, right, that would lead me to believe that it was okay, if that makes sense.
Exactly. Between that and the fact that I know you not about this, I'm good. It's
Yeah.
okay.
Just had a flashback because I killed the bug. I did it.
See, you don't need no man.
Don't.
What kind of bug was it?
I don't know. It's a cross between a roach and a cricket looking kind
Oh
of thing.
God, I'm scared. I just put my feet up.
That's crazy how we be having PTSD behind other bug stories.
And I'm making it worse by revisiting. No, Tara put up the ugliest thing. She had something where it was like a bajillion in a corner somewhere in the room on a big box one day. I ain't forget that. I still could envision
And
that.
you was just showing people arachnophobia all on the screen?
I might deleted that photo. Let me go pull it up.
Really? Really? Okay. All right. I'm ready. I'm gonna take a deep breath. I'm ready.
Oh my God, I'm gonna keep my eyes closed. But I have this fear of something grabbing my foot, y'all. So, like walking up the stairs, I be running because I'm thinking something about to grab my ankle. Then walking down the stairs, I'm running because I'm thinking something about to push me. And like if I have my feet on the ground on the couch, I be thinking something about to grab my feet. It's an irrational fear that I have.
You're not alone though, because when I turn off the lights behind me as I go throughout the house, as the dark comes, I run away from it, if that makes sense. Like I be running towards the light. Like if I'm in the light, I'm good. I don't know. Maybe too many scary movies.
Look, when you get your big commune house or whatever, don't worry. I'll turn out the lights. I'm not afraid of the dark. That's one thing my phone has.
Oh no, you just get my dad an electrician, so he installed motion lights now, so you don't have to turn off the lights. You can just leave and it'll go off on its own.
I mean that works too. I just don't got that under my belt.
Hold up, y'all ever heard of what's the name of that? Hold on, let me look it up.
Sagittarius. You ever seen those memes where they be like they name it after like a fake football team after somebody falls or like they have an accident? It'll be like croc fu or something like
Oh
that.
my God.
It's called triphobia. Y'all, anybody? Does these holes bother anybody?
Yes,
My
I gotta
sister
go.
would have passed out.
Is it
I'll
that
be
bad?
back. Yes.
I'm on my bed. When I see it, I just want to like it look like pimples to me. I just want to pop it. My bed. I ain't.
See what was in it.
I get that feeling, but my sister Ari would have just crashed out if she was on this panel.
I had to
That's
cover it
wild.
up.
My bad, y'all.
Fuck, don't do that shit no more, Tara.
I was wrong.
In the
I
hell?
was wrong. I didn't get nobody consent or nothing.
Oh my God. I can't unsee it. Thank you. For the rest of the day, I'm gonna be thinking about that, looking at my damn hand.
Today canceled Terror Day.
I guess that's the equivalent to her with the other photo for y'all. That ain't bothering me none. That's like an episode of Dr. Pimple Popper on steroids.
That's what I'm saying. But it's interesting how some people can't stand it, and I love it. I can look at that shit for hours. But my bad, y'all.
I take it y'all don't watch the extraction videos on YouTube.
I do.
Oh, I do.
Y'all ever watch surgeries? I love to watch surgeries.
Had a show. The guy who I think that Kanye's mom's surgery used to host a show on TLC called The Surgery. I used to love that show, but they took it off. And then there's like footage and stuff from the different universities and stuff. And what's the guy from Florida name? Dr. Miami. He has his stuff on Instagram.
Yep.
Just so y'all know, the best surgeons are women. So if you gotta get surgery done, you're more likely going. It's better to go to a woman. And y'all already know why, right?
Yeah.
Smaller hands.
No, not just the smaller hands, because it plays into that whole idea like you gotta be twice as good to make it type thing. So the women who get those positions, they gotta be much better versus the mediocre man who get those positions. So just saying.
So a black woman.
I mean, that's what the statistics say. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
I was always scared to do it because I don't want my nipples put back wrong or falling off. I didn't heard too many scary situations.
you had the same thought.
I don't know. I think that's a cool unique trait to have like lopsided nipples. I would sport that.
But do you lose feeling in them? And mine's already lopsided, like TMI, but so it'll be like fixing them.
I'm just letting y'all know, if I was to get surgery, my nipples are like crazy lopsided, I'm gonna be on OnlyFans that first day. I'm just letting y'all know. Like, I think you make a lot of money.
Like, what happened to Tara? Oh, she big now. She on OnlyFans.
Oh my god. Mine's already inverted or outverted. I don't know the answer. I forgot.
Her
So
name would be Lops.
I think it depends on how they do it because there's a couple of ways that they do it. Because there's one where you just get the lift and they don't detach it. They do go around it. So if you heal well after surgery, you shouldn't have any issues. Now there's a couple where I've seen where they detach it in such a way that you may have issues, but a lot of the ones that I've seen, they go under and they go right above and then they cut around if you're just getting the lift. Um, what do you call those? Implants. Watched a lot of those videos. I remember when I got caught up in the. If y'all want some content that I never thought I would look
you
at.
sound like you underwater, Melissa.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
I saw the labiaplasties. I did not know some of us had such interesting women parts.
Roast beef.
I never seen it before. And like in abundance like that. I had heard, but I take them for being grotesque when men describe things. So when I went down the rabbit hole, I really went. And I was like, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Not in a bad way. I didn't know what it looked like until I saw it for myself and I was like, oh, okay. I had no idea. I thought we all pretty much had similar I thought I thought everyone's was more similar to what mine. I feel like this is going TM. I'm a mute.
Don't ask me how I
I
know
get it.
this, right?
I get it.
But that's a subcategory on corn pages. But don't ask me how I know this.
Oh, don't get into the because when I started looking, I was like, well, how does that affect you? Why would you want why would you be willing to risk such a sensitive area? Just like how you were talking about worrying about losing sensitivity. But they were saying that by having it like that, some of them experience a lot of chafing and discomfort, which makes sense once think about it from, what kind of tissue that is. But I would have never thought that was a risk that, like
Good
a
night, Dark Horse.
situation. Huh?
Dark Horse says she no. Good night.
Oh, good night.
Love y'all.
Good night.
I actually need a reduction. I don't need I don't need nothing in there.
They can take all of mine. I don't need them. They can have all of it.
All your titties?
All of them.
What?
They just get in the way.
Maybe I'm offended because there was somewhere deep in the dark recesses of my mind that I was still saving you for me. So that's why I was offended. I'm gonna let that offense go, and I support you, sis.
I'm offended. I'm offended that you wouldn't want me without the titties though. Like, are you objectifying me? Like, what is that about?
I know, that's why I had to check myself. I had to really unpack real quick. Like, wait, where is that coming from? Why are you personally offended by her lack thereof or not wanting the titties? And so I'm correcting. I'm self-correcting.
Yeah, because you was liking her based on attraction. It's gonna be cared about white supremacy.
I'm getting it together, y'all. I'm getting it together. My bad.
But at this point, I will only accept no titties or lopsided titties.
I want to I don't know, I think I want to go back to like a C cup or something like that. But that's so far away. I don't think I would ever see that.
I can't
The
remember.
smallest I've ever been. Sorry, go.
Yeah.
The smallest I've ever been is a double D, and that was because I finally got to my BMI, which was a $135. But that's the smallest I've ever gotten. I haven't gotten any smaller than that.
I was like a C when I was a preteen. I was pretty much born with boobies. I'm a triple D now.
Same here.
Yeah, I hated being Yolanda with the big titties. I hated it because that's how people describe you.
You said the name I thought I heard because I don't want you to repeat it. Y'all be having them. Mm-hmm. So two other people with the same name, and they definitely got them. The kind that you could hide a bottle of liquor to go in the
Yep.
club. Yep.
Been there, done that.
Y'all make me sick.
And let me tell you something crazy. How is it that your name is the name of my aunt and I have her middle name? That's my middle name. But
Damn.
you're her first name.
Oh, cool. Yeah, where's
Sheep. What you just go look up?
Yeah. What's going on?
Sheep.
What's up?
What you just go look up?
What's going on?
Sheep.
Stop with the nasty echo.
You know when you leave out, I feel like she left the app to go look up lopsided cities. I ain't gonna lie. That's all I wanted to know.
I didn't want to say it, but you said it first.
Hey, Sheik, take a go to your Google page, take a screenshot, and we're gonna put you in the big box and show us your last searches.
He ain't got enough followers.
Oh, okay. Dang it. You lucky.
If I was to ever go through a man phone, I wouldn't go look through the search history. I just want to know what he looking up. That shit probably scary as hell.
I might not be. He might be all right.
No, I'm talking about the stuff they be looking up. I can only imagine.
What would
Wait,
y'all
hold
do if
on.
you come across the dark web on your dude's phone?
He could.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say Sheik never answered us, but he said his TikTok acting up. Okay.
Yes, he got that crazy echo that I be getting when I'm on the other device. When I'm on my regular phone, that echo is wild because it doesn't matter what you did. If you were on the panel when you did it, baby, that echo is like, hold that. You ain't talking
He
no more.
he went to
Mute up.
somebody's page. That's probably what it is. He went to go look at somebody's profile.
He was looking up lopsided cities.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Now he over there. How do I delete the history?
Oh, he already know how to do it.
Nah.
He was already in secret mode, like incognito mode. He was
That's what
already
I
in
was about to say. You got it.
Oh shoot, if history serves, that didn't work. They still were keeping people's records, and that's why they got sued.
Mm. But what
Wait
you
a
went
minute,
to
for real?
No, I look on the page right quick. I got a notification.
What
you
kind
got a
of notification?
notification that inverted titties was available?
No. I'm talking
Okay.
about I got a notification on TikTok. Somebody follow me. I want to go see what it was.
Somebody follows you.
Yeah.
Why
They
you
took
didn't get the
some
2 coins?
You said
photographs.
why I didn't what?
Why you didn't get the 2 coins?
The 2 coins.
Yeah, when somebody follow you while you live, you get 2 coins.
Yep. See, I just did it.
Yeah, and I said there was nobody from in here.
I don't know. You're not beating these allegations, man.
Well, I ain't worried about no allegations. I said there was nobody from in here.
So you wasn't looking up titties.
No, I don't even look up titties for I see
Wait,
titties.
y'all. He just don't want to say that they was light skinned and titties.
Oh my God.
Oh shit.
It's
I don't have a preference between light skin or brown skin or dark skin titties.
I know most men don't. We are not surprised. Trust me. It's okay to look up titties, man. It's okay. I be looking up stuff too.
But I've seen them. I ain't need to look them up.
But did you see lopsided titties though?
No, I didn't look up no lopsided titties.
Yeah, like one is a C cup and then the other is like a triple D. That's what she talking about.
I know. I heard what y'all was talking about. No, I ain't looked up no lopsided titties, no inverted nipples, none of that.
You haven't seen lopsided titties?
Yeah, were one titty bigger than the other? Yeah, I seen that.
Oh, so when you was talking, you like, oh, I ain't seen that. I ain't gotta look that up.
No, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen the inverted nipples.
You've been around the block.
Wait, tell us how you seen the lopsided titties. I just need to know this.
A girl had one titty that was bigger than the other.
It was that noticeable.
You say it was what?
Like all of us have one side
Yeah,
that's
it was
bigger than the other.
noticeable. I
Right?
mean, I ain't say nothing about it. Like, I mean, I said it in my head. I was like, oh shit.
But it was that noticeable.
Yeah.
Oh, if you look at your stuff, you got some asymmetry as well, sir.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt.
You're not a woman like that,
We
and
all
not a woman
know
like
that nuts
that.
ain't built equal.
What you say, Bill?
I said we all know that nuts ain't built equal.
Oh no, you got one that hang a little lower than the other.
Yeah,
You know,
those things ugly.
I used to work in a sporting goods store. Yeah, and we used to get you play sports, they got the cup they put in the football pants and stuff like that. We had so many like older men come in and get those things, like a lot of them.
They was getting it.
Was sitting on them.
A lot of old men, and when I say old, I'm talking like 50 and older. They would come in and get them cups.
They stuff in their package, y'all.
They're like, I got where your cups at? I was like, why the fuck they always come in here buying cups? 2-3 pair of cups and shit. Like, what the hell is going on? I just thought like maybe, you know how like we wear a bra? I thought maybe it was like to give it extra support because when they get older, they start hanging low. So it's like
That's what I was.
That mean they probably wearing tighty whities. They stuff them in their tighty whities to give them some support. 'Cause I'm pretty sure that's uncomfortable. This hairy piece of skin sticking to your leg all the way down your leg all the time. Yeah, but old men love the cups. They used to come in all the time for them damn cups. I'm like, you play football? I'm like, they come in. I'm like, oh, I know what league you play for. And they would play along with me. Like, your ass, you ain't come get nothing else. You ain't want a shield. You ain't want no helmet or nothing. You just want a bunch of cups. Sir, stop playing.
That's actually hilarious.
You put the whole thing in there.
So sometimes they would get the underwear to go with them. They have underwear. You get the cup. You stick it in there. Give me
the jock straps.
Brain can't really fathom it because how does that? I know that protects it from the forward motion, but does it hold it up? What keeps it in there from sliding down?
The jock strap.
Yeah, the strap.
You put a strap under the sack?
So they wear either a strap or they wear the underwear to go with them. But they don't get the regular cup that sit on top. They get it's an extended one that go underneath. They get that one.
See, that's what I was thinking. More like a hand that lifts that like that comes up the front and then lifts underneath. Like yeah.
Yeah, them joints, they got like a little curve to them. It's like the whole, what you talking about, yeah. Like to keep it from falling out.
It's like Jeopardy information. There's no reason for me to ever know this because it would never be a need for that in my life. But I mean,
I learned when I was young. I was like, damn, these old men be getting these cups. Like, we stayed running out of the extra large and the large. They was the most popular ones. And I mean, when I say they came in and bought cups all the time, I know I was swiping cups all the time. They come in like, y'all got the cups, y'all got the cups, and they call the store like, y'all got cups in this size and stuff. I'm like, why the fuck these old men need these cups like this? That's why when they come in, I be like, you play football? They be like, yeah, I play football. I'm like, okay. Like, you lying, but all right.
you mean football like in the major leagues? They mean football like in kinky.
They know what I was talking about.
That would be thinking about this.
Does it make a difference with your prostate? Let's say if you had like prostate cancer or something, would the cup help so you don't have to go potty all the time?
No, the cup just hold it up. Cause the cup got holes in it. Ain't like it's absorbing or anything. They got ones where they can breathe and stuff like that.
Yeah, you pee in that thing, that joint coming out of them holes.
I think she mean like, does it like help them fight the urge to pee?
No,
Yep.
it's just protection. Like, you know, when you playing sports,
You be going for your annual exam, sir?
for my annual exam of what? No, I
You
don't.
got a proctologist and a urologist.
No, I don't.
Better get you one, like that chicken salad.
You just go and let them like tell you to cough. It ain't gonna be that bad. But you need to do that for your health, you know.
Yeah.
If you get them to do the what do they call it? The not the endoscopy. What's the other one?
The colonoscopy?
Yeah, go get a colonoscopy. You won't even know it. You won't even know nobody was there.
So yeah, the cup, it will come with this little strap, and they stick it in the hole. This the one they want, right there.
Where do the straps go?
I think around their booty cheeks.
Oh wait, you put your feet in there?
And they got little buttons. It snap on there. Some of them got the buttons that make sure it don't move around.
So what happens when you unsnap it? It falls behind you like a tail?
I mean, it's just a cup. You just grab it.
It seemed like a all right, I'm thinking too much. Never mind.
Yeah, so just so y'all know, this with the older men, they be buying the shit out these cups.
Dang, my Lisa, you gonna have to help him in the future if he decide to play sports because you a boy mom.
Yeah, I might. Maybe no, that's not gonna be my life. I'm not claiming that. No, ma'am. You want to do that? You're gonna need to figure out how to put them suckers on. I'm not doing that. Everybody in here too old for me to be doing that.
Would you help Tara? Would you help him put him on if he need to figure it out?
You already know the info. No, I'm gonna throw that shit at him like, you better lean to the side. Like, no, I'm not putting on your fucking. No, hell no.
You want autonomy for everything else? You're gonna definitely get it for that one. No, no, no.
You're a stinky leg fucking with me.
Like, she don't feel bad that they're gonna invade your body, right?
What is happening?
I'm 40, so I gotta go get my boobies smashed, bro.
You don't have to do that anymore. You know that, right?
Really? Thank
Yeah.
God.
No, you don't. You have to go to you have to find out who your insurance will cover for you to get the radiological. There's no pain involved at all, and it's more thorough.
Oh my God,
Maybe
thank you.
$40. Yeah, you don't have to do that boob smashing thing. That's not nearly as when you go to your GYN, they usually know who does it.
Okay.
Y'all, I'm about to go to sleep.
You need to.
Okay.
We gotta get you
Good
back on the
night.
schedule. Thank you for tonight, though. I have fun.
I'll be back tomorrow, but I need to get my ass to sleep. I appreciate everybody coming and showing support and all the good things or whatever. Um, y'all sticking it out with me tonight. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you. Y'all been helping me take my mind off my back.
What the fuck wrong with your back?
It's the reason why I haven't been at work today. I would have been at work trying to tap from the sidelines, but when I tried to smash those 30 crunches in real quick on my hardwood floor before going to work, I didn't stretch. I just went straight into it and then went to work. And then when I went to put my work bag up on the top shelf, it was like my back spasmed or something because as soon as I reached up, it was a wrap on me. I was like, all 34 years hit me at one time. And I powered through it that one day. Remember, you're like, Blue probably at work. And I did 10 hours. And then I came in today thinking, okay, pop these 3 Tylenols. You'll be all right. Smash through it. No, I started feeding the machine and I was like, hey, boss, you got somebody to replace me? Scrape up whatever little hours I got left, whether it be sick time, annual leave, smash it together for all I care. I just got to get out of here.
Try the lidocaine patches.
That was my next step, but my supervisor was a physical therapist, and she told me to take a little ball, a squishy ball, and put it on my back, but not directly on the spot, around it. So at the top of my spine, a little bit below the area, and then at the base of my spine, and just lay on it and kind of roll back and forth so it can loosen up my muscles, because she says it's tight. That's all it is. And so I've been doing that with this little beanbag baby that I got for Christmas last year. And so far it's been working, that and talking to you guys, which is probably what also helps because my mind's not directly on it. So I'm not hyper focused on it. So between that and rolling back and forth on this ball, I've been good. I'm gonna go in tomorrow and do my little 12 hours, if they call it, make another bag.
I hope it's pain free tomorrow.
Thank you.
Sleepy deepy. I'm gonna pretend like I'm going to sleep. I know good and well I'm not.
Yo, who was that? Is that Tara?
Yep, she said she was tired.
Yeah, I'm tired. Y'all fell asleep. All right, y'all. I don't know how the hell I'm so up here. Good night. I'm gonna take my sleep.
Good night.
Mm.